Hypocrisy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law-splaining the interwebs. I am your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. Woo! Hope you're ready for the trial of Alex Murdaugh. Day 4. Day 4. Okay. How we doing? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're enjoying life. Must have gotten enough sleep. Yeah. I actually feel bad about that. I was supposed to go on Simpcast with Chrissy Mayer yesterday. And I got home. I had to pick up my son at 8:30. And I told her, yeah, I'll be on after I pick up my son. I got home. I sat down. And then I woke up 5 hours later. And I was like, shit. So I missed it. I missed the show, which made me feel bad. And I had to send an apology to Chrissy because that was not intentional at all. So yeah, but yes, in response, I got enough sleep. I got up and then I went back to sleep until 5 a.m. Speaking of 5 a.m.
Hey,
what's up, man?
Hey, how you doing?
I'm good.
Listen, I may be in and out today. They have to do some work in my office and some other stuff, but
well, if you're in and out, I'll make sure to moan.
Yeah, of course. Grab that burger.
How's your weekend, buddy?
It was great. It was a lot of fun. I did a show on this Tyree Nichols arrest/death in Chicago.
Yeah, you're drawing some ire on it.
Yeah, the first time ever. I can't believe it. First time ever. I'm inconsistent with the politically correct narrative on a use of force case. It's amazing.
Oh boy. Well, I haven't watched all the videos yet, but I saw people mad at your analysis and I was like, that makes sense.
Yeah. Well, listen, it's ugly. It's an ugly use of force, no question about it. It gets people emotional. I get it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's the problem, right? Is that law is ugly. Like that. Otherwise, we wouldn't have laws if ugly things didn't occur. So.
We wouldn't hire special people to do those jobs. We just do them ourselves. But most of us don't want to get into fights with criminals.
I would just shoot them. I'd be a way worse cop than most cops, I think.
But it's okay. Yeah. I was invited on this Twitter, whatever they call it, Spaces.
Yeah, those.
I'm not
weird
sure how
things.
that works. Crypto lawyer. I don't know if you ever heard of him.
Crypto lawyer. I don't think so.
It's like a radio. It's just audio, and he had, I don't know. It seemed like he had 140 people on, but every single one of them had decided, of course, that the death of Tyree Nichols was absolutely, unequivocally a murder, including lawyers on the panel and cops on the panel, and they didn't take it well when I had to explain to them that they were mistaken. I got called all kinds of vile names.
I'm guessing. Now, see, I heard 5 cops in Memphis, and I thought that was the name of that chick. The lady cop.
Yeah, that gal. Ooh. Dear Lord, it just tells you, man, guys will do anything.
Yeah, no kidding. It's like, why is your head shaped like a balloon? I don't understand it. So
what's that squishing sound when you're walking?
That's last night. Ew. Okay, so we are here for day 4 of the trial. I'm titling it by the trial date. I think Law and Crime is too. Yeah, they are too. Originally, everybody was titling it including jury selection. But they switched to the trial days, which I think is a better system because the jury selection, like streaming, kind of happened. Like people were listening to the audio. I always thought people were like, "Are you going to stream the voir dire?" It's like it's just on audio. No, I don't want to do that. That sounds horrid to me. So I didn't do that.
Yeah, that would be terrible. Anyway, the voir dire is really only interesting in politically charged cases,
Yeah.
where people are trying to sneak onto the jury and stuff like that. It's
right. So you get to hear their like, no, I'm definitely not in women's studies, with women's basket
with the
weaving
purple
with
hair.
lesbian focus. Yeah. No,
I'm a good Lutheran girl.
I didn't write the paper "All Men Are Rapists" last week. so yeah. So voir dire in this case didn't seem particularly interesting to me. So I didn't want to just listen to it. That seemed terrible. But yeah. So if people don't remember where we left off, there was I don't want to say a forensic analyst. There was a forensic collector who marked a whole bunch of exhibits for identification and none for admission that I can remember during the state's opening. A bunch of bullets, mostly a seatbelt from the car, some clothing, I think, from Murdaugh, stuff like that, was all admitted for identification purposes and will presumably be admitted by the actual examining experts when they bring them in as exhibits. But yeah, that's what happened. And then go ahead.
I was just going to say, do you have an admin working right now in the chat?
Like a mod?
A mod?
I don't think so.
There's one commenter there, Moose Nut, who's talking about raping my daughters. I don't mind what people say about me, but I'd rather they didn't bring my kids into it.
Yeah, that's not super pleasant. Please knock that shit off. Let's not do that. And you putting your account at risk because it violates YouTube's terms of service, saying stuff like that. So be a little considerate.
They're calling it grape, of course, to get around the algorithm.
But anyway, here we go. So what was I saying? Yes. So the state closed after admitting evidence. They had one of the new lawyers doing that the entire time, or presumably new lawyers. It took forever. And then now they're moving into the defense's cross-examination, the cross-examination of this forensic collector, I guess is still the weird way to say that. But we'll see what they had to do. They indicated that there was going to be a long cross-examination. So I'm kind of curious what they have in store, because she didn't really testify to much of anything. I mean, the testimony was literally just, what was this thing?
But that could be it. I mean, they could actually step through each piece of evidence and say, you have any reason to believe this is relevant to anything? And she'll say, no.
They didn't object to any of the evidence on relevance grounds. But again, it was just for identification purposes. So I'm not quite sure. I don't understand the purpose of this witness. I mean, to me, it's like, just call the examining officer or the examining tech, I guess, and ask questions about the evidence. Let's do that. But
you see this sometimes in cases where they don't have much to actually work with. So they have to kind of fake it by bringing witnesses on to talk at length about things that don't really matter, to create the impression that they're doing something.
Right. So we'll see. Karen says chain of custody. I mean, the chain of custody is on the sealed envelope. It's not, and
I'm sure the defense would stipulate.
Right. That it's not like they need to bring in each person in the chain of custody to testify to every stage of the chain of custody. So long as there's not a sufficient question or, objection to it, they could usually just bring in the examining officer who did or forensic tech and go with it there. That would be the way that they would, normally do that. But we'll see. I mean, we'll see what happens, what they ask questions about today. The jury should be arriving any minute now. I've got the courtroom feed pulled up. There's nothing happening yet. We're still looking at a chandelier, a clock, and a seal, which I suppose I could always bring that up. Boom. Here we are. Here we go.
Perfect. All right. I'm going to freshen up my coffee. Be right back.
Sounds great. Okay. So let's see. Kyle, I'll read your super chat when Bronco's back. since it involves him. So after this witness, which they promised a lengthy witness, but that might not actually end up being true. That might have just been a good reason to get out of the get out of the really boring court hearing a little bit early yesterday. So, assuming it is a lengthy witness, I have no idea who the next state witness is. The thing I'm looking for all of this trial is just a narrative about what happened that matches up with some facts that actually put Alex Murdaugh at this building, pulling a trigger and killing his son and then killing his wife. Like, that's what I'm looking for to happen. And I'm just not sure we're going to ever get there at this point. I mean, I hope we do, but I'm just losing faith in the state to present that case. But they got a long way to go.
And well, it's kind of an important point, though, in a circumstantial evidence case, to not have motive for why someone might do this. I mean, motive, of course, is not an element of the crime, but you need some, in the absence of direct evidence of this guy firing those shots, you need some reason,
right,
that he would want to do that.
Some narrative as to why that happens. And the other thing we examined at the end of the show on Friday was we examined this piece of evidence, which was a diagram laying out where the evidence was collected at the scene relative to the bodies. And we were able to kind of construct what appeared to be a narrative about how the murders took place. It seems like the son was shot by someone inside this storage room. Oh, yes, here we go. It's right there. Inside this storage room, because that's where the 2 shotgun shells are ejected. Speaking of shotgun shells being ejected, Nate the lawyer.
Hey, Nate.
What's going on, guys?
How you doing, buddy?
Same old. Just trying to do videos on Alec Baldwin. It's crazy. It's crazy. So much going on now. You know what I mean?
I know. Lots of people getting killed.
What do you do? You know, it's funny. I've been watching Andrew's stuff on Alec Baldwin. And Andrew, I agree with you 1,000,000%. This is not even a close call for me. Like, he's going to get convicted. He needs to plead. Alec Baldwin is done.
I think he's got to plea.
I don't see how people are saying that he didn't.
And the opportunities for a plea should be good. I mean, the prosecutor's liberal. He's liberal. They're the same tribe. He can volunteer. She's concerned about gun safety stuff. He can volunteer to give a talk every month or whatever organization she sponsors. Or, I mean, they can work out a deal.
I don't think he's going to deal. I think he's going to fight it, because most people don't realize this. Because when I was I'm doing my video on it, and I rewatched his initial police interrogation. And this is for everybody in the crowd, too, everybody in the chat. Whenever the police say you're a witness, and they start off by saying, "We got to read you your rights," you are not a witness. You are a suspect. It's true, because they said, "Oh no, you're just a witness, but we just got to do this as a formality." As soon as they start saying that you have the right to remain silent, you are a suspect, and you need an attorney. But they'll tell you, "Oh no, you're not a suspect."
No, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Just a formality.
Yes, they did that to him, and he got caught out there. But he specifically said, and this is the part that I think that he's going to be straight up convicted. Alec Baldwin, in that interview, specifically said the armorer handed him the gun and asked him to check it. And he declined to do so because he didn't want to embarrass the armorer and make it seem like she wasn't doing her job. Soon as he says that statement, it's involuntary manslaughter.
Absolutely. I didn't catch that. That's an admission.
Good morning.
Yeah, that's an
Anything before we proceed?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Nothing from the defense, Your Honor.
Okay, if we can have our witness back.
Oh, man. Oh, Bronca, there's a quick super chat for you. It says,
You may bring the jury.
I got myself involved in Bronca's Twitter sparring last night. It's okay. I don't require sleep. Also, achievement complete with Bronca throwing me a retweet. Thanks, Bronca. That's from Kyle Bogue.
Okay.
Yeah, you got a fight in your hands with these people, with these 5 cops. I saw it. I was like, But it happens when you go against the grain, though. It always happens when you go against the grain.
It's in a very emotionally it's an ugly use of force event. It's and people get emotional about it. I get it.
Yeah, but you know what the weird part about it is that you're making valid legal arguments, but then people are just throwing back at your motives, like, oh, you get this, you get this. Like, no, the guy's literally put out exactly why he believes this is this way. Why can't if you do feel the way you do, explain to him why you feel his legal analysis is incorrect.
The responses I usually get are things like gossip or mind reading or there's Benjamin Crump's involved, so the usual propaganda is going out. He's doing some of his old tricks. The only cause of death we actually have is from Benjamin Crump's private coroner. He did this in the Michael Brown shooting too. He hired a private coroner and then did a press statement saying, "Oh, he was murdered. He was executed." It turned out to be complete bull.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Day number 6.
I can't wait to see who Benjamin Crump accuses of being racist in this one.
Talk with you in any way.
They've already tried to say they're racist.
Cross-examination.
I know, it was amazing.
Begins. Mr. Harpootlian.
No, they're all black.
Court, Your
Race
Honor.
could still be a factor. Wait, I mean, I guess. Like Bernie Mac and Don't Be a Menace.
Yeah.
I hate black keys on a piano. I hate black
That
pepper.
was funny.
Indulgence, one moment. I want to make sure I have the right stack of stuff.
Right stack of stuff.
Harpootlian.
Oh, you know what, Andrew? Before they get started, why don't you ever use the Graham standard when you do your evaluations? Because that's where my criticism would be. I would say that you're using the wrong standard in evaluating non-use of force.
Well, I'll be happy to.
We can talk about it after this, yeah.
Get organized here.
Come on, Harpootlian. You've had 3 days.
I'm calling you Ms. Worley. Do you have a rank,
I'm a senior criminalist.
but not lieutenant or captain or
No.
a senior?
Criminalist.
And what is a criminalist? Criminalist.
I'm in the lab, basically.
I'm sorry,
I'm based in the lab, the forensic lab.
but you went out to this crime scene.
I did, yes.
You normally go out to crime scenes?
At that time, yes, I was a special agent.
You were what?
I was a special agent at the time that I worked this, yes.
Okay. And a special agent is, what's so special about that?
That's what SLED agents are referred to as.
Okay. Beg the court's indulgence, one moment.
I'm excited to see what the defense has for this witness. Like, because they have this opportunity to go after this witness, but I don't know what their plan is. Like, I'm
Talk a little bit about what you did on this case. And I'm going to try not to repeat a lot of the testimony from our scintillating Friday afternoon together.
it was so boring.
First, go to the scene.
I responded as soon as I got the phone call at 10:33 p.m. I got on the road from my house within 30 minutes and arrived on scene at 12:07 a.m.
12:07 a.m.
Yes.
Now, when you got there, the Carlton County Sheriff's Department, were they supposed to process the scene?
No,
What they were supposed to do?
security.
Secure it so nobody could walk over things and nobody could in any way disturb
The bad
trace
investigation
evidence,
angle.
forensic evidence. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Now, when you got there, did you determine they had done more than just secure the scene?
They had marked some evidence that they had found before we got there.
And you also found, for instance, that we've shown you videos that they actually, some of them, or at least one of them, if not two of them, walked into the feed room where Paul was killed, correct?
Someone did to place a marker 1 in this.
I'm sorry?
Someone had walked in there to place marker 1.
And matter of fact, when you did your footwear impression examination, you found that there was a bloody footprint caused by one of the officers. Isn't that right?
After we had started processing the scene, yes.
Yes, but I mean, one of the bloody footprints in that feed room was not Paul, not the perpetrator. It was a police officer,
Yes.
probably a Carlton County police officer.
I don't know that for sure.
Who else could it be?
It could have been one of us from
One of
SLED.
yours?
I don't think it was mine, but it could have been from SLED. I don't know.
It could have been SWED, could have been Colleton County, could have been the coroner.
Yeah, sure.
But, I mean, and in your business, there are rules about who should be walking through crime scenes, right?
Preferably as few people as possible. If you don't need to be in there, then you shouldn't be in there.
And when they, like, went around and pulled the sheet up, they were walking in an area where most likely the perpetrator had walked, correct?
Possibly, yes.
I mean, that's right outside the feed room.
Right.
And those shell casings that were near, or some of them were near, some of them further away from Maggie's body, walking in the dark, increases the probability that some trace evidence has been disturbed or destroyed.
That's probably why they went ahead and marked evidence before we got there, because they found it and went ahead and marked it so that it wouldn't be disturbed.
But couldn't they just stood back and said, there's shell casings in there, so when you got there, you would have been, maybe you would have even waited till the next morning when you had some light, right?
No, we would have started like we did as soon as we got on scene.
Okay. Well, you did some measurements,
Yes,
and those measurements are recorded on a sketch you did,
yes,
not to scale.
right.
And make sure. That's my stuff. Yeah, that's my stuff. Okay. These are all the exhibits, state and defense? Where are the state exhibits? Okay. Okay, so let's look at,
Already more engaging than the entirety of Friday's direct examination.
Yeah, and it's not that great yet. It's just that that's how bad Friday was. I'm drinking a giant mug of Dragon's Treasure tea.
maybe they didn't put them in. Let me ask.
Again, this disorganization, though, these long pauses drive me nuts. And you knew what you were going to talk about.
Yeah. He's asking the prosecution about something. So, yeah, Friday, if people didn't see or don't remember, the judge clarified that the questioning attorney is the objecting attorney. So the objecting attorney in this cross-examination will be the sort of newbie seeming attorney that was doing
You
the
need more time
admission of
before
evidence.
proceeding?
Well, I'm just trying to,
Oh, do you need more time?
no, sir, I'm ready. Let me see if you
It
can identify.
bothers the
Don't.
judge, too.
Don't seem ready.
Can you tell me what that is, please?
This is my final crime scene diagram.
Okay, and you did it.
I did,
You can identify it.
yes.
Your Honor, we would offer this document into evidence, please. It's her crime scene.
What number would that be for the defense?
4.
Any objection? Submitted without objection.
Okay, so can you put Worley number 1 up, please? Okay, and you can see that on your screen,
Yes, sir.
and that is what I just showed you, right?
Yes, sir.
And what's important to note at the outset is this is not to scale, correct?
We never do our diagrams to scale, no.
Okay, but
You should try
but
it.
it does tell us some things.
Yes,
You found a projectile that went through the doghouse,
that's right.
and you found a projectile that went through the small animal cage.
We didn't locate that projectile, but one did go
But you
through.
had an entrance and exit wound.
Yes, that's right.
And now these yellow items over here near Maggie's body, those represent blackout ejected shells.
Yes, those are the evidence markers marking 300 blackout.
Okay, and did you take measurements of where those were compared to anything else? For instance, we see a 23.9 between this post and that post. Did you do anything like that for the projectiles?
I don't believe I did the doghouse because it was inside the bedding of the doghouse.
I'm sorry, what now?
We didn't measure the projectile that was in the dog bed.
No, I'm talking about these yellow.
Yes,
Okay, did you measure where they were?
yes.
And there are measurements somewhere?
I believe on the second page of
Pardon
the second page of my diagram should be the measurements.
Let me go to page 2. Do you have your report with you?
I do.
Do you have that page 2? I want to make sure I'm referring to the right one.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if this second page is bad for her, this rigmarole is very helpful
Page
for
2
the
of 8,
defense.
right.
Just want to make sure
Okay,
I got this
and,
right.
Yep.
When it says you've measured them RP1, RP2, what does that mean?
That's reference point. So this corner of the feed room was reference point 1. This column was reference point 2, and this column was reference point 3.
Okay. Can you find page 2 for me, please?
Why weren't the 2 pages together? Why weren't they just next to each other?
You have that? Okay, well, I'll come back and show this on the Elmo in a little while. Do we have a copy of it? Not yet.
Oh boy. This is slow moving. Like
Oh yeah.
I don't get it. They've had all weekend to think about how they're going to cross this witness.
And ask you
But sometimes things happen, last minute. That
what they do.
what does Mike Tyson say? No matter, everyone has a plan until he gets punched in the face, and
Yeah,
right.
that's when the plan goes to hell.
true.
I just wish this plan would manifest a little faster.
Yes,
And are these your calculations?
they are.
And this is what you recorded?
Yes.
Any objection? I'm sorry? No objection. Okay.
It's so weird to
Your
hear
Honor, I'd
him
like to offer
ask
this into evidence.
versus the judge. Usually the judge is the one asking,
Submit it.
We'll go back.
and they don't have to even ask permission to approach the witness. You just approach.
Yeah.
And so, can I have
Steve Gosney was talking about that last week. You never actually have to ask permission. Some judges just, like make that a part of their courtroom, but that's not like a rule.
Well, in New York, if you better ask. Yeah, you can't go up there. You got to ask. It's like pro forma.
Mhm.
They'll yell at
Okay,
you
so
if you don't ask.
you located these shell casings, right?
Right.
You did measurements of how far the small animal cage was from a reference point.
Yes.
And how far what was the reference point for the doghouse?
I'm not sure that I measured the doghouse to a reference point.
You did not measure the doghouse.
I don't think so.
Okay, so let's get a little more. Could you put KNW 1644 up, please?
It is weird that there's a bullet in the doghouse and they just decided not to measure it. Why? Like, why wouldn't you just measure it?
The doghouse.
Well, and but did you make this or was this done under your supervision?
Yes.
Okay, Your Honor, we'd offer this as evidence.
No objection.
Number 6.
Submit it.
Now, hold on one second.
These pauses, man. All right, a yardstick.
Sense of, and your sketch, I'm not saying your sketch is bad, it's not the scale though, and to give them some idea of the layout. This is the doghouse,
Yes.
correct?
Yes, that's right.
This is what you call the small animal cage right here,
Right.
and that's off the ground,
It has legs. Yes.
legs, right? The doghouse has got like a couple of 2x4s under it, so it's not laying directly on the ground, correct?
Yeah, I think that's
And
right.
then if we look over to the right, that would be the door to the feed room where Paul was shot and killed,
That's right.
right?
Yes.
So we're all singing from the same sheet of music here. There's the small animal, I'm calling it quail, but it's not. Is it quail? Quail, they apparently kept quail in there. And then there's the doghouse, and then there's the door to the feed room. Did you do any measurements, or can you give us any, if you're standing at the
Did you just hand that guy a bunch of tissues and he started wiping his pants? That was weird.
quail pan right over here, and you're looking at a 90-degree angle, that is out in front of you, am I right on that 90 degrees?
Okay.
Are you looking at the door to the feed room, or is it to the right or to the left? Well, let me ask you this. Did you take any measurements?
Not directly from the cage to the door. No.
Can you tell me what is it, a 10 degree this way, 10 degree that way? I mean,
I'd have to look at the photographs. If any of the photographs show from the door to that animal cage or the animal cage to the door, we'd see if it was at an angle or not. But
you didn't take any measurements when you were on, when were you on the scene doing these measurements?
my initial measurements were the night of the incident. And then that picture was taken July 16th when we went back to take additional measurements.
And it was after July 16th, you generated the sketch we saw a moment ago.
No, I think I did this before we went back to the scene on the 16th.
So nothing changed in your sketch.
No,
And to your knowledge, you never took any sort of directional examination of the reference points, for instance, the dog pen and the door to the feed room, or from the quail cage to the door of the feed room, correct?
that's right.
Okay, now, do you know what, hold on one second. Do we have Pharaoh?
I hope he goes someplace with all this.
Yeah, he's stumbling through it. It's just boring.
You never measure everything.
What's Pharaoh? Tell the jury what Pharaoh is.
The Pharaoh is a 3D laser scanner.
Oh, the
that we
Pharaoh
use
again.
To document the scenes.
Okay,
Takes
did you use a Pharaoh
In that
scanner
in several recent
on this
trials.
scene?
On the July 16th, we did. We couldn't the night of the incident because it was raining.
So tell us how one scans for a Pharaoh. And by the way, is the end result of that Pharaoh process a three-dimensional view of the scene?
Yes, that's right.
And so that you can manipulate it, turn it, examine it in any direction you want, correct?
Yes,
And you had that done in this case.
yes.
I did not hear the Attorney General ask you about it in your direct. Was it brought here to the courtroom?
I believe it's here, yes.
It's here.
I thought Pharaoh was just
Okay,
the first guy
well,
who didn't like Jews.
I have a copy of what you furnished to us. Any objection to this coming into evidence?
No objection.
All right, can you play that for me? Wait 1 second. Does Faro stand for something, or is it a brand name like Coca-Cola or Xerox or?
It's a brand name. I think it does stand for something. I'm not sure what. We just always call
But
it
it's a
Faro.
brand. When somebody says Faro, it's not, there's a specific commercial product called Faro that law enforcement uses. And other
He's
folks
asking the
use too,
question,
right?
answering the question.
Okay, how about play that for me, and I may stop it from time to time.
All right, I believe a juror raised his hand, Your Honor.
Yeah, I thought we. Oh, God.
He's boring me to death.
Okay, start it and then stop it. Go ahead. Now stop it briefly. Is this a drone video
No, it's created by the Faro software.
created by Faro software? Okay,
Right.
go ahead. Stop it again. That would be right down here. That would be the dog, house, right?
Right.
Kind of annoying we don't get to
Keep
see
going.
this.
Yep.
Yeah. People are asking, which state is this? This is Florida, right?
South Carolina.
South Carolina.
Okay, stop right there. Now, we're seeing the inside of, what is this room called?
I refer to it as a workshop.
Work, okay. And the bullet that went into the quail cage, went through the quail cage and came out this wall, right?
That's right.
Okay, go ahead. Again, stop it 1 second. Make sure I look this straight on. And the quality of this isn't very good. Why is that?
I'm not really sure.
But I mean, isn't there a final product you get from this?
I'm not sure if there's something more final than, I don't do the rendering of the software, so I'm not sure if there's
Okay.
something more than that.
Keep going. Okay, stop. That's the quail cage right over here, correct?
That's right.
Right here. Okay, go ahead. That would be the doghouse.
Yes.
Okay, let's keep going. Stop it, please. Now, the bullet hole into the doghouse is on the side facing this greenery, or is it on this side over here?
It's on the other side.
On the other side. So there's a bullet hole that comes in here on this side.
Right. The kennel side. Yes.
What now?
The side that the kennels are on.
No, the kennel's back this way, right?
Yeah, but it's on that. If you're looking at the front of the doghouse.
Okay, right. So it's coming in here,
Yes.
and where's it exiting?
It goes into the doghouse and there was a dog bed in the doghouse. It goes in there.
Okay, keep going. No. Stop right there. Go back just a little bit. Okay, go ahead. So as we watch it come around, you would agree with me that the doghouse is not perpendicular to, stop it, to the door to the feed room, correct?
Right.
Okay, keep going. And that would be, stop it, that would be the feed room right here, correct?
Yes. That's right.
And these are the dog kennels up here.
In my
Right.
mind's eye,
keep
I'm
going.
rendering the scene.
Yeah, it's tough because he's trying to give you the spatial
Mm-hmm.
piece to it.
So you can see, that's like a chicken coop right there.
I believe so.
Now we got a chicken coop.
And that's looking at a structure that's back probably 150, 200 feet away from the kennels, right?
Yes.
It's got farm equipment in it.
Yes.
Where are you going with this?
Okay, that's it. So we have, and you could take this and convert it into, well, let me ask you this. Do you know how they do this?
On scene, we take scans with the scanner. Anything the laser touches, it records. Beyond that,
Well, there's a laser touch, and then isn't there a camera that goes 360 degrees this way and 360 degrees this way? And the laser and the camera sync up, and you do a number of them.
yes,
Maybe 100 or so. And
Not-
then it knits it together
that's right.
to get this.
Yes.
But you agree with me that you could do a much more focused look. This obviously has not been converted totally to 3D, has it?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Who ordered this? Who
You don't
said
know?
we need this?
I'm not really sure. I was told to go to the scene and additional documentation, and that's what we did. So I'm not sure.
So, I mean, if I told you your chain of custody on this indicates it was, y'all received it sometime in July or August of last year, and it's been in the custody of SWED since early January, probably 3 weeks ago. Is that correct?
I'm not sure when it was made, but
But it wasn't turned over or pulled out of the evidence locker until 3 weeks ago, correct?
I'm really not sure.
Okay. Now, let me ask you to look at that report of the sketches, right?
Mhm.
Well, let me do this first. Okay, let me ask you. Attorney General. Let me ask you to examine these photos and see if you can identify them.
Yes.
Okay. Come on.
What are they?
Those are photographs that we took when we returned on July 16th.
And these are specifically photographs of the doghouse.
Yes.
And I'll get to these in just a minute. So this would be 7. This would be 8, 9, and 10. Make sure I don't put duplicates in. Let me also show you this photograph and see if you can identify it.
The top
Yes.
right there, that's his remaining living
It's a
son.
picture when we were trying to determine the angle of that defect in the doghouse.
The defect would be the bullet hole.
Yes, sir.
Not without his own controversies.
Officer offer this into evidence as number 11 without objection. 11? Right? Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll have you go to the jury room for a break. Please
Ow.
do not discuss the case.
I think the judge is pissed this is going so slow.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's like, you guys should have been prepared. You guys, we coming in from a hot weekend. Come on.
You asked for to be dismissed early on Friday because it's going to take a while. Said you were ready on Friday to go, but that it would just take a while. Then you had a whole weekend. Now you come in here and you're acting slow as hell.
Yes.
I hope he does admonish them on camera. That'd be good.
Like,
That'd be
they don't
exciting
have-
at least.
They don't even have duplicates for the state. Like if you like, you got to show it to them. You should have duplicates already ready. Here they go. This is where we're going to be presented.
We'll
Taking
give
up
you
so
all an
much time.
opportunity to review and pre-mark exhibits, determine what you agree on and do not agree on, and we'll proceed in a few minutes.
Yeah,
They
get
should
your
have
shit
already-
in order.
Yeah, they should already given it to them. Like here are the exhibits we're going to show.
Yeah.
You're trying to this trial by surprise shit. Oh,
Well, let me just pull this down for now. Well, that was riveting. Absolutely stunning testimony from the criminalist. Jay DeLudo in my locals chat says, are lawyers just retarded or what's going on? I don't know, man. It's they're moving real slow, like unacceptably slow, it seems here.
yeah.
This is something, I mean, they, like you said, they had all weekend to prepare for this witness. This should not be a complicated thing. You get up there, you just start nailing her on the stuff that's there. What do we got here?
That's
Yes.
the Alec. This is the Alec. This is what convinced me Alec Baldwin is going to jail. This is him.
So just to be clear, Nate,
confessing.
is because it's unclear to me if he's talking about this opportunity to check the gun, if it was that moment when the gun was handed to him that fired the shot that killed Helena Hutchins, or if he's talking about a prior handling of the gun.
Well, she's gonna.
Because I thought it was the assistant director that handed him the gun.
No, the
Just-
assistant. Well, he says the assistant does. All right, so that's one thing that I don't know how I got confused. He says in this is the initial police interrogation. He says 4 times here that the Elena Hutchinson is the one that handed, not the Elena, the armorer handed him the gun, and he also said this guy never handed him the gun. So and even in the guy's statement, the AD's new statement, he said yes, it was the armorer that handed him the gun. So I don't know how it got switched, but
yeah,
he says
because
here
I thought
4
the armorer
times.
wasn't even present.
No, she was there and she handed him the gun. You'll listen.
Okay,
listen,
all right.
listen to it right. Well, he's going to say it right now. Check it out.
Handed it.
She's going to ask.
Say
him.
who handed, or should I say who handed you your weapon in the day?
Handed,
Handed it. Okay. And physically handed or put it in the holster?
handed it to me.
Okay.
She would show me the gun,
Okay.
or she'd say, "Cold, get cold gun." She'd say, "Test it," or some language to indicate she handed me the gun, that it was fine. And she'd say, "Do you want to check?" And I always didn't want to insult her, because we never had a problem.
Yeah.
I said, "Oh, I'm good." So, and the first AD very often will ask, periodically, he'll say, "Let me check."
That's involuntary manslaughter.
Yeah, he said, yeah, I'm good. You want to check? Yeah, I'm good.
That's involuntary manslaughter. She hands him the gun. Do you want to check? I don't want to embarrass her, so I don't check. I don't know how you get
Yeah,
out. I don't know how
I'd
you
rather
get
risk shooting somebody
out.
dead, shooting 2 people.
Yeah, he's gone. He's gone. Just that, I think that statement, and then he says it again because they ask him, well, that particular time, and he says it again. So I don't see how you get past it, because there's no special rules for actors, right? If I'm an actor, I don't have to check the gun, especially when somebody hands you the gun and says check it.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, then it just goes to the basic rule of handling a firearm. You
Yeah.
always check the gun. You never point it at someone unless you intend to pull the trigger. Now that gets to be a special rule because, I mean, that's not a law. That's just a good handling rule. But obviously, as an actor, you have to point a gun at some things that you don't intend to destroy, because the idea is that you've checked it and made sure that it's not going to destroy anything.
Right. So the 4 rules of gun safety are not laws, but it is the law that you are not allowed to create an unjustified risk of death to another person.
Right.
And if you violate the gun safety laws, that's what tends to happen. So if you're on a movie set and they say, we want you to point the gun directly at that human being, you can mitigate the risk to 0 simply by ensuring there's no actual ammo in the gun.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah. And I think the problem here is that if he wasn't asked by the armorer, and again, this is his own statement, if he wasn't asked by the armorer to check the gun, then maybe you can have this argument about, well, he relied on them and that. But the fact that he was specifically asked and declined to do so, that's your awareness of the risk, and that's your willful disregard of that risk, right? By willful disregard, no, I'm not going to check it because I trust you.
Right, because the main arguments for him not being guilty would be his reliance on the expertise of the armorer in procuring a cold weapon. But if they say you want to check this, that shows that you're not supposed to rely merely on their judgment that it's cold. Like that's at the point where you go, okay, yeah, no, I'll go ahead and check this because you're the professional and you're telling me maybe I should do that.
And even when you go farther into that interview, he says that they were rehearsing, so the gun should have been empty. And this is where I think got him charged. The gun was supposed to be empty, so if he does check it and see ammo in it, he says, hold on, we're just doing rehearsal. The gun is supposed to be empty. There's not supposed to be any rounds in here. But he didn't check it because after she said, here's the gun, he says, I'm not going to check it. So it's funny because I think if you go on Twitter, everybody's arguing, oh, this is just a political prosecution. There's anyone else in Alec Baldwin's situation would be charged out the wazoo. Just imagine going to a gun range and the armorer there hands you a gun and says, check it. And you say, no, I trust him. I'm not going to check it. You're going to jail, right? You're going to jail.
The politics of the prosecutor are favorable to Alec Baldwin. They're not antagonistic to Adam Baldwin. This isn't some right-wing nut in the Santa Fe prosecutor's office.
And take it out of Hollywood and put it in, this is a good thing. Put it in YouTube. Let's say somebody hires an armorer on YouTube to produce a YouTube video doing the exact same thing. And you go, okay, someone hands them a gun, says, hey, you want to check it? Nah, it's cool. And then, they blow somebody away. What's the difference between YouTube and Hollywood? The answer is nothing. Legally, there is no difference. And if it was a YouTuber who did that, we would all say they're guilty. I mean, absolutely.
And look, remember Kim Potter. Kim Potter didn't even know she had a gun in her hand. Nobody contested that. She thought she had a taser in her hand. That was still recklessness, according to the prosecution.
And the jury.
Right. Well, the jury's was told what recklessness was by the prosecution. So
yeah, she wasn't reckless at all. But that's a whole nother, because again, I think the 24 months saved that judge from an appeal, because it's an easy appeal, right? She didn't know she had the gun. She can't be aware of the risk if she didn't know she had a gun, and then she can't disregard a risk that she's not aware of. It's just
a clever move by the judge, I have to say, because she knew it was wrong. I'm sure she figured it out between the verdict and the sentencing, and figured out a way to basically make it unappealable. Because there's no way the defendant wants to appeal that. They only have a little over a year to serve in jail after time served already, and appeal would take years longer. And if you win the appeal, you just get another trial. So.
Which can I also say, I'm actually glad that they didn't appeal it, because if she loses the appeal, they cement really bad law.
That's true.
As precedent, and that could be even worse than the result. Like she wins the appeal, she gets a new trial, and then it's a whole fiasco. But at least the law is preserved for what we all understand. She loses the appeal. It's now precedent that this reading of the law by the prosecutor is correct. Because it was objected to, so the court would have to look at that and determine that was a correct understanding of the law, and then the jury verdict stands, and then you've got a real problem with recklessness in Minnesota that would have to be addressed by a subsequent case.
And by the way, Minnesota makes bad law with use of force cases, with tough use of force cases. They did it in the Noor case. They get a politically tough case and they will create bad law to accommodate the politics of the case. And then that becomes absolute precedent in the state. They do weird things like they allow assault to be a predicate for felony murder. Most states won't do that. That's directly from the Noor case. So yeah, you got to be very careful about what you want to appeal up to the Minnesota Supreme Court.
You're
Also, Georgia does that too. Georgia has no merger rule, so you can do assault, felony murder in Georgia too, which is scary.
Yeah, you shouldn't get to count it twice,
Yeah.
in my opinion. But it just becomes a backdoor way to get to a murder conviction when it wasn't actually murder. So
Look, Minnesota and Georgia, apparently we like going through the back door. All I'm saying. The Dragon's Treasure, by the way, I just finished my large mug of Dragon's Treasure tea. I don't remember what it was called. I tried a new one today. It was great. It had a black tea and a shitload of different lemongrass, and some eucalyptus and stuff, and mint. Is a fantastic blend. But I said I was drinking it earlier. He did send a super chat that says, "Damn right you are."
So Kim Potter is scheduled to be released April 4th.
Without objection.
They should have scheduled her April 1st and then just said, "Nah, just kidding. It's the 4th. Got 3 more days."
So you're on, give us 1 minute. She's still marking.
1 minute.
She's still
Justin
marking.
Wright says, "Hey, Bronca, my issue with the tire use of force case is the field goal kicks to the head while restrained, the 6 wind-up punches to the head while restrained, then the EMS standing over the guy for 22 minutes not giving any aid."
Well, I wasn't addressing the EMS people at all. That's a different conversation. That first kick, that field goal kick, is a real problem for that officer for sure.
Yeah. See, my only issue with the analysis, because I actually like the analysis, but is that I think there's a difference between use of force cases and the Graham standard and the civilian standard, which is law of self-defense. So I think if you look at it through the Graham factors, I think they have a better case. I think the state has a better case. So.
Meaning their other use, putting that first kick aside, for example, the other use of force would have been unreasonable under Graham.
Yeah, because the standard would be, it's not judging it under a reasonable person standard. It's judging it under a reasonable officer standard.
I think they'd meet that standard, but for that first kick, because when they were done, he was still alive. They didn't beat him to death in the sense that they kept beating him until he was dead on the street. They had no reason to expect he was going to die 3 days later. So we know that in hindsight. We know that he was ultimately, it turned out to be a beating to death, but they didn't know that in the moment. And the force was going up and down. There were times they were wrestling with him. There were times they were punching him. Those last 2 kicks, if they were to the head, that's the same problem as with that first field goal kick to the head. So but you can't see that on the video, and all we have to go on right now is the video.
But just to be the reason why I quarrel about the Graham standard, but just for instance, in use of pepper spray, the Graham standard, under the Graham standard too, a civilian using pepper spray, and I can put it right to your face and spray you. That's fine. An officer is trained that you got to be at least 2 feet away before you employ pepper spray. Before you employ, so if an officer does the same thing a civilian did under Graham, they can be convicted, but under a regular standard, they can't. So there are certain things that officers are trained to do, and that training and experience is how they're judged, not just a reasonable person.
The training is always adjusted by the circumstances. I don't think it becomes murder. They had the can 8 inches away instead of 2 feet away. That's not compelling.
No, I'm not saying that that's the reason why it becomes murder, but I think you may come out with the same analysis, but I think your analysis has to be the reasonable officer in the position, not the reasonable person in the position. If that nuance, I think, does make a difference.
We'll see. That'll be interesting if assuming it goes to trial, which you'd think. I don't think they're going to plead guilty on that. What standard they end up applying?
Well, it's I've pulled it up. It's Tennessee law. It's the Graham standard. Matter of fact, in Alaska, it's 50 states, all 50 states. Even though Graham was a civil case, it's the standard for police use of force in the country.
I'd be careful about that, because I've seen criminal prosecutions of police where the judge won't allow the Graham standard to be discussed because it's a civil decision.
I disagree. I can pull up all 50 states. Everybody uses the Graham standard.
No, I'm just saying I've seen judges in their courts do it. Other judges in the same jurisdiction might allow it.
All right. Well, I would say every police of force use of force case we've seen, they've always mentioned the Graham standards, Chauvin, everything. So maybe there might be one unique one, but it's the understood universal standard. And again, you can look for yourself. I can pull up Tennessee right now. I can pull up Alaska. I can pull up Hawaii. They all reference the Graham standard.
We're all admitted without objection.
All right. We We just
So,
truncated a whole lot of boring testimony.
took measurements, for instance, let me show you the picture I want to show you to begin with, which is of the quail cage.
And this is what they should have done on Friday, frankly. Mark all the exhibits, see what you guys disagree on, talk about it in private, hammer it out, come back, offer the exhibits for admission, no objection, done. Rather than spend 4 hours
First of all,
muddling
show you
through it.
Exhibit
He's
number
muddling through
20,
it with the
which
questions.
is Worley, page 7, if you could put that up on the screen.
We got to take a call. I'll be back, guys.
Word, see you in a few.
You recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
It's one of the diagrams that I created,
And what's it a diagram of?
that quail cage.
Okay. Now, you did that sketch, and that sketch shows, so it says, defect interior side of cage, defect interior sidewall of cage, and defect interior back wall of cage, right?
Right,
So you have an entrance and an exit hole, correct?
that's right.
Now, what did you do to try to determine the trajectory on that? Where did it come from?
We placed a flight path rod through defect J all the way through to where it went through the back wall of the cage.
Okay, and let me see, I know I have a picture of that here somewhere. Is that a picture of that rod?
It's one of the many pictures, yes.
No, but I mean, does that
It's-
picture accurately depict the rod you put through, but from the exterior to the interior?
Yes.
Okay. How about put that up, please? It would be 2019. Yes. So you're telling the jury that this is a rod that you ran from from the entrance hole to the exit hole, and what are you doing right here?
That's where we're determining the angle.
Upward or downward angle?
That's right.
Okay, now let's talk about how you determine the angle of front to back. I don't know what you call that scientifically. I mean, did you determine the angle of that rod as to the exterior wall of that?
Yes.
Okay. And based on the exhibit we saw a moment ago, the entrance wound would have been on the, how about go back to Worley, page 7. The entrance would have been on this side, correct?
Yes.
Now, the feed room, you would agree with me, is not on that side of the quail cage, correct?
That's right.
Matter of fact, this side faces the feed room, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Now, did you determine, and I can walk through all the technical things you did, but did you ultimately determine the angle, you can check your notes, the angle of the entrance hole over here to that side? That is, is that horizontal? Am I talking horizontal?
Yes.
Okay, the horizontal entrance and exit wound, if you put that rod through it, what did it tell you about the angle as opposed to that flat area?
We determined it was approximately 41 degrees.
41 degrees, and if I'm standing at that edge, is it 41 degrees to my right or my left?
I believe to the right. I'm not sure though.
Can you look and see?
I don't have that in my notes.
Okay, let me show you a picture. So worth 1,000 words. Just help refresh your memory.
Yes.
And so, could you put KNWL 2019 up, please? Okay, and what you did was, correct me if I'm wrong, you put that rod through, and then you put a protractor up against it, and then the protractor told you it was 41 degrees from flat, from
Protractor.
flat, or
I always say
From
protractor.
From the where the bullet
said
went
there'd
in
be
the
no
wall,
math.
from that flat edge to where the angle is was 41 degrees.
okay, and let me show you KNWL 2007.
KNWL 2007. Sounds like a radio station to me.
You don't strike that, I don't need it. Well, that's it. But that depicts that rod you put from the exterior through the interior, right?
That's right.
And so as that rod sticks out, it would be the path of the bullet,
Approximately, yes.
approximately, okay? And it's 41 degrees from neutral.
Yes.
Or, I mean, if this were the wall of the wall the bullet went into, it would be 41 degrees would be over here.
Yes.
Right. So that side, right. Okay. And so, and I see from that picture we showed a moment ago, you used a protractor, just like this one, maybe similar to this one, to determine that angle, right?
That's right.
And basically you just you take the rod and then you put this up to it and then figure out what the angle is, right?
You line up the middle of the protractor on where the defect is. Yes.
There we go.
Where the
She
defect-
said,
where the bullet hole is.
Right.
Okay. Now,
Thank goodness.
did you do the same thing for the dog pen, a dog house?
Yes, we did.
And let me walk you through a couple of those pictures. Let me see if I have- Okay. Let's go to.
So, I really want to
6 of
see
8 of her
where
report.
they're going with the quibbling on the angles versus the representations on the
Is that something you prepared?
It is.
on their
So if we look
graphic.
at this,
I mean, I don't. Are they relevant? Like,
could you zoom in?
is this
just
a
little bit
relevant
for me,
fight, or is
please?
this just fluff to make the jury confused?
And here we go. So defect 1 is the entrance hole.
It's defect I. Yes.
I'm sorry.
Defect I.
Okay. And defect H is what?
We weren't sure if it was a defect. It didn't go through the wall, but we marked it.
Did you have anything that went all the way through?
Just I.
Just I. But you also stuck a rod in that, correct?
Yes, we did.
And what was the dog, this side of the doghouse would be the side facing the kennels?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the entrance angle on that? You put a rod through and measured, just like you did before, with a protractor. And what was the angle on that?
The horizontal angle was approximately 84 degrees.
So 84 degrees. Now, the side the bullet went in was facing the dog pens.
Yes.
And as we see from the photos, approximately, I mean, again, I'm just guesswork, but not square with the dog pens, a little bit further to, if you're standing in the feed room, if you're looking at the dog house, it would be a little bit to your left, correct?
That's right.
And then this trajectory into the doghouse is 84 degrees, which means it's coming if that's the feed room, it's coming from even further over here, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So let me have you do this for me. If I had a sketch, your sketch of the doghouse and the quail cage, you could take that protractor right there and basically show the line out, correct?
From the quail cage to the doghouse?
No, from the quail cage, the trajectory, if I put down that protractor on the side where the bullet went in, it's pretty easy to identify in your sketch.
Right.
And went to, what was the first one? How many degrees? I'm sorry, I can't remember it either.
Was 41 degrees. 41 degrees.
41 degrees on your sketch. You could follow the trajectory of that bullet out, correct?
Yes.
Do the same thing on the doghouse.
Right.
Okay. Wait 1 second. Okay. So how about show that real quick? Okay. Is that just a blow up of what we previously put into evidence?
Yes.
Okay. How about do me a favor and keep track of what the different angles are? Because I'll never remember when you get down here. So, if you step down, please. Let's get this oriented correctly. Is the doghouse on this?
Oh my gosh.
Disoriented. I'm looking at it upside down. Okay, so if you, does protractor work for you? It's got a little thing that allows you to.
Got a little thingy on
If
it.
you take it and let's go from the quail, oh, here it is, small animal cage. And the projectile came in on this side over here, correct? Okay, so if you'll come over here for me, please. And put the put the protractor against the, there you go. And how many degrees did that go?
41 degrees.
Okay, could you put that on 41 degrees? Okay, and could you take that line out for me, please?
Objection. She's not an elementary school math teacher. The trouble is, of course, the state has, she made the measurements at the scene.
Okay, I'm going to hold this down if you'll draw that line for me, please.
They're going to draw these lines. It's going to spell out not guilty.
Okay. And let's go to the dog house. What was the degrees on that?
84.
Okay, 84 degrees. Okay. And how about draw a line for that for me, please, from the side of the doghouse? That's okay. And I can get it. Okay. Now, I'll take that easel now. you just step over there for a second.
Okay, come on. I just want him to bring something home for me because I am not understanding why this is,
Now,
why it's important to quibble over these angles.
so correct me if I'm wrong, but if you look at the photographs and you look at, this, the feed room door is approximately right here, correct?
That's right.
Would you circle that with a red circle for me, please? Okay, and the trajectory on both these shots, so let's take the small animal cage. Did that come from anywhere near the feed room?
Doesn't appear to have, no.
It would have been up, if you follow that out. Are you familiar with where that grapevine was? If you're looking at the feed room all the way to the right? Well, I think a little bit further up than that, but even maybe beyond that. One of the shots fired by that AR, Blackout, was fired from somewhere way up here, correct? I mean, that's the trajectory.
Doesn't mean, I can't tell you the distance it was from the animal cage to wherever. I can't tell you where the feeder was within that line.
But that line is way away from the right?
Right.
And this one, while it's closer, it's still many feet away from the feed door. So as you saw this area right here that night, you assumed, I think not assumed, but everyone sort of concluded that it was a relatively close shot into the feed room that killed Paul, correct? 2 shots.
I believe so.
Okay. Now the AR, at least this line would indicate the AR was some distance away from the feed room when those 2 shots were fired, correct? Okay. Now you recovered these projectiles. Were they tested for blood or tissue so that you could determine whether they passed through Maggie or just were misses?
I submitted it to the lab.
You don't know whether they tested them or not. If I told you they didn't test them, would that surprise you?
No.
Okay. Now, does this lead you to believe, and you're someone that processes crime scenes, I mean, if this had been sketched out the night of the I mean, you didn't take these measurements till a month later.
I took these measurements on scene the night of.
Oh, so you had these measurements?
Right.
But did you know the degrees?
No, that I didn't know.
Until July 12th. But on July 12th, did anyone go back out and walk this line to see if maybe there's shell casings way up here? No one looked up there, correct?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, and no one did a topographical study to indicate, if you follow these lines back, whether wherever a shooter could have been were higher or lower than the doghouse or the small animal cage, right? But doesn't this indicate to you there were 2 shooters? There was a shooter up here and a shooter down here? Is it a possibility? Let me say this. Is it a possibility that there are 2 shooters based on the data you collected?
It just indicated there was movement. So
Movement from here all the way up to here?
I don't know that it went all the way up there.
But is it, I'm not telling you, I mean, one explanation would be movement, correct? One explanation would be 2 shooters. I'm sorry?
I
Yes?
wasn't there.
No. But one explanation of this data would be 2 shooters. One explanation, not the, but one.
There it is. So this is what he
Yeah, not the
said.
only one, but it is a reasonable
Oh.
explanation, just like one shooter running up that way, correct? So one of the
good.
reasonable explanations is there are 2 people there, there are 2 guns there, one's a shotgun, one's an AR, and we now see that AR is being shot from way up here, correct?
I can't see that, no. It's somewhere along that line.
And that line goes a dozen, 2 dozen, 3 dozen yards from the feed room, if you follow it straight up.
I don't know where they were within that line.
Could someone have been a lookout there? They went there to kill Paul and.
Calls for
let her go
speculation.
back. Surprised
Yeah.
They thought she was gone.
She should be objecting to this.
Right. Right. I know you weren't there, but none of us were there. We're trying to figure out what happened that night. And clearly, one reasonable explanation is 2 shooters. One explanation. Right, and a number of them. I'd like to offer this to evidence.
See, there you go. Now they have a state's witness admitting that a reasonable explanation for what happened based on her own measurements is
Your Honor,
2
I'm offering this
shooters.
into evidence.
Says the state.
And the state didn't object to that at all.
I wonder if she finally objects if the defense counsel is going to say, I'd like to hear the basis for that objection. So she's not just getting elbow nudges, you know?
Yeah. I mean, she should have objected immediately when he said, that's like 200, 300 yards. Could have been anywhere along there, right? Like, it's literally a call for speculation.
Right.
Speculate on where the shooter could have been. How do we know there was an Rabbit Six says, how do we know there was an AR involved? Well, the casings of the dead mother was a 300 blackout round, which is an AR style gun, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, I don't know enough about guns.
I mean,
to-
most commonly I've seen them in an AR style gun. I guess you could build the gun around any cartridge you want.
Right. But the reason a competing reasonable theory matters is specifically when your entire evidence is circumstantial. If there is a competing reasonable theory, then you have a very big problem with a conviction under the law. They have to eliminate reasonable alternatives because reasonable alternatives are reasonable doubt.
Check your report on the doghouse shot. You testified it was 80-something degrees, right?
84 degrees.
It's not 90-something degrees?
I had 84.
Beg the court's indulgence. Let me look at these exhibits for 1 second.
Johnny Zodiac says, hey, Nick, wish me luck. I start my law degree in a little under 7 hours. Any advice? I answered you in chat, Johnny, but let me answer again. Read a lot, study hard, listen well, and go to class, man. I mean, that's it. Law is not hard to learn. Law is voluminous to learn.
Okay, let me show you.
It's a lot to
exhibits
digest.
19 and 22. Are these the actual protractor measurements you did that?
Of the animal cage.
Okay, both of them are of the animal cage?
Yes.
Okay. And did you do the same measurements on the doghouse?
Yes.
What does that indicate?
You mean, what is this?
No, what is the angle based on that?
Can't really. $80-something.
Quicks asks, would it be prudent to discuss the
You have
jury
in
with
your
the jury
notes- Let me see what you have in your notes. You recorded it.
300 BLK round dynamics, i.e. it is a choice round for suppression? The defense may bring up an expert like that, to kind of counter the narrative that he would have heard
And
the
that's,
shots
where's
or
your,
something like that.
full?
We'll have
report?
to see. Not with this witness. It wouldn't be worth it at all.
Yeah, I'm looking for the sketch though.
Although they probably didn't suppress the shotgun.
Right.
I mean, you can. I know it's possible, but it's very uncommon.
Okay, where's the doghouse?
I prefer to oppress the shotgun. Printer God says if the angle is obtuse, you must recuse.
What does the horizontal 96 degrees mean?
Not sure why that says 96.
I'm sorry?
I'm not sure why it says 96 if I had 84.
In your crime scene notes?
That's right.
Well, 96 would be the
But
other
you wrote
part
down your
of
official report
84
said
and
96
180 degrees, but
My note said 84 degrees.
Well, did you just? The notes were taken at
It's the complementary angle.
Okay. Beg your court's indulgence.
all right. So she's got in her notes 84 degrees. She's got on the diagram 96 degrees. It's an inconsistency, more shoddy police work.
Let me move on.
Let me move on.
Let me say this to you. Based on your calculations, both of those shots came well to the right, if you're facing the feed room, well to the right of where the feed room is, correct?
Thereabouts.
I'm sorry?
Thereabouts.
Thereabouts?
They're
what you said?
about.
Yes, sir.
So I'm trying to look for some concise, you're a criminalist. You would agree with me that they did not come from the feed room or the
Right.
vicinity of the feed room, and they're literally yards away from the feed room, correct?
Yes.
Okay, I'm not going to beat that, of course. So let's talk a little bit about footprints. Okay?
Okay.
So I noticed in your report, correct me if I'm wrong, that you were unable to identify, either exclude or include, a number of different footprints in and around the feed room, bloody footprints, and other footprints, because of the quality of the photography. Is that correct?
I was able to attribute them to Paul's shoes.
I'm sorry.
I was able to attribute them to Paul's shoes, though.
Well, we'll talk about Paul's shoes in just a minute. But when you, what's the process to take a photograph of footwear or imprint that's recognized by a number of different agencies, including the FBI? What's that process?
Place a scale, and preferably an L scale, around the impression and document it with the camera parallel to the surface so you get a straight on shot. Put the camera in raw settings so you capture all the data with that photograph.
So let me ask you, so the process is, first of all, you take a general photograph of the impression, right?
Yes.
Doesn't matter what angle, doesn't matter what the lighting is at that point, correct?
If you're just documenting
You're
that
just
it's there.
documenting. But when you go to take a photograph of a footprint for forensic analysis later on to compare it to a known shoe, you're supposed to do a couple things. One, you're supposed to have good lighting if you can get it, right?
Preferably.
Two, you're supposed to put a scale down next to it so that later on you can, because you need to understand how big or how small the foot is and the distance between the treads. So the scale's a little, like a little ruler, just a piece of a ruler that you put down next to it to get some idea what an inch looks like, what 2 inches look like. And that's really important, is it not?
It is, to make sure it's to scale.
Okay. And then you're supposed to do a photograph straight down on it with good lighting, so that you can you understand what you're seeing is a straight on impression, correct?
That's right.
Now, was that done on any of the impressions that y'all analyzed?
No, we didn't recognize on scene.
I'm sorry?
We didn't recognize on scene that there was footwear.
You didn't
What?
recognize on scene there was what?
Footwear impressions in the room.
There's a shitload of footwear
Well,
impressions in
that
the room.
brings up another topic. There was what may have been a footwear impression on Maggie's calf, correct?
I couldn't say that that was a footwear impression, just an impression,
Well, there was something on her leg that could have been a footwear impression, correct?
possibly.
Possibly. And again, they didn't put a scale, they didn't do any of this procedure, correct?
That's right.
And it was in dirt,
Yes,
or mud, one. And so once her body was removed from the scene,
What else would it
that
have been?
examination could never be done, correct?
That's right.
Matter of fact, none of the impressions could be examined after the next day at best, correct?
Not physically.
Right. I mean, we couldn't go back out and take new photographs.
Right.
So the procedures followed were not the procedures recommended by every agency and in your agency, correct?
If I had realized that was footwear on scene, I would have documented it properly, yes.
Okay. But since it wasn't documented properly, we can't include or exclude, except for Paul's, correct?
That's right.
Now, are you a certified footwear examiner?
Yes.
By who?
Well, within SLED, yes.
I'm sorry?
Within SLED.
Within SLED, but you not peer reviewed or?
Oh, yes, I am peer reviewed.
By somebody at SLED?
Yes.
Okay. And your analysis is that one set of those footwear impressions is Paul facing the back of the feed room, right?
Right.
And yet we know, and they're bloody, so he's already been shot.
Right.
And we know the initial shot came buckshot, very small pattern, in his chest and came out underneath his left arm. Matter of fact, it was wadding under his left arm, and buckshot went through the back window in the windowsill. You documented that, right?
Right.
And then I think some of it
Very
embedded in
close
the tree
range.
back behind that window, correct?
I think, yes.
And he's facing backwards, bloody footprints. Has anyone discussed with you how he got faced away from where he was shot?
No?
Were the footprints smudged as if he was turning?
And there was blood dripping. He was stepping in the blood and leaving his own footwear impressions in the blood. I don't know that it was smeared necessarily.
Well, we also know that a second shot, literally his head exploded, his brain flew out. We know there's hair and blood all over that door up high. There's actually hair and blood and pieces of his skull in the ceiling and around him. Assuming the first shot would not have been immediately fatal because it didn't hit any critical organs, he would have been alive for some period of time after that shotgun blast to the chest. But the second shot, as you've seen in the pictures, and you were there that night, wasn't his brain laying at his feet?
It was beside his left leg, yes.
I'm sorry?
It was beside his left leg, yes.
Yeah. And his feet are just, one of them is just inside the feed room and the other's not.
Yes.
And he's face down.
Right.
So you can't explain how he got shot in the front when he's at some point soon thereafter facing backwards.
I can't say which way he was facing when he was actually shot. The second shot, he was right there at the door. I can tell you that.
So he got from facing the back door after he was shot, I mean the back window, to facing forward for the second shot. Is that right?
Right.
Has anyone from SLED briefed you on after you identified those footprints?
No,
They didn't ask for any explanation?
not for me, no.
Okay, and you would agree that because of the way the scene was processed, that most of the footprints you were unable to do any comparison to because of the way the pictures were?
No, I was able to do a comparison and they were mostly Paul's shoes.
Other than those two?
There was one right inside the door. There was one further to the left where the door was. Then there were at least two by marker one.
And correct me if I'm wrong, at least one of those bloody footprints initially identified as Paul's turned out to be a police officer's, isn't that correct?
It wasn't initially identified as Paul's, no.
But there was a bloody footprint near his that turned out to be law enforcement, correct?
Yes,
In the feed room,
right.
in blood. Is that preservation of the scene that you're standards require?
Not exactly, no.
Not exactly. Should the police be walking through the scene?
No.
Do we know what other evidence they may have destroyed?
I have no idea.
Good question.
Yeah.
You don't
Now,
even know what evidence they destroyed, do you? I saw someone say he's overacting, that there's an exhaustion of grief or whatever. I mean, maybe. I don't know, man. It hasn't been all that long. He requested a speedy trial. This was
Have you seen this photograph before?
and the shit that he's being subjected to is pretty grisly. If he didn't do it, especially, I would not be surprised to see
It's not one that
his
we do.
reactions. But people will always draw their own
But it doesn't appear
inferences
to be
about how people react
in the
to
area
stuff.
you've been describing.
Close, yes. It's in the feed room.
So you don't know whose feet those are.
No.
Okay. Did you check other foot impressions in the feed room and exclude Paul?
No.
There were other bloody footprints or impressions in the feed room. Did you identify them as Paul's?
I thought I accounted for all the ones that we knew of.
Okay. Now, make sure this is not already in evidence, Your Honor.
I always love the confirmation bias in the chat. I mean, of course, if you assume he did it, that he's guilty, then you have an explanation
That's
consistent with
exhibit
that.
number 2, and
Right.
we need to cover the screens.
But if you have an open mind,
Like
the
Paul
evidence
does.
looks different. Right? Definitely.
Sometimes I feel bad making jokes. Shit. Now, we've talked quite a bit about the grieving and his reactions on the show. It's really, and Steve Gosney was here talking too. It's impossible to judge the reactions. I mean, he could be crying because he knows he's going to prison. I mean, he could be crying because he's guilty. He could be crying because he's guilty and he regrets it.
What's the proper reaction everybody should have
Talked
to
about
these
this
circumstances?
previously, just a moment
Yeah.
ago. I'm going to put it up here so we can blow it up. Okay, do you recognize this photo?
Yes,
Was that the way you saw Maggie that night?
it is.
Now, how about zoom in on her calf, right there. Yep.
Show
Now-
that dirt.
Somebody, even that night we see in notes, thinks that could be a footwear impression, or could be something else, correct?
I couldn't determine what kind of impression it was. No.
Okay. But you would agree with me, there is something on the back of her leg that has some sort of pattern in it.
It is, yes.
Okay. Not naturally occurring pattern.
Right.
So what else would it be? Like, what
And
other
this is the only
thing?
photograph you received.
The
that
mud
night,
tattoo?
you received ever of Maggie's calf, correct?
That's not the photo I used at all.
I'm sorry?
That's not the photograph I used at all for my footwear examination.
Oh, what photograph
What
did you
photograph
use?
Did you use?
Again, we have this interesting question. There's a muddy print of some sort on the
420.
back of her calf
Got
with
it?
an
Okay, put that
unnatural
one up.
pattern in it.
And then we'll see if you can identify them. Is that what-
You know, it would be interesting to hear from a South Carolina lawyer, but there are some states like Florida that's very generous in criminal prosecutions, allowing
We'd like
deposition
to
of the
offer
witnesses ahead of time.
photograph
So you can
420
really,
into evidence.
you really know what their testimony is going to be when you get to trial. Makes everything very efficient. But some states don't allow that at all. And then you do have to kind of fumble through this because
Thank you. I don't have it.
you're not sure what kind of answers you
Yeah.
might get that change your line of questioning.
Oh, we've got a hard copy of that. Thank you. We'll get it to you in just a minute. But so Can you come down here for just a second, please? Yes. How about point to the jury where that impression is on her leg?
This whole area right here.
And it has, if you blow it up, you can see some regular lines as opposed to irregular, right?
Yes.
Which would indicate some not natural, but when I say unnatural, man-made something caused that, correct?
There's a distinct pattern to it.
Okay. Now, why were you not able to get significant definition to compare it to a footwear?
I felt like I had enough definition. I just couldn't attribute it to any type of footwear
That was unseen, that they knew about.
or as any type of shoe. I wasn't able to attribute it.
Because
to
the
it.
shoe ran away after killing those
Okay,
people.
now, and you would agree with me, there's no scale.
Right.
There's no multiple pictures of this from different angles for the purpose of giving you the more definition so you could make a comparison, correct?
There's not.
So this was not done according to procedure.
I mean, I didn't know about this on scene.
Yeah, but as your photographers take pictures, aren't they, I mean, wouldn't it be good just to put down a scale no matter what?
Yeah, you'd think.
If I had seen that, we would have.
But I mean,
Somebody had.
If I'd have seen it,
a
we
lot
would
of these
have.
photographs are taken without you present, correct?
No, I was there.
You were there for that photograph.
Yes.
And did you notice the mud on her leg?
No.
But as you look at it now, you agree that a better photograph taken under the procedures of SLED and the FBI and everybody else could have given you a better ability to match it to a piece of footwear, correct?
I don't know that a better photograph would have given me better results. I think I saw enough of it to know I wasn't going to be able to attribute it to a type of footwear.
Without a straight on shot, without a scale, without all the things recommended.
I couldn't even say it was a footwear impression. I just called it an
Based
impression.
based on that photograph,
Yes.
which is not a photograph done to compare footwear.
Not ideal, no.
Not ideal. It's not, the standards say that is not within the standards, correct?
Objection, argumentative.
He's asking an expert what the standard is.
Yeah.
Can you answer the question?
Go ahead.
You understood what the question is.
The question is, I'm sorry, Your Honor.
You understand the question?
Yes.
What's the answer?
It would be better to take the photograph properly with scale.
There you go. So it's outside the standard.
But you would concede this was not taken pursuant, and what you're saying is no one appreciated the fact that it was a footwear or could be a footwear impression that night. So no one treated it like a piece of footwear.
Right.
But we know that same night, they didn't treat any suspected footwear according to procedures, correct? No scale, no multiple pictures, no 90-degree, right?
Right.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead and take a stand. So, let me see if I can find these pictures. Did you participate in processing Alex's T-shirt, shorts, and shoes?
The T-shirt and shorts, yes.
Okay, and what did you do with that?
As far as the LCD,
Yeah,
we documented the entire process from start to finish starting with the packaging that the shirt was in. Took the shirt out of the package, photographed it front and back, inside and out to show how it was before we did anything to it. Then we hung it up and applied the LCV, which is a liquid spray. Any stains that we saw after using the spray, we documented those with photographs without scale, and then we photoed with the scale. Then we laid the shirt flat and photographed each of those stains on the shirt. It was stains A through H on the front and stains I and J on the back. We labeled those A through H, I and J, with scale, and photographed each one of them before we did anything else.
Let me show you a couple photographs. Any objections?
You think she knows like
Can you identify
Like-
these, please?
this is a huge mess? You got all. I always wonder.
19A, please.
Do they realize in real time, like, oh yeah, I guess probably that
Yes.
Is that the shirt as you saw it that
footprint
night?
could matter.
Not that night, no.
When did you see it?
When we processed it at the lab.
Okay. So you would agree with me that this shirt has, it doesn't look like it just came back from the laundry. It's got smudges down here and generally stains here and there, correct?
Not completely clean,
Yeah, okay. Well, that's it. It's not completely clean, correct?
right?
And then,
They have a motion for
Offer that
sanctions
into
pending
evidence,
on
Your
this shirt.
In what respect?
tell me what this is,
The
please.
initial report,
After we had sprayed the shirt with LCD, we laid it in a grid. to
basically perjury.
account for where
Um,
on the shirt each stain was.
the initial report from one of their forensic examiners was
seems
that
to
there was
be
no blood spatter.
Something on the
And then
bottom
after
looks
the
like a handprint,
shirt was
does it not?
destroyed,
I didn't see a handprint.
testified, or he changed his report
It was,
saying that he examined
on
it
the
in
body
person.
cam footage where he was
after it
wiping
was
his
destroyed.
face with the shirt
Big mess.
right there.
Offer this into evidence.
She's like, this is why I got out of the field.
19. What does it say at the bottom?
This is
Someone's
why I got a
asking-
desk job.
Someone was asking why'd she move from special agent to a
KNM3282.
lab tech?
Yeah.
Okay, and we agree that you did this with LCV, right? That's what they call a presumptive test. It could be human blood. It could also be animal blood. It also could be detergent.
Objection, Your Honor. Could we ask one question at a time?
I'm trying to summary, but I'll do it.
Okay.
That's a weird
Could
objection.
it be something other, something other than
But
human
if-
blood?
If you want me to do it
doesn't
slower,
determine whether it's human or not.
Right. So it could be animal blood.
It's possible.
Could be
that was a dumb
detergent,
objection.
oftentimes.
Yep.
Bleach maybe.
Bleach, okay.
If you'd like
What
me to make
about,
my point with more emphasis,
organic
sure.
matter like plants,
Like to tell me all
Only
of
two
the
I know
things
of
it could
really
be
is
other than
bleach,
human
rust,
blood.
That,
rust?
right.
Okay. But there are other things that will, and that's why you do a confirmatory test.
Right.
And that's done with hemotrace.
I'm not sure how, I don't do that part. So,
But do you know what the results were when they treated it with hemotrace?
I'm not sure, no.
You never saw the report?
No.
No human blood found? Okay, now, did you test his shorts?
We did the same procedure with the shorts.
And there's some presumptive, some indication that it was human blood or something else, correct?
Yes.
Do you know whether they ran a confirmatory test on that?
I'm not, I assume they did. I'm not
Did
sure.
you, well, but you don't know.
Right.
Do you know did you use LCV on the shorts or did you use something else?
We used LCV.
Okay. Did you do the shoes?
No.
Aren't you the shoe expert? Probably just shoe impression expert. They probably got a DNA analyst to do the rest.
And she might, that was after. That's how she
Yeah.
got the desk job.
That's true.
Take the court's indulgence 1 moment, please.
Series of questions that I really enjoy are so you didn't read the report or you didn't see the results, so you didn't see no human blood. Like that's a great way for him to testify that there was no human blood, even though she didn't see it. So she can't confirm or deny that anyway, but he gets to say it, and he'll get to say it on every witness. That's a good move. Wasn't she a tire expert? Yeah, shoe and tire impressions.
Right.
Beg the court's indulgence for trying to make sure one.
While we wait, Britt Cormeyer says most common 300 blackout platform is AR. However, I have seen it in Mini 14 and bolt action platforms, so technically it could be any of them unless they can prove
I'll
AR
give you
type bolt extractor on the
copy
casing,
of it.
in my opinion.
If she can identify it, okay? And I think she can.
People are still messing around with the Mini 14.
Go ahead, put it up.
I think the reason that they're talking about the 300 blackout being an AR is there's a missing AR style 300 blackout from the Murdaughs.
Yes.
So that's why the state has mainly
Is that a picture that you took?
considered the 300
Yes.
AR.
Okay, Your Honor, we'd offer this picture into evidence.
No objection.
Okay, could you step down here, please?
Just my guess, of course.
So the angle, this is the doghouse. What's the angle on this?
Approximately 84, 83.
Yes, okay. Just wanted to make sure we all were on singing from the same sheet of music, even though you wrote down 96 in your report, correct?
In my diagram of that, yes.
Right. The official report, the official.
My official notes say 84 degrees.
But I'm talking about what we got, but I mean, we got your notes also, but in your printed document, you said 96.
On the diagram, yes.
Yeah. But it's only 84.
Right.
Okay, thank you. So, and again, maybe I need to check you on this, but the angle from the doghouse, you seem to indicate is going still to the right of the dog kennels. But let me check it out. Just one second. I'm not sure you got this right.
Man, it would be really nice if they could just put non-grizzly visuals up. Like that would just be handy when he's talking about angles and stuff specifically that we could.
Moment.
She's got a dead expression on right now. Already busted me to lab tech. Who knows what's next? Thanks for the stretch break, Judge.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right.
Okay. Well, that was a pretty long cross. Gotta say, he wasn't lying.
All right, Agent Burley. Let's see. Right. We saw this big diagram and then some other diagrams that you prepared. What was the purpose of you preparing all these diagrams?
Show for that one where the evidence was in relation to each other, where the victims were in relation to the evidence, where the kennels were and the workshop overhang, measurements, all the other diagrams, the doghouse, animal cage, were to show more measurements of where the bullet defects were.
Would those be done for reconstructive purposes?
That's right.
And was that really done here on this case?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
And in this diagram, what? Defense Exhibit 29, we see 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. And what were those?
What?
What do those indicate?
I love
Those
this
were
out.
300 blackout cartridge cases.
Honestly, that accent doesn't become attractive until you're at least 2 bourbons in.
And this is not to scale, is that right?
It just
No,
takes me
no.
home,
So
man.
what does that mean if something's not to scale?
It's not like an inch on there is not an inch in real life. It's just an approximation.
That's what she said.
Of where everything was in relation to each other.
Remember,
So
gentlemen,
it
just
may
say it's not to scale.
correspond to the actual dimensions of things on the scene.
Right.
In reality, it's much longer.
Now, are you aware that there was stippling on the victim, Maggie Murdaugh?
Yes.
And what does it mean if there's stippling on a victim?
It's a close gunshot. She was shot close range.
And the defense asked you about some different possibilities here. It's possible that people can move around,
Yes.
and it's also possible that one person could have had 2 guns.
That's right.
But also possible.
All right?
They're trying to prove him guilty beyond a reasonable doubt.
Yeah.
Then we talked a lot about footprints.
And again, it's a weird scenario. Like, you got to figure, this isn't Call of Duty. You don't just press 3 and hot swap your shotgun into an AR. Like, it's who's running around with like an AR in one hand and a shotgun in the other? Like, you have to figure out the logistics of how this works. The state has to give us a narrative as to why one person has 2 guns.
In the feed room, was
They
there
could use
a
your
bunch
example.
of bloody footprints?
I mean, he could have shot
There were.
Paul, grabbed Paul's gun, but it doesn't make sense for him to be like carrying both of them. It's very unwieldy and weird. Have you not fucking played Doom?
Things have kind of gotten
Paul would have looked even worse with a Doom double barrel
disoriented
shotgun.
here. I didn't have a moment.
That guy says, what gauge shotgun was it? 12 gauge.
Yep. And 12 gauges, they just, especially at close range, they just take body parts off of people.
Yeah.
Show you State's Exhibit 35.
35. Again, I don't think the accent's particularly attractive. It just makes me feel comfortable.
Not the scale.
Are those the bloody footprints in the feed room?
2 of them, yes.
And those were determined to be the footprints of Paul Murdaugh?
Right.
And now, just to be clear, I mean, in this picture, we aren't seeing
It's a rifle
like,
with an
5 sets of
underslung
other
12
bloody footprints.
No.
rail mounted
So,
12 gauge.
you talked
Like a
about
grenade
some other
launcher?
footprints in the feed room. Could you kind of
I'm sure someone's made
elaborate
one.
on that?
Closer to the door, there was one, and also closer to the door, the actual physical door, there was one, a partial impression.
And did you determine who those footprints belong to?
Those were consistent with Paul's shoes.
And is it possible that after SLED took some crime scene photos and moved Paul's body, that someone could have come in along later and stepped
Objection,
in?
Your Honor, we.
Calls for speculation.
Is
Yeah.
it possible that if there were more prints in there, that those could have been after SLED's pictures were taken?
Objection calls for speculation.
Objection is overruled.
I suppose so, yes.
We also talked about footprints in states 194 and 195. Why couldn't you do anything with those footprints?
I was not made aware of those footwear impressions until June 15th, when I saw one of those photographs.
An AR with a rail-mounted
So you didn't
shotgun
take
actually
any of these
exists, and it's called a
pictures while you were
master
out there at
key.
the scene?
No, it was on the other side of the workshop.
And we have no
Thank you,
way to
chat.
know when these footprints occurred.
Right.
That's not good for the
Show us
state.
a picture
Right.
Of that.
We don't know when these footprints happened.
Dirt
Okay, then how
on
are
the
they
back of
relevant?
Maggie Murdaugh's leg. Do we even know if that's a shoe print?
No.
I was just kidding about the 2 bourbons, folks. If I have 2 bourbons, I'm asleep.
This witness is going to drive me to 2 bourbons pretty soon.
Agent Farley, could you please take a look at States Exhibit 70 and 71? Could you tell us what those are pictures of?
These are pictures of the front of the ATV that was parked near Maggie's body.
I got an image
No,
of the
state
shotgun
moved 70 and
underslung.
71 into
I'll post it in a little
evidence.
bit when we have a
Without
break.
objection.
So if we look here at Defense Exhibit 9, can you point out where the ATV was there the night of the murders?
That photo was taken on July 16th.
But where were the photos or the ATVs on the night of the ATV on the night of the murders?
under that overhang behind the doghouse.
This time I'm going to publish States Exhibit 70. Where was Maggie Murdaugh's body in relation to this ATV?
Would be toward the right of the ATV.
So it was kind of in front of the ATV?
Yeah, yeah.
And did you observe any kind of biological matter on that ATV?
Yes.
In States Exhibit 71, could you kind of point out or describe for the jury where you can see spots of biological matter?
Do you want me to step down?
Your Honor, may she step down?
Objection, Your Honor, unless you're going to indicate appears to be biological matter. Did she test? Was it tested?
I have to hear the question before I can hear an objection.
Go ahead.
Agent
I'm
Farley,
gonna
could you
object.
Please point out for the jury where it would appear to be biological matter or tissue on that ATV.
Object to the question. I object to the response because it was never tested. It appears, and it could be deer blood. It could be a number of different things. This calls for speculation.
Objection is overruled.
These areas right here, a little there. I believe there was a little bit on this tire also.
Thank you, Agent Farley. That's all for this witness, Your Honor.
Further cross-examination.
Well, you would concede, I mean, if you saw that.
Now you just hit that biological matter.
Now, I mean,
Was it tested?
It looked like blood.
Yes.
Did you test it for blood?
No.
Gather, swab something so you could take it back to the lab and see if it was Maggie's blood, Paul's blood, deer blood? I mean, they hunt in those ATVs, right?
I have no idea what they do in them.
You don't know if they hunt using ATVs? Really? Is that one of the things you're aware that's done with those?
I am now, yes.
But the night you saw that blood, you didn't take a swab of it, or whatever you thought was blood, didn't swab it.
No, I didn't.
As a matter of fact, there's a pool of water around Paul. Did anyone ask you to take a sample of that?
No.
Determine whether or not there was human blood in it?
No.
Okay. Now, I'm looking at your shoe report. You specifically say on a number of these that the photograph is inadequate to do a comparison, right?
I was able to, my result was, it was adequate enough to determine outsole design. I
I'm
couldn't,
sorry, adequate to do what?
to determine the outsole design of the impression. I wouldn't have been able to identify it.
Okay, on Paul's, the ones you've already said he was facing backwards, did you say that you had partials and at one point you didn't know which way the foot was facing? Did you say that?
I'm not sure.
Did you come to any conclusions about any of the other, I mean, did you match his footwear to any of the other bloody impressions in that feed run?
Yes.
Which ones?
The one by the door, like right in front of the
What's
doorway.
the number of that?
One oh 105.1.
I'm sorry?
Item 105.1. Facing the doorway.
It says that the outsole design is consistent with item 103, Paul's shoes. So you also say that the way you got scale was, and some of these were evidence markers, and then you figured out how big the evidence marker was, and that's what you used to get to scale.
The marker and the shot shells at markers 9 and 10 were measured.
And that's not the best way to do it, is it?
No.
And in terms of the sketch we had, a pretty crude sketch, but have you ever been asked by SWED or the Attorney General's office to do this trajectory analysis that I asked you to do today?
No, but I don't necessarily do crime scene reconstruction.
Who does?
I'm not sure. We don't necessarily do that ourselves. We process crime scenes and document it, but we don't do reconstructions.
But no one has consulted with you about a reconstruction. No one's come from SWED and said, let's go over these angles, or, how did you conduct this, or nobody's asked you.
No.
Have you ever had a conversation with anybody from the Attorney General's office about this?
No, I don't think so.
Did they ever talk to you about the
Chat's
video
now
we showed
spamming, not
a
my
while
job.
ago?
Every time. Not my job.
3D,
Not with me, with others who rendered the Pharaoh software, the video.
They talked to people that did the Pharaoh?
Yeah, I believe so.
What?
I believe so. Yes.
Do you know who that was and who they talked to?
No,
Do you know when that was?
not really. No.
So what are you basing
So
your
they have
belief
a
on?
3D image of the crime scene, and you don't know when they got it or what they did with it. They never talked to you about it.
No.
Thank you, court's indulgence. Thank you.
May step down.
I love the confidence. And the contrast, I think, is good too
Go
for
to
the
the
jury.
jury room for a 10-minute recess.
when they say,
Please do not discuss the case.
he says, she says, yeah, I'm sure they talked to somebody. Well, who? Who'd they talk to? And then all we're getting throughout most of this trial is that the police didn't seem to talk to anybody involved, don't seem to have a coherent story, messed up a lot of the investigative points, took inadequate pictures, possibly destroyed evidence. But I'm sure they talked to somebody. Well, why are you sure? Like, what are you basing that off of? Is him repeatedly not hearing her a tactic, or is he just old? I think he's just old. So what do you think of the witness overall?
I mean, you know, my view reflects yours. They're making good use of her on cross-examination. There's lots of stuff they didn't do it right, doesn't know who was supposed to do this. It wasn't my job. It becomes all very, it waters down any value to the state of her testimony in a case where, of course, the state has the burden to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. All this ambiguity is not favorable to the state.
Right. That's the whole point here, is that if it's, oh God, here we go. Let's do this. Look at that baby. Woo! Underslung shotgun. Yeah, the ultimate issue is that the oh God. I don't want to hear these long crime guys. But yeah, I mean, the main issue is that ambiguity favors the defense here. They have to have, because remember that the legal standard for a criminal conviction is beyond a reasonable doubt, and a reasonable alternative theory is reasonable doubt. There shouldn't be some other plausible, not possible, but plausible way that this could happen. Not only right now is there a plausible way that this could happen, there appears to be a more plausible way that this could happen than what story they're kind of presenting. And I think that diagram, I would have asked the questions focused around those shotgun shells coming from inside that room a little bit more, maybe. Or being found inside the room. That means
it's got to be covered. Maybe they're just planning to do it with another witness.
Right. Because it looks like the two shots to Paul are fired from inside the room. So then you have to have a narrative that places Alec inside that room shooting Paul, who's not inside the room. Now, it's certainly possible. They're walking together. Alec, the murderer, with his two guns. Remember, the state's theory is that he has two guns. So he's walking with Paul with two guns, walks into the room prior, turns around, blasts him with the shotgun twice, and then goes out and takes out the mom, is how that must have happened. But as we discussed on Friday, an alternative or competing theory would be that someone, potentially a hit job or a revenge killing of some sort, was waiting inside that room when Paul walks in. And that's more consistent with Alex's story, that he's not even down there at the time the shootings happen. He's either at the house or he's not home at all at the time of the killings. So again, we've got potentially a more plausible theory with the evidence that's being presented. Well, potentially presented. I'm assuming Alex is going to testify like that. I think in this case, he's gonna. What do you think?
Oh, I don't know. It'll be interesting. I mean, of course, you know, a problem he has is he has all these financial irregularities that are also resulting in charges against him, like 100 or something. I mean, a huge number. You know, that would, I expect, to go to his credibility. If he takes the witness stand, are they allowed to bring all that up?
Yeah,
I mean, they're not. He's not convicted yet, right? So
Right.
they're just charges. So maybe they wouldn't be able to bring it up.
Yeah,
I mean, but they get to bring in other people who know his reputation in the community for, you know, being honest. I mean, there's a lot of people in that community he supposedly stole money from.
So Steelax says Alex or Alec. Well, his name is spelled Alex Murdaugh, and it's apparently pronounced Alec Murdaugh.
Yeah.
So I don't know. It's weird. It's a very strange situation with the name. It makes me trust him less. But I still haven't seen a compelling case from the state or even a compelling narrative that he is the killer. I want them to put together the timeline of how he killed this person or these two people. And I want more of the story. And we'll probably have to wait till their closing argument for it, unfortunately. Matthew Hicks says one possibility is that the shooter had both guns, AR with a sling and a sawed-off, has AR slung across chest, knowing shotgun is slow to reload, shotgun son, then drops it, shoulders AR, shoots wife, picks up shotgun and leaves.
But why would you do that? I mean, if you have the rifle, 300 blackout with 30 rounds in it, why do you need to carry a shotgun too?
Yeah.
You got plenty with the one weapon to deal with whatever you're planning to do. You don't, I don't get it. I don't see what the advantage would be of hauling around another 7-pound gun.
Right. A lot of the killings that we've seen that involve multiple guns, like mass shootings or whatever, not all of them, but a lot of them involve one rifle and then multiple handguns, which makes some sense. Handguns being much easier to transport and carry. And then a rifle jams or something in the handgun becomes the next weapon.
If you know you're going to be in an extended gunfight, you'd want to have more than one weapon. But if this is an assassination, it's not, you're just ambushing somebody.
Right. And if Alex, whatever, is not the killer, and there is some other person who's just trying to kill Paul, having a shotgun is all that's needed.
And we know there's a 300 blackout missing from the family. They have it, they had it, and it's gone.
Correct.
So that's why I like my theory. I like retribution killing, dude with a shotgun, kills Paul, doesn't realize the mother's there, discovers the mother's there. Paul had brought his rifle with him in case, while he's being threatened with death all the time, takes Paul's rifle, uses it to kill the mother, and then runs off with both weapons.
Or even has a rifle, like maybe the rifle's just down by the dog kennel because they do shooting down there or whatever. There could be a rifle, although not a lot of gun families leave loaded rifles sitting out in the open. I mean, we don't know what these people do. So
they're all adults, right? It's not like there's kids running around. I mean, I wouldn't leave a gun out like that, but
Ted Nugent did, apparently. He left a loaded gun right on the front table, right in the foyer of his house for years and years and years. He would always comment, it never got up and killed anybody. So some people do stuff like that.
Well, yeah. I mean, listen, when I was a kid, plenty of people I knew who owned guns for hunting and stuff, they just had them in a glass cabinet, like a display piece in the house. There's no security there. Break the glass, take the gun. Or they'd have a shotgun mounted on hooks above her doorways. It was quite common. I mean, it wasn't secured in any particular way.
Yeah. Anna G says at night, you're near animals, it would make sense to bring a rifle with you. Yeah, possibly. I mean, I live out in the country. Coyotes are very common. Depending on where you are, I don't know what animals are out in South Carolina. You could run into, are there bears? I would guess some bears could be out there. It's a 1,700 acre ranch with wooded areas. Who knows what could be on property? So
last
that's
year here in my little suburban Colorado town, I was riding my motorcycle up the street one night and I realized there was a bear running up the sidewalk right next to me. Right next to me, working his way through the garbage pails that were put out that night.
There you go. There you go. Yeah, people are saying mountain lions, bears, hogs, coyotes. Yeah, I mean, you could run into all sorts of shit. So there's plenty of reasons why he would have a gun. Again, a very compelling reason that matches with existing testimony is this idea, or not existing testimony, but existing evidence. The police interview would be that he has been threatened multiple times since the boating accident. He's been
and physically attacked.
Right. Reportedly assaulted. So that, comports with this idea that maybe he needs some personal protection and personal security. And a rifle with a night scope on it at night, not a bad option, frankly. But yeah. And again, it matches up with the missing gun, which is critical. So we'll have to see what they do. Rogue of Enwy says, gentlemen, doing a speech Friday to college students on is versus ought in professions. Any examples from your experience in law where something ought to be done or pursued in one way, but in reality is done another with bad motivation, any alternative to the proper? I mean, is versus ought is really common in law specifically. what is done is often not what ought to be done. And I think one of the ones where I come down on this is since we've got the use of force police incident that has recently happened. There's what is the law related to use of force, and I have a different opinion on what ought to be the law versus use of force.
Well, it's very, of course, it always happens in these bad outcome cases where people with 20/20 hindsight can look back and say, well, they could have done this different, or they could have done that different, or they should have done this other thing, or they should have de-escalated or whatever. You can always do that when you know the outcome was bad. But in the actual moment, if the police are following a reasonable approximation of their training tuned to the circumstances, that's lawful. I mean, Graham specifically says you don't judge them with 20/20 hindsight.
Right. But we can also, we can say that the training is this and the law is this, but it ought to be something different. And that happens, right?
Sure. That's a policy discussion. Right.
Right.
And they're
training
good
gets
to have.
modified quite a bit. Like they used to allow chokeholds, and now they don't. They decided that chokeholds were overly risky for detaining citizens. And so they said, or a lot of departments have abolished chokeholds as a practice, for example. That was big talk around the Chauvin case, for instance. Yet he was trained differently than what the standard became later. So, that is versus ought happens a lot in law. And you always, every guilty person, there is not what they ought have done.
Right.
But professionally for lawyers, is versus ought happens all the time too. You ought to have filed a motion in limine to exclude some sort of evidence. You ought to have addressed this thing pre-trial. You ought to have objected at the time that you didn't, or you ought to have not objected at the time that you did. So in law, it happens with frequency, but usually you only know those results, like you're saying, in sort of hindsight.
Right.
But yeah,
I mean, you never have the time or resources to do everything. You're always making decisions about resource allocation. And if you have a bad outcome, people say, well, you made the wrong decisions about resource allocation. Well, sure, you know that now.
Right.
You didn't know that going in.
Yep. It's a tough profession because you never know. I mean, you're dealing with people at all stages of it. And so you never know what a judge or a jury is taking from your actions or inactions at any particular point. You can't know. You can only take your best guesses. So yeah, I hope that helps you, Rogue of Enwy. But the is versus ought question is, I mean, it's kind of, I think it's common in every profession, but in law, it has particular impact.
So I see a lot of people commenting about the chokehold. So presumably we're talking about carotid chokeholds where you use your forearm and bicep to compress the carotid arteries. Properly done, that person's asleep in 6 seconds. If not quicker. It's very, very effective. And it's the unconsciousness is transitory. Chances of serious injury are very, very slim. Very effective, non-deadly force technique to neutralize a threat or compel compliance from a suspect. The caveat is properly applied. It's difficult to properly apply it without adequate training and experience. And we don't train or pay police officers enough to become highly skilled practitioners of jujitsu. We just don't do it. We could have a police force that complete with Navy SEAL level training, but we don't do that. If anything, we are hearing from that some of these cops in Memphis were hired under lowered standards because Memphis can't find people who want to be police officers in the current environment. So there's this notion of this is what would the training and skill set be in a perfect world. I mean, it's a legitimate public policy desire. It's just not realistic. We just don't do that. And improperly applied chokes, first of all, could end up being respiratory chokes, which are bad. You can crush the larynx. You can really kill someone doing that. But perhaps worse from the perspective of the politicians, the mayors and the police chiefs, is the optics is terrible. Yes. And that's largely why they've banned them, not for practical reasons, but for the political optics of it. Yeah.
And I mean, if you want to see how hard it is to properly apply chokeholds to someone who disagrees with your chokehold, just watch MMA. And those guys are highly trained, highly skilled, but it doesn't take a ton to resist that chokehold. You get You get fingers in there, you get a chin down, you're a bigger guy with a thick neck even. You turn a little bit, and those chokeholds can be resisted for quite some time. And they even a blood choke could turn into a respiratory choke as well. The other problem with blood chokes and respiratory chokes is that if there's not someone to stop the choke and adrenaline is up, you can get a bad result that way too.
Also, in MMA, in the cage, the person you're wrestling with doesn't have a bunch of fentanyl in their system. Is going to have a cardiac arrest as a result.
Yes. Or something that would make them unreasonably stronger and more resistant to than, drugs can take out limiters that our bodies naturally have as well. So yeah, all sorts of stuff with that, but good question.
A note from the jury, Your Honor, will you please inform the audience that the identity of each is to remain anonymous? Let's see, first, secondly,
I'll be right back.
please remove or move the cart in front of a large TV.
Oh, that's all right. I'm sorry, Your Honor. I'm moving back and weigh that out.
I think somebody on the jury must recognize people in the gallery, and so they assume that person recognizes them too. They don't want them to publicize their name.
Okay, the audience is reminded as requested by the jury, and we've removed the cart. You may bring the jury.
I'm about the least anonymous person you can imagine. I think one of their dogs might have killed a chicken. I think that was the hypothesis.
Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, I have addressed your concerns. And you may call your next witness.
We call Senior Special Agent Jeff Croft.
Now, raise your right hand, left hand on the Bible. Do you affirm the testimony about to give during this trial shall be the truth so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Take a seat in the witness stand. State your name again for the record. Spell your last name.
Jeff Croft, C-R-O-F-T.
Senior Special Agent Croft, how you doing today?
Doing well, sir.
So your beard's about as gray as mine is, isn't it?
Sir?
Your beard's about as gray as mine is.
Yes, sir.
Is that how you get to be a Senior Special Agent?
I don't think so.
Tell us a little bit about yourself. Where'd you grow up? Where are you from? And then tell us a little bit about your career in law enforcement.
I grew up in Baltimore County. I started my law enforcement career in the early 2000s as a reserve deputy with the Baltimore County Sheriff's Office. I got hired full-time, started on the road. I did road patrol. I then went to investigations, where I worked narcotics and violent crime. In 2012, I transferred over to SLED, where I worked in the Low Country region in investigative services. I was assigned to this area for investigative purposes, working homicides, violent crime, financial cases, all sorts of stuff.
Okay. And how long have you been with SLED?
I'm going on 12 years.
Where were you assigned back on June 7th, 2021?
I was assigned to the Low Country region here in Colleton County.
And were you summoned, called out to respond to the reports of the 2 deaths at 4147 Moselle Road?
Yes, sir, I was.
About what time did you get a call? You think?
I got called out on, actually June the 8th, the morning of June the 8th, about 5:30 that morning.
Okay. And where did you go from there?
I was en route to the scene. I was rerouted to the, our field office here in Walterboro, and given instructions from there.
Okay. And having been given those instructions, what'd you go do to help the investigation? What's the first thing you did?
I located and interviewed Rogan Gibson.
And did you have a conversation with Rogan Gibson?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you ask Rogan Gibson about whether or not he had phone communications with Paul Murdaugh the evening before?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you ask him whether he had phone communications with Alec Murdaugh the night before?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you ask him whether or not he had communications with Maggie Murdaugh the night before?
Yes, sir, I did.
And did you ask to see Rogan's cell phone?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did he allow you to take screenshots of some of the records on his cell phone?
Yes, sir, he did.
All right, I'm going to show you very quickly what's been marked as exhibits 165, 166, 167, 168, 169, 170, 171, and 172. And just generally tell me if you recognize those particular exhibits.
The state finally going to get some traction here. Remember, folks, anything you do digitally, text messages, social media, it's the
Yes, sir,
first
these are
thing
the
they subpoena.
snapshots which I took of Rogan Gibson's phone.
And they exist forever.
All right, who's this guy?
So he interviewed Rogan Gibson. I don't know who that is, but apparently it's someone who had text communications with Maggie, Paul, and Alex Murdaugh the day before, and this guy took photos of those text messages.
Okay.
And I guess he's going to talk about them. So maybe there's something in these text messages to suggest a motive.
That would be good. I wish they would have said it on in their opening statement if there was. That would help.
Evidence exhibits, states exhibits 165 through 172, I believe, without objection.
They are admitted.
All right.
I hope they read them aloud,
I can
not
get
just
the
put them on a
Elmo up,
screen.
please. Let's see how that looks.
Back to Elmo.
Not great, is it?
So he's a senior special agent with SLED,
Yep.
but he specifically had talked to them, or he examined text messages between them.
He examined text messages that were
All right, I'm
sent
gonna,
between
put up
them
on the
and this
screen
Rogan
states
Gibson
exhibit
guy.
165. And is this one of those images that we were just talking about from Rogan Gibson?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right. And whose hand is that holding it up?
Where's Rogan
You
Gibson?
know?
That is Rogan Gibson holding the phone for me to take the picture.
All right. And where was he manipulating the phone for you and then showing you when he found things and then you taking a picture of it with your phone?
Yes, sir, he was.
Okay.
It's like a hearsay
And does
objection.
this reflect a incoming call from Paul at a particular time?
Yes, sir, it does.
What time does it reflect that call?
At 8:40 p.m.
All right. And this is going to be on June 7th, 2021.
That is correct, sir.
And how long does it reflect that call was?
Approximately 4 minutes.
4 minutes. All right. Let's look at the next one.
So not just text messages.
I'm going to publish what's been marked as
approximately-
States Exhibit 166. And is this another
I
screenshot
believe
that
10
Rogan
minutes before the murder. Or no, this is a day
showed you
trial.
from his communications with Paul Murdaugh that night?
Yes, sir, it is.
And does it show an incoming call from Paul Murdaugh to Rogan Gibson?
Yes, sir, it does.
And what time is that call?
8:44 p.m.
8:44 p.m.?
That is correct.
So his call went for 4 minutes and then ended, and then he called him right back.
I'm going to show
But
you
he hung
next
up.
what's been marked as Exhibit 167 to your testimony. And is this another screenshot that was showed to you by Rogan Gibson from his communications with Paul Murdaugh?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right. And were these some texts between the two of them? Yes, sir, it is. All right. And does it reflect a text from Rogan to Paul on there?
Yes, sir, it does at
What time is that? I'm sorry, go ahead.
8:49 p.m.
8:49 p.m. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And can you read that text to the jury, please?
Thanks.
See if you can get a good picture of it. Marion wants to send it to a girl we know that's a vet. Tell him to sit and stay, and he shouldn't move around too much.
All right. Does it reflect any response from Paul?
It does not.
All right. What is the next communication on this particular exhibit?
It's a little got glare on it. I can't.
Yep.
It looks like 9:58 p.m.
All right. I'm going to bring the exhibit up because I know our Elmo's not working great. I'm still working on that, but let me actually have you look at it. So we said there was that communication to Paul from Rogan, and then you said there was no response. Is that correct?
That is correct,
And
sir.
then next thing is Rogan sends a text. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
What time is that text?
9:58 p.m.
9:58. And what does he say?
Yo.
Yep.
Y-O, yo.
Oh shit, that's like my text. Yo.
Quibbling.
I'm going to put up on the screen State's Exhibit 168.
This is the
Can
prosecutor.
you see that all right?
Oh wait, no, this is the lead prosecutor.
Yes, sir.
All right.
The other guy that I
And
like.
does this reflect a number of outgoing calls from Rogan to Paul, trying to get him to answer?
Yes, sir, it does.
Can you tell the jury the times, starting at the bottom, that he's trying to call Paul Murdaugh
But
without an answer?
this is just to establish time of death.
At 9:10 p.m.
Yeah.
There's a 2-second outgoing call. At 9:29 p.m. There's a 1-second outgoing call. At 9:42 p.m. there's a 1-second outgoing call. And at 9:57 p.m. there's a 4-second outgoing call.
All right. I'm going to put up on the screen State's Exhibit 169. And does this also reflect an outgoing call from Rogan to Paul that is unanswered?
Yes, sir, it does.
And what time was that?
10:08 p.m.
All right, we're now looking at State's Exhibit 170. I'm going to bring it up, tell you real
Yeah,
quick.
In the opening
Who
statement,
does
they
this
mentioned
reflect communications with, between Rogan, Gibson, and who?
Mrs. Maggie Murdaugh.
they determined
All right, let me
time
go
of death
publish this
by
real
when
quick.
cell phone activity from Paul and Maggie ceased. So that's what they're establishing right now, that there were calls that occurred and then those calls stopped and then
So
no
it's from
communication
who?
occurred after.
Miss Maggie Murdaugh.
All right. And Rogan sends her a text, is that correct?
Yes, sir, he does.
What time does he send that text?
9:34 p.m.
And what does he say?
Tell Paul to call me.
She didn't even deliver that message. Very rude of her.
I'm going to publish what's been marked as State's Exhibit 171. Can you see that all right?
Yes, sir, I can see the time. I can't see the top of it.
Okay.
Okay. I can see
All right.
it.
And
prosecutor's
who are
angry
these
about all this.
communications from on Rogan Gibson's phone?
Mr. Alec Murdaugh.
The defendant?
That's correct.
All right. And were there missed calls from Alec Murdaugh?
Yes, sir, it is.
And can you tell the jury what times those were?
At 10:21 p.m. and at 10:24 p.m.
And then finally, State's
who to
Exhibit
who?
172
That's from
These
Alec
additional
to
missed
Paul and
calls.
Maggie.
on Rogan's phone. Well, missed calls.
Yes, sir, it's missed calls.
And who are they from?
I can't see the top from that.
Sorry.
Mr. Alec Murdaugh,
Okay. And what time were these missed calls from Alec Murdaugh to Rogan Gibson?
10:25 and 10:30 p.m.
Did you ultimately interviewed Rogan Gibson, is that correct?
Yes, sir, I did.
Without going into what he said, he told you what his communications and what he did that night and all the rest of it, is that right?
Yes, sir, he did.
Was there anybody with you when you interviewed him?
Yes, sir, it was.
And who was that?
Special Agent Katie McAllister.
Katie McAllister?
Yes, sir.
Did you take a buccal swab from Rogan Gibson?
Yes, sir, I did.
And tell the jury just really quickly, what is a buccal swab?
Buccal swab is used to get a DNA standard or a known standard that can be used by our lab to compare to potential other evidence. It's a cotton swab, which we use on the inside of the cheek, very non-intrusive. Once we get it, we seal it. That with evidence tape is transported to our lab for our lab's use.
Okay. 1 second. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 154 and see if you recognize this document.
So again, this is establishing time of death, sort of. What it doesn't
Yes, sir, I
establish
do.
All right. Tell me
is
what
how
that is.
Alex
Tell the
is
jury what that is,
involved
please.
in any way.
It's a
in this
chain of
matter.
custody form that we used when we secured the buccal swab from, our buccal swab from Rogan Gibson.
Put that up on the screen. And so right there, is that where it says what it is?
That's correct, yes, sir.
And whose signature is that right there?
That is myself.
And then whose name and signature is that right there?
Katie McAllister.
Melinda Worley, Special Agent Melinda Worley.
After you had that interview with Rogan Gibson, what's the next thing you did in the case to assist the investigation?
I went back to the scene where I briefed Senior Special Agent David Owen and the others that was assisting with the investigation. I was asked to go to the residence, the Murdaugh residence, which was down from the kennels.
All right. And what was going to be your goal in going to the residence?
I went to the residence to secure any firearms or ammunition, spent shell casings of that nature that would be potentially compared to or similar in nature to what was at the scene.
Did you go by yourself? Did you go with a team?
It was myself, Anthony Sampson, and Katie McAllister, both of which are special agents.
What was your particular role or into this team? What was going to be your main job and why you were picked to be on this team to go in the house looking for firearms evidence?
I have some knowledge of firearms and ammunition, and my main duty was to attempt to locate any firearms that were capable of firing similar ammunition that was at the actual crime scene, any spent shell casings that would be similar in nature that could potentially be tested back to a firearm if one was located or tested in comparison to the casings which were at the scene.
Hey, Steve.
Had you been advised by other investigators what types of weapons or what ammunition had been used to murder Maggie and Paul?
Yes, sir, I did.
And can you tell the jury what you had been advised?
I'd been advised that it was a 12 gauge shotgun used, capable of shooting 3-inch Magnum. I was also advised that there was a 300 blackout rifle, or excuse me, it's an AR rifle chambered for 300 blackout.
How would they know that?
12 gauge and 300 blackout.
That's correct, yes, sir.
Bear with me 1 second.
Oh, they know it was an AR pattern gun. The gun's not there.
Yeah.
Well, are there other non-AR guns that fire 300 blackout?
Sure.
Hey Nick, how you doing? Is this as exciting as Friday?
It's a little better.
It's a little better.
Yeah.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 160 to your testimony and see if you recognize that particular disc.
I just hate being up this early because I'm starving all day when
Yes,
I'm
sir,
awake
I
in the
do.
morning.
What you eating?
What that disc is.
I just ate some
It's
lo mein.
a disc of my body worn camera recording from the day of the house entry.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 159. See if you recognize this particular exhibit.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, and what's on that?
This is, again, a recording of my body worn camera for the house entrance.
All right, and why are there two recordings of body cams? Why do we have two instead of just one?
After the initial entrance to the residence and some initial items being secured, I stepped outside to speak to the investigative team, which was up at the kennels. And then I walked back in the house. While I was outside, I noticed some items on the ground that needed to be secured. So I walked back in the house, got Anthony Sampson, Special Agent Anthony Sampson, to accompany me outside to collect those items.
And what were those items? I'm going ahead and let's jump ahead. What were those items you ultimately collected out there?
It was 300 blackout shell casings, which appeared to be weathered at the bottom of the stoop, entered to the entrance of the what I call the gun room, and in the flower bed on each side.
All right. And when you say cases or casings, tell the jury what we're talking about. What is a case or a casing as opposed to the whole cartridge? Can you explain that to the jury, please?
Cartridge case is what's ejected from the weapon once it's fired. It houses the powder, the primer, the bullet on the end, which is the projectile, which leaves the end of the barrel. It's basically just the housing that holds the firing mechanism in a shell or in a casing.
And in a semi-automatic weapon, once the bullet is fired, what happens to the casing?
In a semi-automatic weapon, it is ejected.
It's ejected.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And if nobody picks it up, it stays right there on the ground, doesn't it?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
Your Honor, this time I'd move State's Exhibit 159.
This is so stupid.
Unless,
Oh my-
I don't know, a windstorm comes by. I mean, there's ways it could move theoretically.
If you open a door with a knob, does it open?
We don't object to the
Push it
video,
in? Does the door swing?
either one. And there's one longer video that's in the house, I know it's 159 and 160, that we would object to the audio portion being played. And
Your Honor, I have no problem with that. I'm going to play that particular video with the audio down because there is discussion with other witnesses who will testify who were in the house. And so that's acceptable to the state for that particular exhibit.
Griffin?
yeah, that's acceptable,
All right.
as long as there's no hearsay from the witnesses.
You said the audio is down, so.
Audio down and audio off are
Those
different.
conditions.
Thank you, Your Honor. Bear with me 1 second.
It says, you have no idea how stupid today is yet. I'm looking forward to the debrief
audio
here
down.
from the panel.
Thank you.
Can I get the input changed, please? To
Do we
the
know?
laptop?
So he said he determined these were 300 blackout rounds from a semi-automatic rifle. Do we know if the tool mark had been done on them yet?
He says
On the
specifically an AR rifle. I texted you a couple of images of 300 blackout rifles that are bolt action and mini 14 action.
Right.
So
But some people are claiming that from tool mark you could determine if it was a semi-automatic or maybe even an AR platform through tool mark.
That may be.
maybe from the extractor marks or something along those lines.
Right. But I'm just curious if, because he specifically said AR rifle, had tool mark been done at the time?
All right,
I
so
got the
Special
impression
Agent
this
Croft,
was early.
since we don't have audio on this, we might just kind of narrate it for the jury while things are happening, okay?
All right, sir.
All right, let's do that. All right, what's happening right now?
We are walking up to the side door of the residence, which enters the gun room.
And just real quick, we see that side stoop right there.
Yes, sir.
What was found right there, if anything, by that stoop?
300 blackout casings.
Is that what you just were talking about?
Yes, sir, it is.
Right there, huh?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Right there.
Right there. Now, importantly, these casings are not related to the murder. These are casings that they would compare the other casings
Who is that
to.
individual right there, do you know?
Attorney Lee Cope,
Who's talking to him?
Special Agent McAllister.
I'm gonna move it forward, going in the house a little bit. Where are we now?
We are inside of the residence at 4147 Moselle Road in the gun room.
Who are you shaking hands with right now?
That would be Attorney Mark Ball,
All right, who's getting their hands shook right now?
Mr. Attorney Ronnie Crosby.
Now,
A
you
lot of
mentioned
attorneys.
Lee Pope and Mark Ball and Ronnie Crosby. Who are those individuals? What, if anything, is their relationship with Alec Murdaugh?
They are law partners were law partners with Mr. Alec Murdaugh at PMPD.
Do you know what Alec Murdaugh did for a living?
He was a trial lawyer, and he also was a prosecutor for the 14th Circuit Solicitor's Office under Solicitor Duffy Stone.
And what does a prosecutor do?
They try cases for the state.
Criminal cases.
Criminal cases for the state, yes, sir.
All right. That's what he did.
That is correct.
I'm gonna fast forward just a little bit. What's that sort of in the center of the screen right there?
That's a gun cabinet or gun shelf.
What's going on right now?
Special Agent McAllister is explaining why we are there, kind of what we're looking for, and gaining consent to search that area.
Was consent ultimately obtained to search?
Yes, sir, it was.
Ultimately obtained, as if he didn't say yes right away.
Let me back it up real quick.
Lisa's questioning is moving along much quicker than the
Right, at
previous
this point, are
question.
y'all having a conversation with people who were there? I'm not trying to get into the conversation, just were you having a conversation?
Yes, sir, we were.
All right, and who are the two individuals you're talking to, or three individuals you're talking to right there?
Ronnie Crosby on the right, Mark Ball in the center, and Mr. Lee Cope on the left-hand side. Agent McAllister standing with her back turned.
At some point, did Mark Ball point to anything?
Yes, sir, he did.
And what did he point to?
A 300 blackout rifle, which was sitting in the gun wall.
Did Ronnie Crosby point to it? Let me back up.
Who cares who pointed to it? What does that mean? Why are we getting into this minutia?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Don't know.
Then whose body cam are we looking at right now?
That would be mine.
Where are you going right now?
I'm walking over to the gun wall or gun cabinet in order to get a better picture of what Mr. Ball is pointing to.
Is that it right there in the middle?
That is it, yes, sir.
All right. Right, what is Mark Ball pointing to right now?
He's pointing to the numbers which are displayed on the bottom of the magazine.
All right. And is this the blackout we're talking about?
That is correct.
All right. Did you look at that particular magazine?
Yes, sir, I did.
What, if anything, did you notice about that magazine?
The magazine stamped with 223.
All right. Is 223 the same ammunition as 300 blackout?
It's same in length. 223 magazine is capable of housing a 300 blackout round.
Well, explain to me a little bit about 223 and which is a type of ammunition.
You put a 300 blackout round in a 223
blackout.
magazine?
What are the differences and what are the
Yeah,
similarities?
because the case is the same,
Okay.
They both can be fired from
except
the AR frame.
it's necked open to take the 300
It's,
round.
the 300 blackout is actually approximately a 30 millimeter projectile, a little bit larger
30 millimeter.
bullet than the
That's a
223
big round.
has a little more kinetic energy.
It's 300. It's 30
and a
caliber.
little more stopping power
Yeah.
than the 223. The 223 is a faster bullet, a little flatter trajectory.
30 millimeters, a cannon round.
It does not have the stopping power that the 300 has. But because the 300 is a larger bullet, and trying to use it in an AR frame, it's neck down, so you don't have quite as much speed coming out or velocity coming out of the barrel than you would with a 223.
What is it you just said, though? A 300 blackout has more of?
Stopping power than the 223.
And stopping power, what does that mean?
Yeah, what does that
It
mean?
has more
Tell me
impact
about it.
than the 223 round would have.
Impact. Okay.
That's not
Impact.
stopping
Right.
power. It
It's
carries
always
higher
the wrong
kinetic
ammo.
force.
It's always the wrong ammo. No matter what.
Yeah.
If you use
What
223,
else are
they'd
you
say
looking for right now as you look through the other
round.
firearms on that particular gun rack?
Any additional rifles capable of shooting the 300 blackout, and also the any 12 gauge shotguns which are capable of shooting 3-inch Magnum.
Let me ask you this. Did you find any other weapons that could shoot 300 blackout?
No, sir, we did not.
Did you ever find any other weapons on Alec Murdaugh's property that could shoot 300 blackouts other than that one that was in the gun rack?
No, sir, we did not.
We're gonna talk more about
Guilty.
this in a minute, but did you find some 12 gauges?
Yes, sir, we did.
The more they talk about his guns, the more I like him.
I'm just trying to figure out the stopping power of a rifle round.
That's a very controversial issue in the gun
All right,
world.
what are we looking at
Does
right
it
here?
kind of go just like straight through you?
That's to the right of the gun wall or gun cabinet. It's various ammunitions for different type of weapons, shell casings, just parts for the gun wall.
Welcome, Danny.
Thank you.
And you're having a conversation with who right there?
Attorney Mark Ball.
As a result of that conversation, was Mark Ball pointing to things,
Yes, sir, he was.
specific things?
Yes, sir, he was.
with his fingers.
Pointed at things.
Did you ultimately come back and collect some of those things?
Yes, sir, I
We
did.
pointed to things and stuff.
Pointing and collecting.
Is that your job? My job's to point.
This might be the only guy who knows his job.
Yeah.
Everybody else, that's not my job.
No, we're going to hear not my job because defense is going to ask him, well, did you look for any bloody clothes? He's going to say, no,
my job.
not my job.
Did you do the tool mark testing on the casings? Not my job.
Fast forward to about 7 minutes and 30 seconds. Keep this
The
thing
foot
moving.
measuring chick should have done that a lot more.
All I know is that my 357 Magnum has stopping power.
My sledgehammer has stopping power.
We could go other ways with this, but I'm just saying, as a matter of self-defense rounds,
Right there.
measuring stopping power in the incremental is very iffy.
What's that right there?
That is an empty box with the label S&B 300 BLK.
All right. Did you ultimately collect that box?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right, I'm going to show you what.
Did you point at it?
Exhibit 213 and see if you recognize that item.
No, but the other guy did. The other guy pointed at it and then he collected it.
Yes, sir, I
Pointing's
did.
not his job.
Stand by for me real quick.
I think you have a very knowledgeable gun
Takes
chat.
Exhibit 213 into evidence, I believe, without objection.
No objection.
Your chatters know their guns.
Oh yeah, they know way more than me. That's why I don't talk about
See
them.
again, I'm going to put it up on the screen.
Idiot. I
All right,
know.
Does that box
I pulled
reflect
trigger, go boom.
the grain weight of the bullets of that ammunition that were inside of it?
Yes, sir, it does.
And what is that?
147 grains.
All right, and tell the jury, what is 147 grains, or just grains in general when it comes to a bullet? What does that mean?
It's the weight of the projectile.
And it's possible to have certain ammunition of the same caliber, but it has different weights. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
And this blackout is 147 grains, correct?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
Andrew, you look like you're going to die of boredom.
I'm just thinking about the many years I spent reloading ammo, measuring things in grains, thousands and thousands and thousands of rounds.
I don't know what that says about me that all of my friends do like make their own ammo and reload their own ammo in their
Let's
house.
go ahead and do that. Can we switch the input just real quick? I'm gonna switch it right.
Oh, your
back.
friends do, but you don't?
I don't. I'm a pussy.
That means you're bougie. Just go buy new stuff.
Everybody can
Screw
see
this
that
reloading
if I
crap.
Get it this way.
I like
Last
that
empty box you
interpretation.
found
Thanks,
in the
Nick.
gun room?
When,
Yes,
when you're
sir.
shooting 10,000 rounds a year in competition,
Right
reloading
there, is that the grains
is not a
that
bad
you were talking
idea.
about?
Yes, sir, it
Step
is.
down if you need to, see what I'm pointing at.
I can see you, sir.
All right.
I'm just so scared I'm going to F it up. Every time I watch them do it, I'm like,
You read that right there?
I don't. That's why I don't borrow people's ammo.
Oh yeah, I would never do that.
Yes, sir, I can.
I would never let anyone shoot my reloads.
Cellular and looks like
I've
Bella,
never had one go bad, but
In shorthand,
I'd
when
feel
your
horrible
people
if
are
it
talking about
did.
ammunition, how do they say that?
S&B.
S and B. And then on the back right here, can you read that?
Yes, sir, I can.
And what does that say?
300 AAC blackout.
All right, if we go back to video. Please.
I don't shoot anywhere near enough to bother reloading ammo. I haven't bought ammo in a long time, and I still have a bunch just sitting around.
For the record, I'm fast forwarding it a little bit, just to keep us
I
going.
hope my 9mm ammo is still good. It's just been sitting around too. Same thing. Too
It's
expensive
fine.
to go buying.
It's fine.
last
It
year.
doesn't go bad. Don't worry about it.
If you strap someone to a chair and you shove the rounds in their nose and then you hit them with a hammer, it worked.
At this particular
How do you know
time,
that? Has that been
let's see
proven?
shotguns. Are you looking to collect
On the
every
record?
single shotgun
On the
that's on that
record?
rack, or only specific shotguns?
Only specific shotguns.
And what specific gauge of shotgun were you looking to collect?
12 gauge.
And why only 12 gauge?
Because they're the best.
That was the shell casing.
Those light gauge
that
shotguns
was
are a lot of fun to
located at
shoot.
the,
Are
crime
they?
scene.
12
Especially if
gauge,
you're hunting birds or something, 16, 20 gauge. It's they're nice. They're very comfortable to
they're
shoot.
much more comfortable. I think 12 gauges are a little uncomfortable to shoot. They kick like mules.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, do you shoot 12 gauge?
Mm-hmm. I've only shot the Beretta 12 gauge. So my little brother and I used to do trap and skeet competitions when I was young.
They can be a little uncomfortable, I think. I have a Mossberg 500 and it kicks pretty good. I mean, I think I'd prefer a 16
Who's
gauge.
that individual standing in the center of the screen?
Just gotta get it right and tight in that pocket.
That would be Mr.
Boom.
John Marvin Murdaugh.
Nicholas Cruiser says, seriously, though, why grains and not milligrams? Fuck the metric system.
America, that's why.
And Ronnie Crosby were in that room as well. Is that
Why
correct?
not and not
Only
not
only
why?
grains have landed on the
John
moon.
Marvin Murdaugh, is that correct?
That is correct, yes,
And
sir.
what's his relation to the defendant?
He is the brother.
We use
Was that
milligrams. We would
everyone
have
that was
banned
kind
guns
of
too.
There, or was there another attorney as well that was present?
There was an additional attorney that walked in the room early in the recording,
And who was that?
Chris Wilson.
Chris Wilson.
I'm gonna continue eating my avocado toast.
Lucky. Not that I want avocado toast. I'm just starving. I'm going to drink whiskey instead.
What's your whiskey?
This Thomas S. More whiskey. I got it in honor of Sir Thomas More, even though I don't think that's what it's for, but
That's cool, man. So I love Sir Thomas More. He's a hero.
Kentucky straight bourbon whiskey finished in Cabernet Sauvignon casks. Pretty good stuff.
That counts as a fruit group and a grain group.
That's
You ought to
right.
try that. You ought to try that rum I sent you. I'd like your honest opinion on it. Just a shot.
Yeah, I need to try it. I think it's up in my room. So I'm looking, I don't see it down here, but I know I got it.
It'll be more entertaining than this. I can't believe how slow they are.
Oh, this
Just
morning
getting
was
an
real bad.
overall of where things were at when we went into the room before anything was actually moved.
It's 5:25 somewhere.
We got health food down here and alcoholism up top. Oh man.
I got a box of Pop-Tarts over there. Like a box of boxes of Pop-Tarts.
Are they calling to you?
Yeah.
Oh, go grab one.
I will eventually. Look, I'm trying to not, dude.
I'm looking out for your health. You know who's here to look out for your health?
Me. I had to lose 20 pounds. Now I'm like trying not to get it back today.
I'm always impressed at my body's ability to store energy and its inability to burn said energy.
Yeah. That's right.
Saw you doing something with your hands. What are you doing right there?
I'm putting latex gloves on my hands.
Oh, I thought you were pointing. That's not your job.
What is it you're about to do?
I'm going to start collecting or securing those firearms.
So they're just watching a video and he's narrating. It's the
Yeah.
collecting the guns. Is this necessary?
No.
We collect. You could do this in like one question. So, did you collect this 300 blackout rifle from his closet? Yes. Okay. No further questions.
Yeah, so his first questions were time of death related. They were
Well, that's important.
He's the guy, yeah. He's the guy who interviewed the guy who was texting Paul and Maggie Murdaugh at the time that they died. Or presumably died,
What is
because
that in
that's
your
when they
hand right
stopped
there?
replying to him.
That is a 300 or an AR-15 chambered to 300 blackout.
I dated a guy once whose wife stopped replying to him. She allegedly committed suicide.
Damn.
I'm not so sure now.
You dated him after this, though.
After.
Okay, I was-
No.
Okay.
This was not a. I was
don't
not
know,
the reason for her death.
The Mormon thing, you never know.
Right. Not the side chick.
Nah, that's a heathen move right there. Breaking up a happy home.
No, the presumptive second wife is what I was going with.
Oh, okay.
Right. Trial
What was that in your
period.
hand right there? I kind of fast forwarded it.
That was the magazine which I removed from the 300.
What ammunition was in that magazine?
S&B.
By the way, there's plenty of
147
videos
grain.
on YouTube of people
300 blackout.
unintentionally
300
running a
blackout.
300 round through a 5.56 AR, and the gun just comes apart because they can fit in the same magazine. So
Right, but
Well, that's
the
the
width
advantage.
of the round is bigger than the bore of the rifle.
yeah, so
right?
it can't fully chamber. So it's not chambered. So if it's not chambered when it goes off, it just blows the gun apart.
But it's
Right.
the advantage of that is you just switch the upper.
Right.
You don't have to buy new magazines. You've got a collection of magazines. You can use the same magazines, switch out the barrel and the upper, and that's quick on an AR. You just
Yeah.
and then you've got a new gun basically. But
Be careful.
Because yeah, if it doesn't chamber, then correct me if I'm wrong, but my thought would be that all of the energy of the bullet just transfers basically into the rim of the barrel and then pushes it like it has nowhere to go. Is that right? Because it can't go through the barrel.
That part of the upper is just aluminum, so it can't contain the force of the shell detonating. So it just comes apart.
Okay.
I called it item 33 because that's the sled item, but actually it's been marked as State's Exhibit 88.
Johnny
I'm
Cases.
going to have you take a look at that. And
To
see
be
if you
fair,
recognize that.
a 30 millimeter round definitely has more
Go ahead and
stopping
pull it out,
power
just
than
make
any
sure
rifle
not-
round.
Pointed at the jury. And if you could also make sure that it is not in a firing state, please, sir.
nice.
Oh
gun.
no, don't pull a binger.
No binger.
It is safe.
All right. And what is that item right there?
This is the 300 blackout rifle, which I secured from the gun wall.
He just did a better check than
Your Honor,
Then
at this
Alec
time,
Baldwin.
we move State's Exhibit 84.
Well, that's almost certainly
Well,
not
I'd
the
check on
murder
relevance
weapon with that
grounds.
giant night
No
scope on
evidence
top
that
of
this
it.
gun was the gun.
It's a nice
It's
night
just
scope,
not
though.
relevant.
Yeah.
You found
Yeah.
Right, exactly.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Overrules the
Hold on
objection.
that gun for me, please, Special Agent Croft.
There is
What
a
is the
relevance
relevance of
problem
this
with
gun?
this.
I'm going to show you the other part of State's Exhibit 88, and that's marked actually as State's Exhibit 210. What's that?
This would be the magazine which I removed from this rifle on the video, and the ammunition which it contained.
All right, and what kind of ammunition is that?
It's head stamp SMB 300 blackout.
All right. And do you know the specific brand and make and caliber of ammunition that was used to kill Maggie
It
Murdaugh?
sounds like my cousin Vinny.
Head stamps on the shell casings at the crime scene was SMB 300 blackout.
Same thing?
Yes, sir.
An exact match.
That's good.
Let's talk a little bit about this firearm. What is this thing on the top here?
That is I call it an optic, but it's actually a thermal scope.
Ooh, that's a
Ooh,
really
sure,
nice
nice.
scope.
Used for
Ooh.
shooting in the dark.
Would you use it for shooting the Viet Cong?
And this particular weapon, is this
I
a
got to play with
semi-automatic
those when I
weapon?
worked at Raytheon.
Yes, sir, it is.
And what does that mean? Can you tell the jury what that means?
Each press of the trigger, it will fire and eject the spent cartridge.
And where the cartridge is going to eject when this weapon is fired?
Jeez, muzzle, dude.
Eject
He's
from
like-
the right-hand side.
Yeah.
All right. So if it's being fired, they're coming out this way. Is that correct?
Attorney
To
Alec
the right
Baldwin.
and generally back.
Wow, look at that witness's shoulders just drop as soon as he puts the gun away. He's like, oh,
No binger moment.
That witness stand is so oddly located. I hate looking at the witness's crotch. Like,
I know. That's right.
why is that?
Nobody's
Raise-
wearing a mini skirt to testify in this courtroom.
I kind of
It's
like
funny
it.
they
It's,
are.
it's very old school, and you get to see the whole
All right.
body of the
These are the
witness.
rounds you're talking about right
I
here?
think it's cool.
Yes, sir, it is.
Those are the S&B 300s?
Yes, sir, they
I
are.
hate it. If I was a witness,
I
I
know.
don't want
This is that
everybody
magazine
staring
that
at
said
me like I'm on
223 it that you're
stage.
talking about. Is that correct?
That is correct.
I'm annoyed. I get that the judge is just not really ruling too much on objections to evidence, but what is the relevance of this gun that is not? I mean, the ammo has relevance, sure, but the gun itself doesn't. He pulled out a scary looking gun with a thermal
Video,
scope.
Please, ma'am.
What's the point of it? We know it's not the murder weapon.
I guess
Or
the judge
I
is
guess
just
we don't
thinking
know.
to let him address it on cross. You know, does this rifle
Yeah.
have anything to do with the killing that you're aware of?
Well, to be fair, if we actually think that they cannot match shell casings to firearms, then it could be the murder weapon.
Technically, it could be the murder weapon. Yeah, that's true.
But the state is not
You're on
arguing
now.
it's the murder weapon.
That is
right?
a 12 gauge Browning.
That's a good gun.
'Cause that's the
Well-
real strategy. Get rid of all the non-murder weapons and just keep the murder weapons. That's what I would do.
Yeah.
No way that could come back to bite you.
Or maybe that's what they're doing is process of elimination, saying, look, here are the guns you saw, right? Here are the ones that matched. What are the chances that someone with a fancy gun could come in and I don't know.
12 gauge is so common. And 300 blackout is not uncommon.
I scared away Andrew with my speculation. Sorry, Andrew.
Objection calls for making Bronco leave.
Are you getting numb in the face?
I was just drumming. My other hand was drumming on my chair. Just get bored during these really long pauses. And they've had a lot of them today.
Bounty you collected, is that correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
Savage Gerbil says, someone got killed in a hit and run. Here's the Porsche that didn't hit them.
Yeah, right. That's a good analogy. Yeah.
Have you ever seen a car? Did the defendant have a car? He did. There was a car present.
No, it wasn't like this car, because this car has a lift.
Real quick, before you open it, just give me 1 second. I'm gonna get this blackout rifle out of the way.
All right, we shotgunning now.
Let's get black you.
I love the closed captioning. That one just said, fuck you up. Right after he's trying about 300 blackout rifle. What if they loaded that box with the shotgun as a spring gun? So when he opens it, it just blows away whoever's in front of it.
The way this prosecutor is talking, it really weakens his case. We're going to move this 300 blackout rifle away from here. See, he's trying to make
that item number, but that's State's Exhibit 90. Is that correct?
It's on.
I got you. Right there.
Don't look directly into it.
All right. Could you open that up and tell me what's in that if you recognize it, please?
I agree with you, Steve. They're shooting themselves in the foot.
That would be the Browning which I secured from the gun room.
All right. Can you, is it in an unfired condition? Can you show that to the jury, please?
He's like, I don't know. Let me take a look.
Breech open.
All right. And this is chambered in what gauge?
12 gauge.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, we would move State's Exhibit 80 into evidence.
Relevancy, unless they have evidence tying it to the murders. I mean, there are a lot of guns that were seized, Your Honor.
Yep.
Thank you, Your Honor.
They're going to introduce each one of these guns
Oh my gosh.
with no discernible purpose to any of them.
Why
That's a
did
nice
the judge
shotgun.
overrule that?
He's just going to let it all in.
I think that's just this judge is trying to let the jury hear everything. As a prosecutor, I don't think you really got to be careful. Do not bore the jury, prosecutors. That is, you let the defense bore the jury. You get short and snappy and to the point and show your
Rule
case,
4
bing,
and
bing,
3,
bing.
Grounds for my objection to this gun and all the other guns they plan to introduce.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right. Let's return to the video.
I'm grabbing Pop-Tarts. Screw these
Get 'em.
guys.
Yeah, video. We're good.
Steve, you would love this mug. Look how cute.
What is that? Oh, be happy. Be happy. That's great.
Isn't that fun?
Look what I got sent. Somebody sent this from Ireland for me. Catherine from Ireland.
Oh, that's beautiful. You should
Nice.
you should put that on your merch store.
You know who's really cool is Farmhand Tom. Has he been around lately?
I saw him the other day. I don't know if that he's been on these trial streams.
Yeah, you know the what's he spelled the odor spray guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a funny guy. I love that guy. I was talking to him. He's going to help me out on my new book.
As you were looking through these various
They should have
shotguns
handled
and
these
picking
on
some up and
motions
putting
in
them back
limine.
and all the
You
rest
knew
of
they were
it,
gonna
what are you looking
enter
for
all
in
of these
making that
guns into evidence.
determination, the ones you take and the ones that you're putting back?
That it was chambered in 12 gauge.
Shane says, well, people were killed with those calibers, just most likely not that exact firearm. Okay, but if they're not going to allege that those particular firearms are the firearms used for the murder weapon, they could go grab any 12 gauge on earth and enter it as evidence exactly the same way that they're doing here. There's no relevance to the fact that they possessed a gun that is not the murder weapon.
Yeah, this is, to me, there's a lot of insinuation here without an overarching prosecutorial theory by which this fits in. It's like, look, there's a 12 gauge. Look, it's a 300 blackout. These were killed. There's no connection, but they're trying to throw it all up there as without that connection. But without that connection, it's just insinuation.
So the rule of evidence regarding relevance is
You
that
recognize that particular gun?
a piece of evidence
Yes, sir, I
must
do.
have probative value.
And
that
what
makes
about
it
the particular
more
condition of that
or
gun
less
did you
likely
notice, if anything?
to make a fact
That is
true
a
or
12 gauge
false.
pump and the breech is open inside of the
This
Chamber
gun-
is a shotgun shell that's ready to be chambered into to be fired.
This gun
Paused it at
not
20
being
minutes and
used,
17 seconds. What do we see right there?
not being
That
used
is
to commit a crime.
12-gauge shotgun shell that's ready
Makes
to be
no
chambered.
fact in
Once
this
you
case
slide
more or
the
less likely
pump
to be
action
true.
forward, it would be chambered into the chamber and ready to fire.
All right, thank you. And Your Honor, just very quickly for the record, with that Browning shotgun, I believe I referred to it as State's Exhibit 80. It's actually State's Exhibit 90, which I believe was admitted over objection. All right, let's go to 32, please. All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 91. You could just take a look at it before you pull it out and tell me if you recognize what that is.
Vidar Kerr Odinson in Rumble says they have the
Yes, sir, I
shotgun.
do.
The 300 blackout is MIA.
That is a
They have not established that 300
vanilla,
or that
12
shotgun
gauge.
is was used in the murder
Back up real quick.
at all.
I'm just going to leave that there for a second. All right?
And if they have, we've already seen that one. That would be the camouflage shotgun that they introduced that he had at the time. That one is actually relevant. He had that when they arrived on scene. Now, the state hasn't seemed to allege that gun was involved in the murder. They kind of hinted at it by saying there may have been blood present on the barrel of the gun, but they haven't actually gotten there yet. We'll see that in forensics. But none of these other guns were retrieved from the house and not alleged to be part of the crime.
So let's do this one.
You know what's really
is,
sad is I
State's
bet in a
Exhibit
more
87.
liberal
Let's try
jurisdiction,
this one.
this would
Can we do this
actually
without knocking
influence the
everything over?
jury
I think so.
negatively
All
against
right,
the
let's try to
defendant.
take a look, just real quick. Don't show it to the jury and tell me if you recognize
Oh, he
it.
owns guns.
Yes,
He
sir,
must
I
have
do.
been the
All right, tell me
murderer.
what that
Are they
is.
going to bring
That
all of
is
them?
the pump shotgun, which I secured from the gun wall, which is depicted in the video.
Yeah, it seems like they're going to introduce every 12
One
gauge
that's
in
on
the
screen
house.
right now.
Yes, sir, it is.
It's a waste of time.
It's not a complete waste of time. He can always sell these afterwards, and they don't even need to take it to an auction house.
I mean, again, it just has the feel of a prosecution that doesn't have merit to work with.
For the
Right,
record, this is
exactly.
State's Exhibit 89. Let's go ahead and take a look and see if you recognize that. That's the gun we were just talking about?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right, Your Honor, this time I've moved State's Exhibit 9 into evidence.
Is it Benelli?
Your Honor, objection on relevance, 403. There's no evidence linking these guns to the crime. And we're just
Cumulative.
Did you want to respond to the speaking objection?
Yes, sir, I do want to respond to the speaking objection. It is very important to show the extensiveness of the investigation that was done, particularly as it goes to firearms. And there were multiple guns that were tested, and there will be an analysis list here later to show how those guns were tested and what the results of those. So admitting these guns into evidence to show the extent of what was tested is very relevant, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
You should make it a.
All right, let's go ahead and show the jury this one for Camp.
The extensiveness of testing on firearms that are not
Breach is open. It's not in fire.
murder weapons is not relevant to the murder. It's
you
just not. I don't
First
get
got
it.
this particular, or took this weapon off the wall. What was different about its condition that we talked about?
It had a round that was here ready to be chambered once the full grip is pushed forward.
All right, let me see this real quick. So is this a semi-automatic type shotgun or a pump shotgun?
It's a pump shotgun.
All right, and when a shell is fired and the mechanism is used, what happens to the spent shell case?
When you bring the forearm back, the shell case is ejected similar to a semi-auto.
Okay. And which way would it go out of this particular firearm?
It would go to the right.
As an example, go to the right?
Yes.
Oh my gosh, they just
Maybe that was the one that was.
Sorry. All right, this item was found within that weapon, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, tell me what that is.
It's a 12 gauge, 3.5 inch shell, 2 1/4, number 7.9.
Is that a turkey load?
Yes, sir, it is.
right, let's close this box up.
I can use a load of turkey right now. I'm so hungry. Could they be using the extensiveness and thoroughness of firearms examination to rehab the poor impression of the investigation that the defense is capably seated? No, the poor impression is not a fact that evidence is there to correct. That's an impression. Question is whether or not they conducted an investigation. That's not a fact in the crime, whether or not they investigated something.
I'm going to send you a merit point that I did on this very issue. I'll send it to y'all.
Steve has literally written on every issue that exists.
Well, fair enough. But I'll just send it to you for your edification. It's on this very issue about bringing in firearms that are unrelated to the event. Let me find it for you. I'll send it to you by email.
Thanks.
Thank you.
This is Florida law, but it should be good.
We are securing a Benelli shotgun.
Is it the shotgun?
No, they're just showing how extensive their investigation was.
All right.
Remember, they've already
States
brought the
89.
most likely
Now
shotgun that
let's
would
do
be used for
states.
murder.
Can you tell me the number on the bottom of that one?
91.
91. All right, just real quick, if you can just take a look without showing it to the jury and see if you recognize that.
Yes, sir, I do.
And tell me what that is, please.
That is the Benelli shotgun, which I secured. It's depicted in the video.
All right.
Show it to us.
Your Honor, at this time, we would move States 91 into evidence. All right, let's go ahead and again, if you can show that to the jury, please.
Who's the guy that they're zooming in on?
Yeah, I don't know. That was a weird face. He just,
Very contemplative.
All right, thank you very much.
Oh, maybe the attorney. Isn't that the surviving son to the right?
yeah.
Maybe cameraman got him mixed up. I don't know.
Oh, it could
how.
be Murdaugh's brother.
I'm going to show you what's inside this particular exhibit and see if you recognize those items, please.
No, the redhead on the right in the bottom photo here is the son, the surviving son.
Right. Who's the guy next to him, though? That's what we're trying
Oh,
to
I don't
figure
know. Oh, yeah. I don't know who that is.
Yes, sir.
All right, and what are those items?
Those are two 12-gauge shells, which were loaded in the Benelli at the time we secured it.
What, if anything, can you tell me about the type of shells those are?
Head stamp is Winchester 12-gauge, long beard, so 3-inch, number 4. And
I mean, the
head stamp
defense
on
should
the,
be able to deal
red one
with all
is
of
a
this on
federal
cross
12
pretty
gauge.
effectively. You know, do you have any reason to believe any of these were you actually used in this
7,
killing?
2.5
Well, the caliber
ounce.
matched. Do you own any 12-gauge shotguns?
3.5 inch.
This
Right.
guy's going to say
Federal
yes.
premium shell.
So you're saying your shotgun
Different types of
could have been
ammunition
used in this
different
killing?
sizes, is that correct?
That's correct.
One is a Winchester and one's a Federal, is that correct?
That is correct.
Well, that's an important fact. You can't put Winchester and Federal in the same box. War.
I'm just sad I didn't get to see the Borelli. That's all.
That was a Benelli right there.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Oh,
Steve,
by
you're
the way-
muted.
Video, we're picking up at 2158.
The fact that the make of the 12-gauge shotgun shells, I think that's pretty relevant. Now, although Federal is so common, Winchester and Federal 12-gauge is so common.
On that gun rack, did you observe any other 12 gauges?
No, sir.
But under the
Murdaugh's like-
Bronca theory, having, say, he only has Federal 12-gauge and the murder shotgun shells were 12-gauge Federal, that's that's good evidence. It's not, I mean, I probably got a ton of federal 12 gauge, but still it's better than not having it. So because we're saying that if under the Bronca theory, the
Attorney Mark Ball.
I think the ammo is relevant. I think all of the guns aren't, and they're just there to prejudice the defendant.
Right. Yes, for sure.
Pointing about what y'all were talking about.
Look at all the guns
Yes,
that
sir,
he
he
has.
is.
Oh my, he's probably a murderer.
Can you point to the owner of those guns in this courtroom? There he is right there, sitting at the defense table,
Tall Skinny Geek says, I also have a gun that didn't kill anyone. Where do I sign up to be a witness?
For the record, I'm fast forwarding a little bit.
Well, everybody's teasing me because I said Borelli. I was confusing Beretta and Benelli.
It's okay. I've done worse.
Borelli. It could be a gun somewhere.
Borelli sounds Italian. Sounds like
Sounds
spaghetti.
Italian-y.
Makes me hungry.
No, you'll know I'll make shit up about cars. That's where I have no knowledge whatsoever. It's a pasta, says someone. I bet
We're
it
gonna talk more
is.
about this, but after collecting these various firearms, did you and the other agents ultimately collect both spent rounds as well as unfired rounds in the property and at the house?
Yes, sir, we did.
And that's what generally the video is depicting from here on out?
Yes, sir, it is.
Borelli's a pasta? I think Berea is a pasta.
You are hungry. You're talking about food.
It's not even reasonable how hungry I am. I shouldn't have eaten. I woke up at 5 this morning.
Why don't you order a pizza or something?
I had Berea last night, linguine with clam sauce. It was yummy.
Because Steve, I was gonna say I woke up at 5 this morning and started eating, and I haven't stopped. It's just so I just keep eating. I slept from like 8:30. I slept from 8:30 till like 1 or 2 in the morning on my couch.
Yes, sir, it is.
And then I woke up and went to bed, and then I slept till 5.
Sounds like a healthy lifestyle.
I was catching up on sleep, I think, is the problem. I slept through like most of this weekend.
It's the lawyer work-life balance.
For the record, we're at 28 minutes and 59 seconds.
For the record.
That guy's going to be in our heads forever. Isn't he?
Right up there, the top of the screen on top of those little shelves. Do you know what that is?
I don't see where you're talking, sir.
Don't see where you're
Back
talking.
it up.
Nick's pregnant. Yep. Is Drex the dad? Yep.
Back up one more time. That silvery thing, you know what that is? Right there.
I didn't catch a good look at it, sir. It looks like a juice box drink.
Okay, juice box drink. All right, keep on going.
Oh, a juice box. Sucking down a little fruit punch.
What is going on? What are we talking about?
Some ecto cooler.
It's ectoplasm.
He may
Ecto
have
Cooler was good.
diabetes or something. I've seen that. I've seen the court offer like orange juice and stuff to witnesses.
Well, no, he's asking what he saw in the video.
Oh,
Fast forwarding it.
sorry.
What's
I
generally
checked
going
out for
on
a
right
second.
here?
All I heard was juice boxes.
Still looking for any additional weapons or ammunition.
So, Steve, would you suggest that if he were convicted, that this would be an appeal point, admitting those guns?
Yes, but I think that the
3804. Who's sitting on the couch?
That would be Attorney Chris Wilson.
yes, but when it's a little bit longer, but what you do is you line them up. We're lining up appeal points, right? So you might have 1, PO point 2, PO 3, 4, 5. And what happens when you get a collection, you say, okay, now which ones of these are really strong? Which ones are kind of weaker? Which ones have the possibility of giving me the best result? And then you kind of prune out the ones that are the weakest. Because if you've got some strong ones, you don't want to cloud the strong ones with the weak ones. But if they're all kind of moderate, then you might just argue them all. But I do think it's error to introduce guns, just a blanket of guns, that if the state's theory is that these are not the murder weapons, based on the merit point that I sent you,
Right.
that is, it's irrelevant and it's prejudicial. Now, if they're saying these could have been the guns, then
it's different. Right?
Then it's different. I don't know. I don't know what the state's theory is, and that's on the state. I should know very clearly why these are relevant, right?
Mm-hmm.
These are the guns, but they're just trying to say, we're just showing what a great job we did investigating this case. That doesn't go to an element of the crime,
Right.
and it's prejudicial.
Bear with me. I'm gonna kind of fast forward through this.
Jenkins
Good.
says, so Nick, if Baldwin gets convicted, how do you think he would be received by the prison population? I think I have a theory that Baldwin's going to plea out and take a suspended sentence with no jail time. That's my thought.
I agree.
For the record, I'm at 4708.
He'll have some rehabilitative community service of some sort, something like that. And
but he'd probably do fine in prison. I mean, he's a charming guy.
Yeah.
I don't like his politics, but he's got stories to tell. I mean,
right. Like you get in prison, it's like, oh, I'm hanging out with Alec Baldwin. That's kind of weird. Hey, how's it going? New here to this prison.
Did you see who was on your cell phone right there?
Yes, sir, I did.
Culture's
Who
a
was
little
that?
strange.
Captain Ryan Neal.
Is that your boss at the time?
you could have
Yes,
a whole
sir,
new
it was.
TV series
Okay.
instead of 30 Rock, be
What are you
Breaking
doing right
Rocks.
I'm fixing to step outside to talk to him.
All right. Does your body
Tina
camera
Fey
go
could be
off
the
at that
warden.
point?
It does.
All right. Tell me what happens when
Can
you
you,
go outside. Do you go
use the
outside that
tennis
stoop
court.
we showed earlier?
Yes, sir. I go out of the side door, same door we entered.
All right. And what, if anything, did you observe outside?
I observed on the ground, right at the edge of the stoop, what appeared to be a 300 blackout spent shell casing, appeared to be weathered as if it had been there for some time.
Okay.
Did you
And
point at it?
what, if anything, did you decide to do at that point?
After talking to Captain Neal, I went back inside. I asked Special Agent Anthony Sampson to step outside with me so that we could secure those shell casings. We again activated the body-worn camera, and we walked outside and we secured shell casings from around that stoop.
Okay. Bear with me real quick.
I'm just
Senshi,
going to be.
go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead. I'm just going to be drafting, so I'll be on mute for a minute.
Okay. Senshi says the dawn of a new nation, looking back at the great commentators that build our common law, such as Blackstone, Hale, and
Exhibit
Gosney.
260 for identification at this time. And
What? I just heard my name.
See if you recognize that.
It was in favorable light, comparing you to Blackstone and Hale.
Hey.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right. Let me take them back real quick.
You're keeping the
what are
common
those?
law, Gosney.
Those are
Live,
the
Gosney.
spent shell casings, which
I have words, I
picked
can
up
use
from
them.
around the stoop on the outside of 4147 Moselle Road outside the gun room.
All right. And when you say that they were in weather condition, what do you mean by that?
The brass is tarnished. They had dirt in them. It just appeared they had been sitting in the weather for a while.
And did, if I could have the elements out, please. Did they appear to be shiny, like the bullets that were with the magazine that the jury earlier
Shiny.
saw from the prior exhibit?
No,
Nice Firefly reference.
All right, I'm just gonna put this exhibit without objection, put it up on the screen. It's marked for identification at this time. And again, if you could describe for the jury the condition of those cases when they call it dry.
I apologize. I couldn't hear what you said.
My apologies. Again, if you would, just describe for the jury what you're talking about about these cases when you, that caught your eye when you saw them outside.
Well, the brass was not shiny as a new casing would be. It appeared that it had been sitting in the weather for some time. It had began to tarnish inside of the where the bullet had been expelled from the end. The inside had dirt, grass. Obviously, it had been there for a while.
What was the brand and type of ammunition that's in this particular exhibit that you found?
S&B 300 BOK, Butch Blackout.
Let me go to the video if I could, please.
Back to the video. Stogies and Boomsticks says, have any of you figured out the state's theory of how they have proof beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant committed the murder? Nope. Not that I know of.
Well, now what they are trying to show, though, is that the old casings. See, they're saying that they can match those old casings outside their house to the shell casings that were fired by out of the garage. But like under the Bronca theory, it doesn't matter. But they're trying to say that the shells that were fired out of the missing AR that were located are the same exact weapon as the one that killed the mother. All right, and they're going to show that through their firearms matching toolmark expert, which we've talked extensively about why that's faux science. But that's the state series. So theoretically, these shell casings recovered outside the house are relevant because they would match the ones that were
on the screen right here.
Shot.
We are locating the 300 shell casings.
Yeah, they're just.
What's Agent Sampson doing right there?
He is picking the shell casing up.
Is that one of the casings that's in this bag right here that you identified?
Yes, sir, it is.
We're now going through all the guns that aren't alleged to have caused the killing.
Hey, Nick, since I'm not adding much, you can demote me.
Okay. Get wrecked.
I'm just drafting. I'm not doing anything special.
Yeah, I'm working behind the scenes here too, but this is a fascinating trial. I'm still trying to the DA. It's just right now I'm still at not guilty. I'm nowhere near close to
Nowhere
find
near.
this guy guilty. Yeah.
I don't even understand the state's theory of how he actually accomplished this murder and was able to dispose of the clothes and the murder weapons.
That is another shell casing on if you're facing the door or the stoop door, it'd be on the left-hand side of the stoop.
Ones that are in this bag, State's Exhibit 260?
Yes, sir, it is.
And what brand and type?
S&B 300 BOK.
MMOS says, Nick, please ask what state this trial is happening in. It's happening in South Carolina. South Carolina.
You should put a flag down at the bottom because that's like the 6th time someone's asked during this stream.
Just picked up.
That would be another S&B 300 blackout shell casing.
Ones in this bag we've been talking about?
Yes, sir.
Jenkins says, I've sadly had to deal with SLED many times due to certifications and other filings. While I could and would use many words to describe that experience, competence is not one of them.
Fast forward just a little bit.
Chris West, will they bring up him hiring someone to kill himself? I don't know that they're going to be able to get that in or not. It's not really relevant to the crime.
Yeah, I'll look something up on that. Let me hold on a second. I've got something for you on that.
Shocker. Steve has written an article about.
No, it's not an article. It's just I have some law handy. Hold on. Well, theoretically, this is a law channel. Let's see. Hold on.
It's just funny. Hold on. Let me find this thing about this extremely specific issue where a guy is accused of murder and then 6 months later decides to hire someone to kill himself to send insurance money to his son, but failed.
Collected all 5 cases that are in this bag?
Yes, sir, we had.
It happens all the time. For those who don't know what a stoop is, go and watch the Hey Arnold episode about the stoop kid. It's an entryway, usually accompanied with stairs.
This is Florida law, but it's a circumstantial evidence rule as far as flight as evidence of guilt, which is analogous to.
Go to any other locations that day. What day is this right now, with those videos you just watched?
That's what I said the other day.
6/8 of 21.
21. On June 8th of 2021, the day after the murders, did you go to any other location in the property to search, to your recollection?
I don't think it was that day, no, sir.
Okay. Did you ultimately go and search a shed at the property?
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay. And what specifically did y'all search at the shed?
The trash that had been taken away from the house.
Okay. And I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 161 to your testimony, and see if you recognize that exhibit.
Yes, sir, I do.
What that exhibit is, please.
This is a video of my body-worn camera when we were actually digging in the trash that was we took to the shed and dug through.
What did you find in the trash? Like, just tell us.
They didn't take the trash to the crime scene and search it at the crime scene, did they?
Says they took it to the shed, so maybe.
That would be a very good way of contaminating the crime scene.
All for State's Exhibit 161 into evidence, I believe, without objection. That's correct.
Submitted.
All right.
So what do they find in the garbage can? What's
A discarded empty box formerly holding 300 blackout shells.
Exhibit 161.
Probably something like that.
So so I'm trying to force this in here, but the circumstantial evidence standard that regards to flight. So the question is can they get in the fact that he tried to commit suicide several months later as evidence of guilt, right?
We're at 28 seconds in. What are we seeing right there?
That is the large shed that's our hangar. Just probably to the right middle of the screen would be the dog kennels, dog house. To the far right is the, I think it's chicken coop. But the shed is where we went through some trash that we had secured.
All right. And step down for me, if you would, please. Let's kind of point that out for the jury. So where are the kennels in this particular video?
The kennels are right here.
And where's the feed room in this video?
The feed room would be right here on the end.
All right. And where's the little doghouse in this video?
This would be the doghouse.
All right. What is this thing right there underneath the shed?
That's UTV under the shed.
And then the kennels extend down this way with various cages?
Yes, sir, it does.
Thank you. You can retake your seat.
Did you ask why we can't see the video?
Mm-hmm.
I think the judge has just ruled that no video or photos will be shown during the trial. Some of them are being released after each trial day to Court TV, who is putting them up on their website or whatever, and
Okay.
on Twitter.
I promised Jeff that while I was working, I'd hop on his show. So I love you guys. Thank you so much for having me.
See ya.
Okey-doke. Take care.
What are y'all about to do right here?
We're about to dig in trash.
Digging trash?
Yes, sir.
Is that a fun job?
It's not, but it has to be done.
Guys, just if you know the cops are going to dig in your trash and you're mad at them, just poop in it. Make their job worse. Make it gross. Like throw a day old, like not a day, like a 5-day-old turkey in there.
All right, 124, I'm just going to fast forward it some.
Order some
What is
Chinese
that image
food,
right
shove
now
that
at
in there.
145 that's on the screen?
That is a empty box, 12 gauge premium turkey load ammunition.
All right, and what is that right there?
An empty box of 12 gauge long beard.
Was Maggie's nickname Turkey?
Let's see, 2 ounce, number 4 shot.
And what is that right there?
That is a empty box of 12 gauge. It's got Browning on it, TSS. It's a 3.5 inch, 2 1/4, number 7 and 9.
All right, for the record, I'm fast forwarding then.
So
Fast
Bronco, you
forwarded.
called it empty boxes of ammo. Nailed it.
What is this right now that we're seeing at 3 minutes and 7 seconds?
That is appeared to be a credit card statement or receipt, and it's got an item circled on it.
And
You can really throw them off by killing your
an item
neighbor and
circled on it?
shoving him in the garbage
That is
can.
correct.
And what was the score on that particular item?
Goosey store?
Gucci?
Yeah.
And what was the amount?
They had 1,700 acres of land,
and-
folks. There were probably turkeys running everywhere.
10 cents.
Okay, and somebody had circled that particular entry, is that correct?
That is correct.
We get turkeys on our land.
We used to get them in suburban Boston. I mean, right outside the city of Boston. They'd be running around parking lots.
I want to catch one and kill it
For
with
the
my
record,
bare
I'm
hands.
just fast
cooked,
forwarding
but I'm
through.
worried about
Y'all
the other
searching
ones
through the trash,
attacking
is
me.
that right?
They're mean.
Yes, sir, we are.
Not as mean as
Find
geese,
anything
but they're
else
pretty
in
mean.
that trash?
No, sir, we did not.
Tofu Poncho says, for people of culture who haven't watched Hey Arnold, in the episode of It's Always Sunny where Dennis and Dee get addicted to crack, they the stared entry upon which they're blasting Biz Markie is what's known as a stoop. So there you go. If you haven't watched Hey Arnold, but you have watched It's Always Sunny, that'll help.
They're running late for lunch, huh? Did they go to lunch yet?
They've been
No, not yet.
late lunches every day.
All right,
I think
I'll
judge
show
doesn't wanna
you,
mess with the
stand by for me real quick.
They got to be breaking soon, right? It's 1:15 there.
All right, I'll show you what's been marked as.
I feel like I could take a turkey in melee combat. Like I think I have confidence in myself.
I like to get my turkeys the traditional way, either at the supermarket or blowing their heads off with a shotgun.
There's actually a case in South Carolina that's directly on point as far as attempted suicide as evidence of guilt.
Which is an evidence bag.
Did they
and
allow
see
it?
If you recognize what's in there.
I just posted it in private chat.
So it's a play on the motive, evidence of guilt. Yeah. All right. Oh, interesting.
An unmistakable nexus linking the suicide attempt to a guilty conscience derivative
I do.
of the
All right,
offense
tell me
for
what's
which
in
the
that
defendant
bag.
is on trial.
These
Unambiguous.
are the shell boxes which I described on the video or observed on the video.
Problem is he has
and it's the
other
receipt,
issues.
credit card receipt.
Other
which was
crimes
stolen
that he's not on
we
trial
collected
for at
from
the moment.
trash.
All right, the one with the
And
circle
I believe
thing
he
with
was
Gucci
helping to
on
get
it.
insurance money to his
Your
kid.
Honor, this
So
time I
that would
moved
be
State's Exhibit 214.
a motive
evidence.
other than consciousness of guilt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did it?
I would have suspected they'd be more prepared than this.
The story just a little bit. Did you ultimately return out to the scene to do an additional search, or out to the property as a whole to do an additional search?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right, and you remember what date that was? Roughly?
I think it was the 13th.
Okay. And what were you looking for on that particular search?
Again, looking for any firearms, shells, shell casings that would could be tested for a potential weapon to use during a crime.
All right. And do you remember who were some of the other agents that were out there, or what else was going on at that time?
No.
I think Agent McAllister was there. If I'm not mistaken, Mindy may have been there. There was a number of agents there.
Okay. I'm going to show you. What's been marked for identification, or marked right now, is State's Exhibit 152 and 151,
He said
and see
marked
if you
for
recognize those
identification.
items generally.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right. And can you tell the jury just generally what those items are?
It's 300 blackout ammunition and magazine containing 300 blackout ammunition that was collected.
All right. And was this collected at various locations on the property during that search?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so it looks like this is the law in South Carolina. The site is State v. Cartwright, 2018, South Carolina Supreme Court, 425 SC 81. It's from 2018. That's the current law on from the Supreme Court of South Carolina.
And the main problem would be
151
the
into evidence, I
unmistakable
believe, without
nexus
objection.
exists by clear and convincing
Little
evidence linking the
objection. How much
suicide
more
attempt to a
time do you
guilty
have with this
conscience,
witness on direct?
derivative
We,
of the
there's-
offense for
there's
which the
still some
defendant is
fair
on
amounts to
trial.
cover, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to break, talking only to the jury. Everyone else remain seated. We will reconvene at in an hour and 20 minutes. An hour and 20 minutes. Please go to the jury room.
Does anybody have a trained combat turkey that I could take in hand-to-hand combat, like in a sanctioned fighting event? Don't act like that doesn't exist. I know one of you people has a trained combat turkey. I've seen this audience. Y'all are weird.
Trained combat. Well, I would guess that the suicide attempt will not come in as evidence. We haven't seen many pretrial motions in this case, but that would probably, this Supreme Court case recommends that it be done
With
pre-trial.
regard to the admission of the guns, any further, anything further the state or the defense would like to place on the record?
Well, Your Honor, I would put some further argument in the record in that the guns had been tested ballistically. The test excluded the guns as being murder weapons, my understanding. And as a result, they're just not relevant They have photos of the guns, which is completely sufficient information for the jury and to get the information in that they were tested. But sending, just weapon after weapon back into the jury room during jury deliberations, we think is unfairly prejudicial.
All
Right on.
And response, Mr.
The defense, as you might expect, has already challenged the sufficiency of the investigation and what was done. And I think the
So?
state, not only just generally, but all certainly in response to those lines of examination, is entitled to show the extent of the examinations that were done in analyzing the relevant firearms evidence. That
You've got a
was on the
limiting
scene.
instruction.
This agent gathered 12-gauge weapons for a reason, because 12-gauge rounds were used to murder Paul Murdaugh, and therefore admission of those we believe is relevant, not overly prejudicial. Certainly nothing about the way we did that examination did anything that was prejudicial. It was all very straight to the point.
Man,
Right.
I don't buy
Relevant
it.
evidence means any evidence tending to make the existence of any fact that is of consequence to the determination of the action more or less probable than it would be without the evidence. This evidence of these guns were part of the crime scene in and around the crime scene at or around the time of the murders. Issues have been raised regarding multiple guns, multiple shooters, multiple spent rounds, and the court in its discretion have admitted the evidence as being relevant, and there's no dispute that the defendant had multiple guns in and around his place, and I find that it's relevant and more probative than prejudicial, and that's the basis for the court's order with regard to admitting that evidence.
That's a bad call if in
break
fact the weapons
for
were
an hour and
tested
20
and
minutes.
excluded.
Yeah.
I agree.
Talking
And
about
I-
multiple guns, but not those guns. That's
Like-
the problem. Not those guns.
But guess what, folks? Almost surely unappealable.
Right. Because of the abuse of
Yeah,
discretion standard that's applied in a evidentiary ruling in court. And the state did bring up a point about, well, the process is being challenged. The cop expertise is being challenged here. Their sloppiness is being challenged. So they're rebutting that. So I think that's a fair argument against, or so that they can then introduce all this other garbage theoretically.
But I'm
At
going to
least-
call bullshit because they were going to
Yeah.
introduce those guns prior
Anyway,
to
right.
the
Sure.
challenge to their prior to the challenge to the sufficiency of their investigation. They were going to call that no matter what.
And they
Right.
could counter that claim by the defense of insufficiency with photographs of the weapons, right? Did you search everything? Did you search this? Did you search that? How many things did you search? It doesn't have to be the physical guns.
Yeah, probably not a great appellate point. It is an appellate point. You'd have to see, so far we have the shell casing matching question that hasn't been brought in yet, but we anticipate will be. And this relevance question, which I sent you point 3 on my appellate brief that argued this, but it's, I don't know. I think it's probably, this would be a weaker point from an appellate standpoint. I think it's an incorrect ruling, but it will probably be deemed harmless.
Yeah.
The problem is the offsetting analysis. What is the prejudicial effect of throwing all these guns in front of the jury that are consistent with when the state doesn't make the leap? They're insinuating that these guns had something to do with it, right? And they're just making them look bad by having all these guns. And so its prejudicial effect should outweigh the probative value. I don't see what really the probative value is of having those guns if they're
Right.
excluded as the murder weapon. That's
Right. I guess the defense will just have to cover that in cross.
right.
Weren't these guns, you were shown this gun and that gun and the other gun, weren't they excluded as being
Yeah.
involved in these killings?
This
He's gonna say,
gun,
not
they
my
say-
job.
This
That's what he's
isn't
gonna
the
say.
murder weapon,
Not my
right?
job.
This isn't the murder weapon. This isn't the murder weapon.
It might not be this guy's job, right? They might have to wait for another witness, whoever did the exclusion testing, I suppose. Hey,
Yeah.
Nick, I'm going to have to duck out on the lunch break, I think. I got to make a couple calls, but could I just do my grift before I head out, and then I'll come back after lunch. Law of Self-Defense, live, advanced class, Saturday, April 15th. Learn how to make yourself hard to convict if you're ever compelled to defend yourself, your family, or property against criminal predators. And if you sign up for this class this month, there's only a couple days left, right? Today's the 30th. This month, you get 50% off. Save yourself $100. That's at lawofselfdefense.com/advanced. take a look, folks. Learn more. Make yourself hard to convict. All right, guys.
Very cool.
I'm going to duck out, but I'll plan on clicking back in later, Nick.
Yeah,
Sounds great.
I've got about
Take
a
care.
half hour, so
Okay.
I'll see you later, Andrew. We'll catch up.
Hey, Nate,
What's up?
are you coming to Vegas? I heard a rumor you might come to Vegas.
Yes, well, because I'm a degenerate gambler, so I'm always out there. So Eric is like this weekend. I'm like, yeah, Eric, I'm going to Vegas. He's like, you going to Vegas again? I'm like, yeah, because when you're diamond status with the casinos, they fly you out to force you to spend your money. So
Are you diamond status?
So you were already going to be there then.
not for that weekend, no. But now I'm trying to see if I can switch some things around to see if I can get out there that weekend. But right now, I'm hoping to be there that weekend. But
that'd be
again,
fun.
I'm not sure. You guys are at the Mirage, right? I believe it is, right?
No, I'm not. I'm staying with Camelot for 3 days at the Venetian, and then I'm staying with my wife for 2 days at an undisclosed location, just because Camelot mentioned the Venetian. That's the only reason I mentioned it. But I tend not to mention where I'm going until until I'm gone from there, just because some people might want to hassle me.
Oh yeah.
So
now you've made me. I'm not telling anybody. Well, I can stay at any Caesars. There's like 12 properties. So, but I'm not going to tell anybody either. I'm going to be hush mouth about mine too.
Yeah,
but I'll definitely be there.
Awesome, very very cool. Well, let me know, and you can come hang out at our event. It'll be on the 26th in the evening if you're still there. But yeah, so it's going to be a lot of fun. By the way, if you want to come hang out with me and other people at the live event, you can buy tickets right now. It's a pinned comment on YouTube, and I'll see if I can get that. Let me get that link. Hold on let me get that link to share in the other channels than YouTube. I'm going to post it on Rumble right now. So if you want to pop in, you can grab tickets. It's going to be a fun time, of course. And yeah. There's Dick Masterson is going to be there. Let's see. Camelot's going to be there. We'll probably do a little live panel show, hanging out, cracking some jokes. There's going to be liquor. There's going to be people. It'll be a blast. So the venue is, before anybody asks, the venue is not finalized yet. I'm working on that, getting that locked down specifically. And once I do, I'll update the thing. But we'll make it all happen, and it'll be a lot of fun. So very much looking forward to that. It'll be the first live event that I'm hosting, so that'll be great. Again,
some good debauchery over there too. But well, have you announced everybody else who's coming? Because I know there's supposed to be there's some other, but I'm not sure if I should spill the beans on.
I don't know. Bronca said he's going to be there, so he'll be there. I don't want to say other people until they give me permission to say it. But I believe I believe Robert Barnes is going to be there.
Does he live out there, right? He lives out there.
Yeah, he lives out there. And I think my lawyer may show up. Mark Randazza may show up there as well to hang out and say hi a little bit to some people. And so that could be fun. And there's a bunch of other people who may come too. So looking forward to it. Barnes is doing an event that day too, right?
He's doing something that day too. Yeah.
Yeah. Is Viva going to be there? Okay.
Viva
so
Barnes supposed to be doing an event. Yeah.
Awesome. So yeah, there's a bunch of people coming. If you want to meet some of these talking heads that you see floating around the internet, and it sounds like Nate's going to be there, which will be awesome too.
Yeah.
So,
but I got to get my debauchery in on Saturday though. Sunday, I'll go pray with you guys, but Saturday, my debauchery there.
Yeah, I've never been to Vegas, so I'm pumped to go. I've never been there.
I'll call you because I have my old little plans already set up for what I do when I get down there. But if you guys want to have some, it gets crazy though. But my only thing is whatever happens in Vegas stays in Vegas.
Yeah, of course. Right, because I'm gonna eat the biggest steak on the planet that I can find, and that needs to stay in Vegas because people make fun of me for being fat.
And I'm going to give a CRT training. So, we're going to learn about critical race theory.
Oh, shit.
Oh, my God.
Your Vegas meetup is the same week as a furry convention. Interesting. Well,
Just
Oh, my
coincidence,
goodness.
complete coincidence.
Just a complete coincidence.
look,
It's gonna be
bring your
great.
diapers. That's all I'm saying. Bring your diapers. It'll be fine. Or your litter box, whatever you want.
Your litter box.
Weren't you
Now-
gonna watch? Oh, go ahead.
No, I'm just looking at this thing. I'm watching this whole thing about Alec Baldwin, and everybody keeps saying that he's being railroaded. I'm like, there's no way he's being railroaded. Why do people keep saying this? It's just all political, right? Just the fact that he's Alec Baldwin. So
Yeah, and when it happened, I mean, even people like a lot of people, even I associate with and stuff, who typically don't like Alec Baldwin and his politics, were like, yeah, but I mean, he can't be expected. It's like, why can't he be expected to clear a weapon? Like, why can he not be expected to make sure that there's not a live round in that weapon? Why is he expected to not pull the trigger when he's not supposed to pull the trigger? Because they weren't even shooting the scene. They were doing a dry run of the scene. He wasn't supposed to pull the trigger. They weren't behind the ballistic glass that they were supposed to be behind. Everything about that falls on Alec Baldwin's shoulders. He pointed a gun, pulled a trigger, and put a bullet through someone who shouldn't have a bullet in him.
yeah.
So,
But he's a liberal lion, so the politics now takes effect. And matter of fact, did you guys hear The View? Because The View was talking about the prosecutor was a MAGA Republican, and they're
Oh
like,
my
she's a
God.
Soros Democrat,
Yeah.
literally a Soros Democrat. It was just like, oh my God, they're so stretching
So we're
right now.
180 degrees wrong. So picky.
yeah. And I happen to really like Alec Baldwin as an actor. Like, I really do. Glenn Ross, like his speech in that is one of the greatest scenes that exists. I loved him in 30 Rock. I thought him in 30 Rock was so funny. I liked his Trump impressions on Saturday Night Live. Like, I like Alec Baldwin. I like Alec Baldwin.
Did you see him in The Edge? Did you ever seen the movie The Edge?
I did. That's the one with the bear, right?
Right. I
Yeah.
think that was an excellent movie. That was a great movie, and he played
Yeah.
the slimy guy that was just perfect for his role. Also his Saturday Night Live impression of he's like, you insult him a little bit. What was it? The Joe Pesci show? And
All right.
You ever seen that? And he plays what's the guy? De Niro. That's the best De Niro impression. Alec Baldwin's De Niro. Where it's like Joe, yeah, I'm Joe Pesci. He's like, you insult him a little bit. This is great. So
What was that movie he did with Leo and Mark Wahlberg, the Scorsese movie? It was really good.
Leo and Mark Wahlberg. That's The Departed.
Yeah, The Departed. He's great in that. He has one of my favorite moments in that movie too. When
The mushrooms.
No, when they're like, wait, you didn't put a camera on the back door?
Oh yeah.
You didn't put a camera on the. And he just hits the guy right in the face. Oh, you can't believe you didn't put a camera on the back door. He's just so I like him. I don't like his politics, but I separate that shit out. I don't care if I couldn't like someone and not like their politics, I couldn't watch a single movie in Hollywood, right? So so like that doesn't really bother me, but I look at the situation, I go, he pointed a gun at a woman, pulled a trigger, and she's dead. Like anybody else on earth goes to prison for that. Like that's how it goes. Well, maybe not prison, but they get a conviction. Conviction. Involuntary manslaughter. Don't think he tried to kill her. I don't think that was his goal that day, was to wake up and shoot this woman. But
I think he's going to plead. I think he's probably going to plead to negligent manslaughter or something like that, and just go keep it moving. Not negligent manslaughter. I'm talking about negligent use of a firearm, what the AD got pinged for. You plead to that, you get a misdemeanor, and everybody gets the shot. Yeah, we got him convicted, and you go on with your life. Suspended sentence.
Now, what do you think about the armorer?
Armor's done. She's done. She's mixing. Number one, there's wasn't supposed to be any live rounds there.
Mm-hmm.
There was live rounds. She mixed live and dummy rounds. She's finished. She's finished. If anybody's, you take her to trial, and she could only thing she could do is plead out to the top count. That's what you got her for.
Yeah. How do you not secure that conviction?
Yeah.
Oh, it wasn't my live bullet. It's your job to have this stuff. And
I don't agree. I think that they're equally culpable. But Baldwin will get the better deal because he's in more of a position of power. And so, whereas the other woman doesn't have the power, so she's going to get the short end of the stick and get most of the blame. But I think they're equally culpable.
I would agree. I would agree with that. But I do think when you're trying to cut deals, you cut a deal with him, and if you get him to plead for the other one, then that's it. And she's gonna have to cut a deal because somebody's got to plead to the top count. Somebody's got to go away.
I think she's more culpable. She put a live round in that gun.
Yeah.
Well, it takes two to tango because he's the one that pointed the gun and pulled the trigger.
Right.
So the trigger man is usually the more culpable party of the two. But he hired her, right? Didn't he? And he was hiring her, and she was useless because he was saving money because they couldn't afford a real armor.
Well, the real armor walked out the day before, right?
Right. So so he puts her in charge. So
hire.
he's doubly culpable there. So I don't know. I put them on equal footing, but I just think that the power. I assume that he's going to plea out and get a non-prison sentence because of all the power reasons we've talked about. The fact that it took him so long to charge him gives me suspicion that there's power games going on.
Well, the other guy who supposedly cleared the gun, he pled out and he got the 6 months, or he got the suspended sentence, right?
Yeah.
So
he pleaded out to the misdemeanor with the firearm.
Yeah, that's why I think Baldwin will plead out. Like I think they're going to give him a similar deal.
See, the Baldwin has two major issues where he has to plead. Number one, in New Mexico, they've hit him with 2 involuntary manslaughter charges. So, but it's for the same. He can only really be convicted on one, but they hit him with 2. The first one is negligent handling of a firearm. So if you negligently handle a firearm and somebody dies, that's involuntary manslaughter. It's like A equals B. That's it. You're done. Obviously, what he did was negligently handle a firearm. It's like, he's even being civilly sued for that. So I think that's done. And then on the second, and that's the one, the negligently handling a firearm, with that is the minimum 5 years. But then you also have the second bite at the apple, which is he didn't check the firearm. Was it circumspection or whatever? We forget the word they use in the law. But that I think you got him with too, because he was handed the gun, and then he says,
I think you have to be Jewish in order for that to apply. See, you got it.
I liked it. I got it. But yeah, he's done. Either way, he's done. But I do think I disagree with the point that they're equally culpable, because I still think the DA may be thinking about their chain, the chain of foreseeability, right? She hands you a gun. He has the better argument than she has, right? His argument is, I trusted all these professionals, blah, 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 blah. That's something that you're going to have to work with. With her, it's just done, right? You are the professional. You should have checked it. You gave the gun. So I think her defense, even though it's a lot weaker, I think the stronger, he's the one where you have the harder time getting the conviction. And he's a sympathetic person too. Like you're saying, he's an actor. You got the sympathy. I think you can play it up.
That always reminds me, you ever seen that? Wasn't it Team America World Police?
You cannot act,
they say
boy.
the most important member of the team is the actor.
I love Team America. That movie's damn near perfect. Just love Alec Baldwin in that movie too. You cannot act me, boy. Don't even try.
I like it when he's in the bar and he's like, act, damn it, act. Jabba Juhad. Jabba Juhad.
Durgala, Muhammad Jihad.
Oh my
God. Coney Upstate says, which YouTube lawyer winds up like Alec Murdaugh? Oh, which one of us is most likely to end up like Alec Murdaugh? Hopefully none of us. Good Lord. But probably that guy who owns the LawTube channel.
Who owns law? Is there a LawTube channel? I don't know.
Yeah, and I'm just kidding. Yeah. I know nothing about that guy. I'm not trying to say anything nasty about him at all. Let's see. Next, Levi the welder. Did you see the lawyer for the teacher in Virginia who was shot released a statement last week where the school failed 4 times that day? Be interesting to cover. Is that the teacher who was shot by the student? She was shot by like a 6-year-old student. Is that what we're talking about? I don't know about that one.
Yo, oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was going to read the next one, but if you've got a thing on that,
No. The Quartering just tweeted out back on Twitter.
Yep, he's back on Twitter,
but
he's
he just got yeeted again.
Did he get yeeted again?
The tweet's not up, so I'm not sure what happened. The tweet was up, and now it's gone again. I'm like, what the hell's going on?
Hold on, let me see. Ring. He's up. Oh yeah, he says sorry to keep you waiting. Complicated business. So this is up here. I'll pull it up. We'll do this. Oh, I can just share this tab. Here we go. Boom. Here's his tweet. Sorry to keep you waiting. Complicated business. Complicated. To celebrate my return, I would like to announce the first installment of the Eliza Blue Files, a multi-part series. Part 1, how a clout goblin infiltrated Twitter trust and safety with lies and used them to ban critics.
Ooh, yo, did you see how far she was going with this?
Oh,
like
she's
she went
crazy.
to Rumble, she went to like she was hitting DMCAs everywhere. And I love what World Star came out and said. For those of you who don't know,
Yeah.
she did a very provocative video on World Star, and this woman lies about everything. I'm talking about it's just lie after lie after lie. It's ridiculous. So then she says that she was compelled to do the shoot with World Star Hip Hop, a very provocative shoot. But then they found her actually talking about the shoot, and she says not only was it not compulsory, she went to them and begged them.
It's her
to do
idea.
the shoot. Yes.
Yep.
And on top, they negotiated and they paid her for the shoot. So everything she said about it, but she, obviously now she's a human trafficking advocate. So it's not a good look for her. So now she's trying to pretend that it didn't happen. So it's insane.
Which I think is silly. Like I watched the videos. For the record, she's not my cup of tea, but she's dancing provocatively. Who cares? That doesn't mean anything about human trafficking at all to me. Okay, you're in a rap video as a purportedly sexy woman. Great. Why can't you talk about human trafficking? Why is this such a big problem? I don't get it. The problems with it, which I think she's trying to cloud, is that she is suggesting that at the time she was shooting these videos that she was being a victim of trafficking, and that people are like, wait a minute, these timelines don't match up to your story. And no one's really clear on exactly what trafficking she suffered. What she said on the Michael Malice interview. Did you see that, Nate? Did you see her Michael Malice stuff?
No, I haven't seen it. The Michael Malice interview.
Malice interviewed her back in 2021. And what she said there, she gave an example of her trafficking, is that someone took her picture from Instagram, made a fake account, and was catfishing people with it to drive like money somewhere. It's like, that's not trafficking.
That's not trafficking at all.
No. And I'll give her the benefit of the doubt. It seems like she implies that that's one instance of something that happened, but there's another instance of actual trafficking. But I'm really parsing her words to try and give her that benefit. She doesn't clearly state that anywhere I've seen that she was actually trafficked in the sense that we would understand it. So it's like this really messy situation that she is, I think she's very, very worried about her business potential as this trafficking advocate, when it seems like she wasn't a victim of trafficking, which doesn't preclude you from being an anti-trafficking advocate. But when you've built your story on lies, that's a big problem.
And the scary part about this is look at all the big media companies when it took her side and essentially tried to erase this whole story from it, right? You couldn't talk about it on Twitter. Everybody's getting banned off Twitter. And then the people who put it on YouTube are getting banned off YouTube, and you get banned off Facebook. They literally were just taking her story as verbatim and just banning people's accounts. That's but it's unfortunately it's crazy too. But just imagine if she what they say, she has a connection with Elon, and just that connection got her all this power to essentially try to erase this past from the internet.
Right. And the other problem is that the way people aren't talking about it, because who aren't really involved but are kind of like World Star, they issued a very neutral statement. Their statement does say that, she was paid for the shoot, they own all the rights, but they also took down the video. Now, what she did until they made that statement was she made it out like, oh, World Star took down the video, implying that it was illegally obtained or without her consent or something like that. But in reality, the most likely thing is WorldStar went, we don't want to touch this, and this video is completely useless to our business model. Gone. This is 9 years old. Who cares? So they just get rid of the controversy, Thanos snap it out of existence. And this is the disingenuous nature of it. And I'm really kind of disappointed in that, because I had just kind of met her when I came back on Twitter. And I was like, oh, this is going to be an interesting person to interview. This is going to be some, she's anti-trafficking, which is a good thing. I'm anti-trafficking. It's cool. It'll be neat to see someone working in that field. And
I'm pro-trafficking.
Yeah. But it's like, I mean, I'm opposed to it, but I don't like do anything about it other than talk about it. But here's the problem, Steve.
You're not wearing a ribbon.
I can't find what she actually does to be anti-trafficking. I mean, she talks about it on Twitter, but what does she do? Like, how are you fighting trafficking? I see her collecting awards, and I don't know what the hell she actually does. So this is the problem with it. And I don't know that anybody was really asking these questions until the controversy came out.
Nowadays, awards are completely unconnected to any kind of accomplishment.
Yeah.
Now it's like, oh, you got the journalistic prize of the year, and it's just because, oh, well, you're the New York Times. And of course, well, it's all lies. Well, doesn't matter.
It's okay. Yeah.
It's okay. It's like, I love it whenever I get the Bar magazine, we get the Bar magazine, and in the front cover, we've scoured the whole, the lawyer of the year happens to be the Chief Justice of the Florida Supreme Court. Amazing. The best lawyer in the whole state happens to be this guy. And it's like, let's do a cover essay on the greatest lawyer in the whole state. We've scoured. Really?
Yeah.
It's good to have friends.
You're just in power. That's all it is. It's just
Yeah.
bootlicking is what it is.
Well, I'm very much not a fan of it, and I'm highly suspicious of anyone who utilizes censorship from big tech to silence criticism. And the criticism of her is very valid. None of those.
Oh, I thought you were going to say, but who doesn't censor is Birch Gold.
Not yet.
Super chats and Birch Gold. Yeah.
But no, like the whole thing, she's censoring criticism of her rather than either ignoring it or addressing it. Is, you've got those two options. And the criticism, the basis she used for the censorship was these videos and photos were private. It's like, no, they weren't. Are you accusing World Star Hip Hop of trafficking you, which she never did? And the pictures are from World Star Hip Hop stuff. And you're using privacy issues, that's fraudulent. Like you're using a fraudulent claim of privacy to impact people like Jeremy, like Brittany Venti, like Yellow Flash, like Camelot. And I mean, to me, that's criminal fraud, in my opinion, but that's just my take.
I'm going to disagree with you, Nick. I think, well, two things. I think World Star Hip Hop, she essentially, and again, this is my opinion. I think she was accusing World Star Hip Hop of trafficking her, and by saying that video, she wanted that video to be taken down because it was not, was it compulsory, or what did she say? What words did she? Non-consensual.
Right.
That video was non-consensual, in this, and this was about the trafficking issue and all that stuff. That heavily implied that they had done something nefarious to her. And I think if it was a nothing thing, World Star would have just took the video down. But by them coming and saying, no, she was paid for this, I think that was also to throw. And again, I still think we still live in a woke world in terms of, if a woman says I was trafficked, believe her. No matter what the evidence says, and any criticism to that, you're wrong for criticizing. And that's what happened with Jeremy. That's what happened. All these people, their little criticism of that. Well, hold on, this doesn't make sense. Got them all removed. And now, and again, I also want to say Elon really disappointed me with this, because he was a free speech advocate. Oh, free speech. And I would understand if she had actual proof and evidence and people were then okay, that's something different. But here, these were reasonable people making reasonable assessments based on the evidence at hand, and they were getting yeeted for no reason. And now, to show you how bad it is, now those people are back, because Jeremy said he wasn't going to delete the post before he came back, and he didn't delete the post, and he's back, and all these people are back, showing you that Elon jumped the gun. And free speech is not what, what, I don't know what his version of free speech is, but it's not what I thought it was.
Yeah, no, I agree. I agree. And I think but what I don't know where we actually disagreed in that.
Well, you said that you were talking about World Star.
Oh, on World Star. Okay. Yeah. Maybe.
Yeah. Go ahead.
No, I was okay. So I'm going to say maybe your perspective may be correct because what you said I agree with, and so maybe I either worded it poorly or I changed my mind. I can't remember. Doesn't matter. But I'll go with your assessment on that. I think she was accusing them by inference. She didn't directly accuse them. She was very cautious not to do it and not to specifically say World Star trafficked me or whatever. And I think you could take the implication that she was coerced or forced by someone else to participate in the World Star video originally. But when she comes out and says, or when she has that phone call or whatever, where she says it was her idea, and it's like, okay, well, that's starting to really cast a ton of doubt on that. Kind of like, yeah, that's not coercion. That's just your idea and you got paid for it. And that's great. But no, and I think, these platforms reacted in this way, probably because of what you're saying. The wokeism is there. So we just gotta go. Now there's Twitter trust and safety chick was out talking yesterday about how people don't understand that when things are filed appropriately with the right paperwork, they take action, even if the legal conclusion may be different. It's like, but we only suspend accounts when they know the posted content was illegal. It's like, well, that's bullshit right there. Mm-hmm. Because no one knows that this content is illegal. No one even thought it's illegal. And by the way, it's not illegal. I mean, it clearly was not illegal. So that's here's the worst part. Even if she was trafficked into doing that World Star video, it still wasn't illegal. That's the crazy aspect of it. But
that shows you, that gives you a peek of what Twitter thought. They thought that was a trafficking video. They thought that was non-consensual. They thought it was illegal. And she filed the correct paperwork and they said, oh my God, this is illegal trafficking stuff. Take it down. Boom. And I think that also implies, and it is sad because again, I really still think we're still in that woke world with the whole believe somebody says something, you got to believe it. Damn the evidence. And everybody, and look how many people it took down. Yellow Flash, the Quartering. These are not just nobodies, right? These are people with hundreds of thousands of followers. Yeah. That was just with a click on YouTube too. You had the same thing happening on YouTube too. So.
Yep. No, so it was nuts. That's why I covered it on Rumble. Yeah. We watched the whole stupid video because it was, well, actually, I don't think we got through all of it because it was just terrible.
That's pretty funny.
But it was like, it's just, I so hate this. What do you think about the fraud claim though? When you fraudulently claim something was illegal or private for the purpose of causing harm to someone else. I mean, that's
yeah, I of course, I think we're there, but I also think it's going to be hard to convince. It's going to be hard to get that in court because you're going to have jury. Because don't forget, you always have the issue of, well, even though she did say this, even if she's wrong, we're thinking about the next victim, the next person who may say this and may be true. You know, they're going to be afraid to come forward if we come down hard on her, and so we're not going to do it. So I think that's what you'll run into with any fraud stuff, because they'll say, well, we want people to come forward, so we're going to let her go.
Yeah, it's too bad, really, because I mean, I know that Jeremy suffered. When you lose your Twitter, you suffer loss, like hands down, period. I
don't.
You don't. Okay, sorry. Look, hold on. Let me see the Quartering's Twitter following. So he has 248,000 followers on Twitter. That's worth money. It's worth a lot of money.
That's worth money, yeah.
Like I have 146,000 on Twitter. It's worth money to me. When I lost my Twitter at 125,000, it was there's noticeable impacts on your show. Because you're not tweeting it out. You can't tweet out the link. And so people just don't see it as much. The YouTube notification system is insufficient. That's just part of it. Jeremy also sells coffee through his Twitter. He does other things through his Twitter. He has different business opportunities. It impacts your ability to get interviews. It impacts your ability to communicate with people. It's crazy how much it actually is worth. And if you could in theory sell it, I mean, it'd be worth value to sell a or 250,000 follower Twitter account. It probably wouldn't be worth as much as people think the moment the next person tweets, but yeah, that has a value, and she definitely impacted that, and that's what frustrates me. It's almost like a conversion, like a common law conversion.
Yeah. But again, it's making, because now you got to make an argument, convince people, what's the value of that? You're right, there is a value, but how do you put a monetary figure to that? Like you're saying, can he show that he's lost views and subs or whatever? Because a lot of times Twitter isn't monetized by us, but it's kind of used as a springboard. Like I'll put my videos on there and people will click on them and stuff like that. But it's I don't think it's as easy a case, but I think criminally though, if a DA, I think you may have something here, because I think if you can prove she willfully lied and made all these stuff, and then again, they're saying Twitter's making it seem like a lot of times when you fill out that paperwork, it says there you have to sign that stuff under penalty of perjury to get those takedowns, right? To get a DMCA takedown, it says under penalty of perjury. I'm saying this is true. So if she signed that and those things weren't true, then that may be your issue there.
Her crafty move was not to use a DMCA takedown, but to use a privacy takedown, which is a little bit different. So, because especially on the YouTube stuff, because if she had DMCA takedown, you easily, like, that's a false DMCA claim, and you could actually take her right to court on that. But the privacy is a little, or you would be able to appeal the DMCA claim and win really easily through YouTube. That'd be the big problem, and then she'd have to sue in copyright to try and keep it taken down. But instead, using the privacy claim is this neat little trick where you have to deal with YouTube legal rather than going through YouTube's copyright system or their other appealing system. And I've had to deal with YouTube legal a couple times on the privacy shit, and they're like, show us how this is private or how this doesn't violate privacy. And you make your case, and then they just make a determination. There's nothing you can do or say to them at all. It's completely faceless. One of them, I had medical reports reported as private. And they were given to me by the parent of the child. We were talking about a case of a child, and the parent authorized who's on the interview with me, who gave me the reports, and someone, the other parent made a privacy claim, and I was like, I was given these by the parent, by the guardian of the child, and they're like, nope, yoink, and it's like, well, how's that a privacy issue? I mean, I have consent from the owner of the thing. The other parent didn't even have the medical records, which makes it even more difficult for them to have a privacy claim to it. But, they didn't care. YouTube didn't care. And there's not like a recourse like for DMCA and copyright. It's just their legal department making that determination. So if Twitter's the same, which I assume it is, they could do that. And then you're stuck with having to use like the actual legal system to do so, which in a civil matter, like you said, that gets really expensive for probably not much reward. And you'd have to hope for a criminal matter. And do they really want to waste their time on something like that? Like,
I have my new book I'm working on, my second book.
I
was going to read you that one of the chapters titles is The Moral Imperative of Spending Your Time Wisely.
Right.
Nice.
There's lots of legal issues that you could pursue, but oh my goodness, it's not very fruitful to do so.
What is it? I remember in law school used to say, a bad settlement is better than a good lawsuit. And because you had like this old school professor, so he used to always have those little isms, like,
Yeah.
And what was the other one? The other one he just keeps saying was that litigation is a rich man's sport, and we're all poor. So
yeah, it's well, that's the thing. I mean, the cost of a lawsuit is unreal. You know this, of course. You're in one right now. I'm in one right now that I don't want to be in, and it's crazy how expensive it is. And people are, well, couldn't you just sue this? Could you do that? It's like, I mean, you can. You have the money to do it. I always said no one has the money for these lawsuits.
Well, and part of it, as you grow older, one of the keys to being happier, keys to happiness, and I think people that get older are generally happier, and that is one of those things, is you tend to avoid things that make you unhappy and do more of the things that make you happy, and over time that log rolls into a happier life. And I will tell you, one of the things that can make you very unhappy is getting involved in litigation.
Amen to that.
It's one of the most stressful things most people will go through if they have to go through it. It's one of the worst times in a lot of people's lives. because you.
Hey, Sinbad's in the chat. Sinbad's one of my 2 supporters on Locals.
Oh,
That guy's great.
well, listen, let me get out of here, guys. It's 2:00 and I have some work I have to do.
Yeah, I've got about just a few more minutes too, but you got good to see you, Nate. You're hilarious.
Thank you. I'll be doing this tomorrow, right?
Sounds
We'll be
good.
back
Yeah.
tomorrow. He's going to be convicted again. He's not going to be convicted until like at least next week. So
Yeah,
If he
it's
gets
supposed to be a 3-week trial. We've done 1 week, so probably sometime next week if anything happens.
all right,
So-
cool. I'll see you guys on the other side.
All right,
See
brother.
you, crime lord. Later, guys.
Oh, back to you and me.
It's just us now, Steve.
Just us.
It's just
Look into
us.
my eyes. You've got the drink.
Yeah, I know. I gotta do something here.
I want you to try my rum. See what you think.
Well, like I said, it's not down here. I don't.
Yeah, see, this is the thing. Have you eaten anything, young man?
Yeah, I
What do
ate pot. See, here's what I've eaten today. I ate grape nuts. I ate.
Great nuts. Who's that? Wilford Brimley? What are you, Wilford Brimley here?
Listen, I wanted fiber. Okay, and then I ate 3 soft boiled eggs. Okay, and then I ate a little bowl of lo mein that I had some leftover Chinese food, and then I ate 2 Pop-Tarts. Now I'm just sitting here. I'm still hungry though.
This does not sound like a meal for success, but yeah, your chat is so cool. The neat thing is these people, somebody sent me, I'm working with somebody from the chats, making the logo. Danielle's in the chats, Sinbad's in the chats, and Farmhand Tom is my buddy. We've been talking and he's helping me with my book. And man, it's like, you got the coolest little community here. So, although there's a little bit of a frat element in your chat though, but it's okay. I was in a fraternity, so I'm down with it.
My chat is the best chat.
Yeah.
And my Locals chat is the cream.
I don't do the Locals chat, and people say I need to be warned. They warn me that it's a scary place.
It's really not, but it was wild for a while. It's calmed down quite a bit now. The thing I like about it is, especially today, like when the gun talk was going on with the 300 blackout rounds and the different guns, people were posting pictures of the different rounds, measurements, stuff like that. They post links to articles that talk about like the ballistic qualities, the difference between a 300 blackout round and 223 and all that shit. So, but I mean, don't get me wrong. My Locals chat can absolutely get rowdy. It is a free speech haven, and what happens in there can be a little bit wild.
But
That's fine.
it's great that there's a free speech haven, and the neat thing is you kind of keep it running like all the time, right? So you can go, so your community can kind of interact and do their free speech, mashup at all times. It's pretty neat. I gotta say, I have peeked in there occasionally. I'm just not paying money to be in there. So that's like it's too wild and woolly for me. I'll get like kicked out on my ear. But it's there is an entertainment value, and it's like I get the notices from you, and it's like, and sometimes I'll peek in there, and it's cool because it's like there's this whole group going on, and it's 24-hour kind of Nick chat ran, even when you're not on. It's pretty wild.
Yeah, no, it's they're like, we have not calmed down. You take that back. Prove it.
Oh, now you're putting down the gauntlet. I'm sure it's now all of a sudden it's going to get bombarded again. Now you know how to throw gasoline on that fire, right?
Of course. But no, and I love the fact they make memes the whole time, and they're dropping them in there. So it's just good. It reminds me of the old school internet. There are very few places where you can find something like that anymore. And I love it. It's my favorite place. If you want to check it out, by the way, you go to recadalaw.locals.com, and that's where you can find access to the Locals chat. And if you drop $5 a month or $50 for a whole year, you can participate in the chat, as well as having access to exclusive Locals live streams, as well as other exclusive content that's coming. So
you see one of your chatters that over in Rumble, I think it's Shiki says, challenge accepted. You got to be careful. It's like poking the bear.
Well, who hasn't poked a bear every now and then?
Well, Hey,
that was a gay joke.
Do you have any? Do you have any super chats, or what do you want to talk about? I've got about 5-10 more minutes here. Let me see.
Well, let's do this one. I think this is right up your alley. This is from Team Ruby. can I get a prayer or 6 for my working stock dog and best friend Ruby, who was bitten in the face by a snake on Saturday and has been at the vet since then? She's not doing well and could use some help. Thanks.
Wow.
We can agree to throw up a little prayer for Ruby, right? Do you want to do it, or should I do it?
I'm not a prayer leader. I'm just a sheep.
I'm not
You
a
do
prayer
it.
leader either.
It's Ricada
I usually do toasts, which are easier than prayers.
I know, but I want to see you do a prayer. Actually, you need a prayer.
I usually don't do them on stream because not everybody in the audience is. I usually pray after, but we'll just say, throw up a little prayer of protection and healing over Ruby, a good dog, a best friend, and not just a piece of property that is utility, but someone that gives or some dog that gives aid and comfort to its owner. Hopefully she'll come through this, and a healing hand would be great. Amen.
Amen. Father, Son, Holy Spirit, pray. Thank you very much. I have a story related to that one. You guys need stories. I've only got a few more minutes, so I got to
never not have a story. I love this.
Well, I can tell the story. It's one of my closest friends. Let me see. I got to tell it because there's a lot of secretiveness. Well, I guess I can say he's a Secret Service agent, and he was involved in a mission to a foreign country that shall remain unnamed, with some people that you would definitely know. Okay, some high-level folks that he was protecting, and he was involved in a snake bite incident in the jungles of Peru.
Okay,
in which the doctor of the team was bitten by a Florida lance snake and had to be put in Walter Reed Hospital for like 30 days to over a month, almost died. And he got an award for rescuing the doctor from the jungle. It's quite a story. And it's like, and this is the reason I bring that up is I'm trying to find this doctor and get him on my Rumble channel for an interview, because he can't talk about it because he's a Secret Service agent. But the doctor could, and I would love to wouldn't that be a cool interview, talking about this doctor on this trip in the Andes Mountains to Peru, getting bit by the Florida lance and, saving his life and the whole thing. It's a fascinating story, and I'd love to get that story out there told from the people. So one of the things people are asking about, I've got a Rumble channel, which is Crime Law with Stephen N. Gosney, and I'm going to have an interview posted on Friday and Saturday. It just talks about whatever I feel like I'm talking about, but I want to get good stories from good people, and that's one. I think that'd be a cool story, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I any stories that involve Secret Service, that involve black ops in any way, those are always interesting. Even if they're not interesting, the fact that they happened is interesting.
Right.
The
team got a whole lifesaver award for saving this doctor and the harrowing nature, because this is the doctor, right? It's like, oh, call the doctor. Well, that is the doctor. And he basically, like they said, they were watching him and he just fell over. Fell over, and he fell into like this prickly bush of some sort. And they were radioing back to the base, like, well, there's this bush and he's unconscious and he's foaming at the mouth. And it's like they couldn't figure out what happened to him, but he had gotten bitten by a snake.
The Magis 93 says, is the court over for the day? No, it's on lunch. It's on lunch. We've got plenty more coming. We're just waiting for the lunch break to end. But no, it's wild. Like that's my constitutional law professor was general counsel for the CIA. And so he was he's also was a nationally recognized expert on the drone program for both the Air Force and the CIA, which would neither confirm nor deny the existence of their drone program. So he would always talk about it. But yeah, so he would talk about drones, the legality of drones, but he would also talk about various extradition issues and rendition issues as well from foreign combatants and stuff like that. And his stories were always great because you never knew if they were true or not. That was the best part of it.
That's right. That's right. Everything I say is a lie. It's really none of it's true at all.
Yep. It was perfect. That was but he's a really interesting guy entirely. He's single-handedly the best professor I ever had. His teaching method was just good, very engaging guy. Yeah, his handling of constitutional law was fantastic. I also took national security law with him, which was cool. But yeah, man.
That's very cool. Well, yeah, I've got to get going here in a few minutes, but do you have any other super chats, or what can we do? I've got, I'm still working on my book. I was pounding it, and I got, thank God my computer, everything is saved and it's all back. And I've got all this, I feel like the dam of water, and it was been building up. And then like this weekend, I finally got my computer recovered and my book back. And so I was just crushing it. So we're reworking it, and I'd like your opinion when I get the draft done, but I've been working it. I've got a whole plan, but it's coming along. So the second book is going to be universally applicable. So everybody will be able to read it, and it's directed to them.
Yeah.
So you're going to be going to Vegas.
Yep.
I'm not a big Vegas guy because I don't gamble.
I don't gamble either. I mean, I don't have an opposition to it. I just don't find much joy in it. But there's plenty to do in Vegas, and plus a bunch of people are going to be there. That's the main thing.
Yeah, so. Not my number one city, though. The rates to get in there are good. When I went on my honeymoon, we went to Sedona, Arizona.
Yeah,
and flew into Las Vegas because they subsidized their airport, so people go in there, and then we just rented a car, drove through the Grand Canyon. That's such a beautiful area, the country south of Vegas. If you go underneath along to the Grand Canyon and Sedona, although we went back to Sedona when I went and visited Bronca out there. Sedona is really crowded now.
It's weird too, isn't it? I heard Sedona is kind of a strange place.
Well, there's this whole thing. I mean, when we
like
went,
a bunch of naked people and stuff.
Well, I didn't see them, but when we were there, there was these people are into these things called vortexes. And I remember my wife and I, we like to kind of hike, little easy hikes, but scenic hikes. And we were walking up into the valleys, and, Sedona, the sky is so blue, and the rocks are so red, and the green, and the colors, and it's nature and it's beauty, and it's just wonderful. And you're up there walking, and here comes this girl comes like, have you seen the vortexes? And we're like, what? The vortex, like the spiritual vortex. And we're like, yeah, just keep walking. I mean, like, what is that? I don't even know what that is. I'm not in touch with that part of the world. So I'm not that kind of guy. I don't understand, but I'm sure it's out there for some folks.
Yeah.
But I'm like, look at the God's creation here. Why are you hunting for something that doesn't exist when you can look right in front of you and there's nature and animals and beauty and silence? I don't know.
I hear you get I think my parents went out there, and they were talking about how there are places where there's lax rules on public nudity, similar to like San Francisco, and you just see some weird old hippies like walking around. They're like, okay, no thanks.
But there's a high hippie ratio there,
right?
Well, I'll tell you what, I'm gonna get going here. I've got a couple things I got to get going, and my lunch break is over. Thank you for the invite.
Of course,
we didn't
always welcome.
Talk. You got the law in the chat. You can educate the chat.
Yes, I've got the law on the suicide, and I've got the law on the admission of all the guns.
Yes,
so that's
the law, the gun. That's a brief that's Florida law, but this here, the one I sent you in the private chat on the suicide, that is South Carolina Supreme Court law from 2018. So that should be good law on the suicide thing. All right, buddy.
All right, man. Take it easy.
Cheers. Bye-bye.
See ya. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is just you and me. Sounds like Andrew Branca will be back later. And when he does come back, of course, we'll add him back in. In the meanwhile, there's all sorts of stuff going on. We've got the Eliza Blue files from Jeremy the Quartering. I didn't realize that he has an entire thread on her. We could go through some of that if you guys want. Or I could save it for later. Oh, let me just tell you how tonight's going to go. I have D&D tonight that starts at 7 p.m. Central Time and will go until 10 p.m. Central Time. With that, I will not be doing a night show tonight. I will do a night show tomorrow. I'll do a night show Wednesday, probably Thursday, and definitely Friday. that's sort of the plan. With that, I have 2 sessions of the D&D game that is done. Then I'm gracefully bowing out of it. I did not expect. I think we're in the 8th month of D&D now, and I did not expect it to be this long of a game. And I have other things, unfortunately, that I have to do. As much as I like playing, which I really do, it looks like there's a lot of campaign left, and I just won't be able to keep going with it. So, we'll I'll be playing today, and then a week from today for D&D. But then I'm done with that, and we'll be back to regular shows Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, except for of course the whatchamacallit, trial days. There might not be night shows all 5 days a week, just because, oh my goodness, they get exhausting. Mainly because my sleep schedule gets really truncated and it's hard for me to get any family time in. But that's kind of an idea of what's going on this week, or with nighttime shows. I just want to let people know there won't be a nighttime show tonight. I may do something like a Twitch movie. I would have normally done one last night, but I was asleep, and so we'll see. It'll depend on how I'm feeling post D&D, but I'll keep people posted there. You can follow on Locals or Twitter. I'll usually announce on both of those platforms what I'm up to. What else is there? What else is going on? There's a lot of other stuff to cover. There's still that LGBTQ couple who are charged with the molestation and sexual assault of their adopted children. I still have to do part 3 and 4 of that, and also interview the author of the town hall article, Mia Cathell, the one who is responsible for actually bringing that story to the public, because it was kind of ignored by the media since it had initially broken back in, I think, August, and then it got ignored as the charges got more and more severe. So that is on the menu as well. There's a bunch of other interviews that I'm looking at. Larry Correa has a book about the Second Amendment out, and I would love to have him on. Dick Masterson has created Backed.by, which is a Patreon style alternative, which eliminates the banking process entirely. And is actually, I was talking to him about this on his show yesterday, which I think the recording will come out tomorrow. But the Backed.by service is something that cannot be turned off, which is crazy to think about. The way they built it, it can't, once it's going, no one can shut it down, including Dick Masterson himself. He built it with the caveat that if there was any way, gun to his head, someone could demand him to shut it down, he would have to say, no, it can't be shut down. So kind of a crazy idea of how you would create a system that can't have a failure point of a bank for the creator itself. But I'm going to have him come on and hopefully explain that a little bit better, because I don't understand how that works. So keep looking out for that interview. I'd like to do it this week if possible. Plus, he's going to be at the show in Vegas, and I'm going to be at his show in Philadelphia. That'll be in April, I believe, April 22nd in Philadelphia, and the tickets for that go on sale today. So that's another option. If you're not able to make it to Vegas and you want to meet me, I will be in Philadelphia in late April, and Dick Masterson will be there. And he does these from time to time. I go to him when I can. It's a comedy show, and mostly an excuse to go bar hopping and hang out with a bunch of people. So that's what we do there, and it's a good time. So I'll be posting the links to that in my Locals, and again, when we can get Dick on the show, hopefully he'll talk about Backed.by and how it can have no failure point, because he told me that and I was like, well, that's awesome. I just don't understand how it works. I'm a boomer, but so that's cool. The only one you want to see is Pipkin Pippa. Yeah, I would love to interview Pipkin. She's always invited on the show for an interview. When I tried to interview her last time, her management agency was not happy with that outcome, unfortunately. So I don't know what to do about that, but I will try and make it happen as soon as possible. Let's see. Let me read some more super chats. Annie L. Well, that one's for Bronca, but it says, Mr. Bronca, your analysis of the Nichols video is excellent. All should watch. Thank you for all you gentlemen collectively provide to us layfolk. Hey, you're welcome. Craig Morning says 90% of these inane questions could have been answered by doing real measurements and creating a diagram that was to scale. This is agonizing. That's true. That's true. It really was agonizing. Harvard Berserker says, look at these beautiful scrubs. Good morning and God bless. These 3 beautiful scrubs. That was me, Bronca, and Nate when that was sent. Cherry Reed says, defense attorney feels like a slow Matlock. It goes. Dustin Frey, who knew John Malkovich was a prosecuting attorney in South Carolina? Tracy Dillman, is it the prosecutor that is going slow? Both parties really have been going very slow. That's they've just been dragging this trial entirely. I mean, this is why Yotsu says contact V, Sargon's friend, he knows VTubers. I don't need VTuber. I want to interview Pippa. I can talk to Pippa directly. It's just her management didn't want her to talk to me. So just yeah. there's just it was I was too controversial or something. We'll reassess it, hopefully. Next, we've got Mike Lombardo says, thank you, Bronca, for your legal analysis on the Nichols case. At least some of us appreciate your work. Hi, friend. Hi, Rackets. And Nate. Hey, what's up, Mike? I always appreciate Bronca's work, even if I disagree with him. And in this case, I haven't watched the full video, but I think I may come to a different conclusion than Bronca does. Pippa is too out of your reach. Try smaller VTubers. I'm not interested in smaller VTubers. I don't know what's confusing. I'm interested in talking to Pippa. Wolfsbane says, hey, not everybody in Georgia likes going the back door. Only Atlanta. If you know, you know. The Marshallist says, based Bronca. Alex Hales, based on the angle of the bullet holes, where should have the victims been shot? That's the question. Ooh. Liberty or death, do not speak up if you are a conservative. Retaliation is real from administration is real. Happened to me in law school. Yeah, it's tough to be a conservative in any post-secondary education, frankly. To be openly conservative, you will open yourself to ridicule and even derision by colleagues and professors. Boosh McFadden says, these people sign contracts saying they're not allowed to talk to certain private citizens due to political prejudices. Can you explain how that isn't authoritarian? No. Now, to be fair, they probably didn't sign a contract that said that specifically. They probably signed a contract that said certain media appearances had to be approved by management because the management is promoting them and blah, 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 blah. I don't know that it was politics necessarily. But at the time when I talked to Pippa about doing an interview, it was in the middle of some controversy, and both of us had a mutual party that was extremely controversial, talking to each of us, not in a positive way, but it was inviting this sort of turmoil. So I think that was it at the time. I have not gone back to the well, so to speak, to see if things would be different now. Ginger Ninja says, I've got a bolt gun in 300 blackout. Not very common, though. Stopped says, Southern law at its finest. Bumble around and be friendly and then kill them with a smile. Gotcha. There you go. Man of low moral fiber says, any updates on the Zeminski case? I haven't looked. He's got a lot of cases against him. He's got the arson case. He's got some other thing that recently happened. The dude's a menace. Just in general, he's a menace. Romulus Cushman Project. Rackets, looks like you have some fresh clothes on. That only means one thing. Who did you murder earlier? Also, 1.5x replay makes this trial bearable. Ugh. Some of these delays were way too long. Way too long. Hey, what's up, Sheila Aliens? How you doing? I mentioned you the other day. I was talking with Ethan Van Sciver, and we were recounting the Preston Poulter situation in light of his current lawsuit against Preston. And I mentioned that you were the one who discovered the abject degeneracy involved in that situation. Someone else says, I really like this woman's haircut. She's so hot. What woman? Jeremiah S. Dick Fitzwell says, I wonder how many appeals will happen from other cases due to this precinct's shoddy work. No pun intended. This is your legacy. So, Sheila, you seem to have been able to find a pegging video. Not good. Not good. Mandalorian 17. So far, all the police incompetence makes it hard for me to believe the guy is guilty. Frankly, I'm surprised they charged him when they did. Yep. Yeah, I agree. The other problem that they have is, again, they just don't have a good story. And the story is the key. Are you telling me a story that I can believe and buy into? If you're not telling me a story that I can believe and buy into, and you don't have direct evidence, we've got a problem. How are we sustaining this charge? How am I supposed to buy that this guy's guilty beyond a reasonable doubt? And this is the problem. They have not told me how this happened. And they need to, frankly. They need to just tell me. But and then it's also been brought up that he requested a speedy trial because you have a right to a speedy trial, and he requested that right. Most people waive it, but he said, no, speedy trial, prove it. This is a very complicated case, and I think they knew that they didn't have the strongest evidence for it. So he requests a speedy trial, and then suddenly they have to have like 60 days. They have like 60 days to go ahead and put their case together and get the trial moving. That's not a lot of time for a big case like this. I think they charged him too early, and then he requested a speedy trial, and they just weren't ready. Let's see. Man of low moral fiber says, I don't think a lack of motive necessarily breaks a case. There are just so many other people with reasonable motives that I think there's another killer. Yeah, it doesn't break every case, but this case, it's a problem because there is a reasonable alternative, and it's an obvious one. It's not like a tough one. You don't have to make a leap for it. Bush McFadden says, all I've seen them prove is that he's rich, he's white, he has guns, and he lives there. I haven't seen anything showing he pulled the trigger. Correct. Big problem. They can't even tell us where he was when when the trigger was pulled. I don't think they can confidently say he was there. We'll see. We'll see if they get there eventually. Shroom Dukem sent a sticker. Jeremiah S. Dick Fitzwell. Can the defense ask if you lost a family member and this level of investigation was done, would you be satisfied? I mean, yeah. That would probably get objected to, calling for speculation, irrelevant. It doesn't matter if they'd be satisfied. The better questions are, is this done to the standard? And they've frankly asked that several times and gotten, the answer that they're looking for, which is no. No, this isn't done according to the standard or according to the procedure. So that's very good. Those are the good questions. That's the best way to That's the best way to deal with that, in my opinion. Next, Slick 556 says, does Baldwin's responsibility as a producer affect his culpability in regard to a bad armor hired? Yes, in some ways. But I mean, the ultimate question is, did he create a dangerous situation, or was he aware of a dangerous situation? Did he recklessly disregard it? He was made aware of the dangerous situation when the armorer asked him. Nate brought up a great point. The armorer asked him if he wanted to check the gun. He says no, he doesn't want to check the gun. So now he's willingly disregarded the dangerous situation. Then he points the gun, pulls the trigger, boom, done. Now he's acted in reckless disregard of that dangerous situation, and he kills someone. So that's the main issues for Alec Baldwin. She may be able to use his status as a producer to try and shield herself from criminal liability. I don't think it's going to work very well, though. CHD says, so because of the speedy trial, is it possible police are still investigating, could possibly find and enter new/more evidence? Really, really tough to enter evidence at this stage of a trial that has not come forward. You have to have a very good reason why that evidence was not introduced to the defense in a timely manner. Like maybe it wasn't available. Maybe there's a surprise witness or whatever. But then, the defense gets to, raise some objections to that. And the prosecution would have to provide a good reason as to why that was not presented earlier. You don't get to run trials by surprise. That's not something you get to do. You have to, it's not a fair system if you're running trial by surprise. Is the main thing. Benjamin Lewis says Tony Cook had motive to kill with double aught buck. Mallory. Is that Mallory's brother, Tony Cook? Is that who that is? Sophie says, hey guys, I didn't have time to catch up with day 3. Can you do a quick summary of the important info? Also pray for Peru, please. Sophie, day 3 was one of the most boring things I've ever watched. It was really just getting some forensic criminalists, I guess, on the stand to ask questions about the collection of evidence. Not much happened at all. It was a really long day of almost nothing. So, yeah. Super chats are unbanned. Were the super chats banned at some point? Is that something that happened? I wasn't aware. Yagan Patel says, great coverage. A bit late this morning. Is there a possibility of a shotgun attachment? Sorry, I've previously discussed. Yeah, I actually brought that up. An underslung shotgun attachment on an AR. It's possible for sure. It's possible for sure. Voldemort. Oh, yours were specifically. Oh, okay. It is certainly a possibility that you could have an AR with an underslung shotgun, 12 gauge shotgun that fired. There's all sorts of possibilities. They haven't presented any evidence that would be the case. So that's the big problem with that, is they'd have to show why they would think that exists, why they would think that that's a real thing. But typically they do that by recovering the murder weapon. Right now they're operating on a 2-gun theory because it's the most likely outcome, since an underslung shotgun would be really rare. And there's no report of Murdaugh having owned one, so it doesn't really support their theory. But we did show one earlier. I think I might still have here. I still got the photo. Boom, look at that. You got your AR, and then bam, you got your shotgun strapped on down here to the bottom of the AR. Perfect. Amazing. But that would certainly be a possibility. Next. President-elect Four Doors More Horse says, my theory is that the wife is an unforeseen casualty. Paul was offed with a shotgun to send a message. The chicken was a symbol of his character. Could be. That's kind of part of the Bronca theory that we've been talking about. And this is critical. If you haven't been watching all of this or the whole day or yesterday, I guess Friday, there's this Bronca forwarded a theory. Theory is that there's a shooter, whoever that may be. It really could be Alex, whatever. It could be the defendant, or it could be someone else. And in this theory, we'll just say it's someone else because it makes it plausible, or it's plausible to be someone else, who is hiding out in the storage room, waiting for an opportunity. Paul opens the door. Boom, shotguns Paul in the chest. Boom, shotguns Paul and sprays his head all over the ceiling. Paul falls over dead. Now, he's fired 2 rounds from a shotgun, maybe a break action shotgun, double barrel that only has 2 rounds, maybe pump action. We don't know. But he fires 2 rounds from the shotgun for whatever reason. He then picks up a 300 blackout round rifle that maybe Paul was carrying or is in the vicinity, and he uses that to gun down the mother. Because she's considerably farther away or whatever. He didn't have enough rounds in the shotgun. If it's a break action, maybe he wasn't, maybe he wasn't anticipating the mother to be there or any other reason. He grabs the shotgun, he grabs the rifle, takes off in a vehicle, and then is gone. That would explain away all of the facts of this case. It's a perfectly reasonable theory. There's plenty of motive for people to kill Paul based on the boating accident, even based on punishment for the financial crimes of the family, something like that, some sort of retaliation, even against Alex, could be the death of Paul. And the mother just being sort of a casualty that is there, that incidental because she's a witness or whatever, is an unfortunate side effect. That's certainly a possibility here. And not only is it a possibility, it fits all of the current facts alleged in the case. It fits why we can't find the guns. It fits why one of the rifles from the Murdaughs is missing, but none of the shotguns are allegedly missing. It fits why there would be tire tracks that are unidentifiable. It fits the execution style of Paul if he's taken by surprise in that sort of doorway. It fits the fact that Alex Murdaugh claims to not be there, and his vehicle and his cell phone seem to indicate that he may not have been there either right at the time of the murder or shortly after the murder. All of that stuff is kind of fitting this particular theory. Why that matters is because without direct evidence, when you only have circumstantial evidence, your circumstantial evidence cannot point to an alternative theory. Otherwise, you have reasonable doubt. TC Barnett, looking to getting into some loose leaf tea. What are some of your favorites from Dragon's Treasure? Appreciate you and Bronco walking us through this. Okay, my favorite from Dragon's Treasure is called the Elixir of the Gods. It's really good. The tea that pierced the heavens is really good. Today I had one that was delicious. I just can't remember what it was. But for me, the best start would be Elixir of the Gods. I could drink that stuff all day. It's amazing. Liberty or Death says, if you're going to commit a crime, turn your phone off. Don't text. No social media. Pro tip. Yeah, but turning your phone off right at the commission of a crime is also suspicious. Sometimes the lack of information coming from our devices is as condemnable as having a plethora of information. So while that may be true, it's that it would be hard to track. They'll use everything. I mean, they're going to use everything they can against you. Bronco has talked about this several times. There is no right caliber of gun. There is no right footwear. There is no correct thing to say or do. Everything will be used to cause harm to you. That's the trick. Hold on one second. Oh, very cool. Okay. Sorry about that. Oh, speaking of everything being used against you, what's up, man?
Hey, hey. Whoops. Hey, hey. I'm back.
Well, welcome back. Welcome back.
And I got a little lunch.
Good. I might have to step away in a minute and grab something, but while we're here, I've just been going through super chats. A couple people have praised your coverage of the Ty Nichols case.
Well, that's very prudent of them.
Thank you for giving a non-emotional, logical sort of take on the legal aspects of the case.
It's really a hair on fire case. It's I mean, people have completely lost reason entirely. And I get it. It's an ugly use of force event. And, people react emotionally. That's what human beings do. When you're not human, like me,
right,
you can do a more detached, emotionless, facts and law kind of analysis.
Yeah. People have been asking if we're going to cover the, whatchamacallit, the police interview, which actually Law and Crime is airing part of it right now. But we listened to it. I mean, this is what people want to see is he's here. He's distraught through this. It's a mess. I mean, we listened to it yesterday. I don't know if going through the whole thing, because it's like 40 minutes long, if I remember right. I don't really want to watch a long coverage of this, but you can watch this thing. It's available out there. I think Court TV has it. And
I mean, we heard it. There was nothing particularly compelling about it.
Right.
I mean, there was nothing to suggest guilt, for example. What the state needs to do is catch this guy in a lie. And I don't see that they've done that yet. Or something that looks like a motive, inconsistent with a narrative of innocence.
Right. That's the hard part here is the only thing I've seen that's been touted as a lie seems to be that he checked the bodies for pulse or something, but he seems to have touched them in some way. I mean, whether or not he sufficiently checked for a pulse is really not material to the case. He seems to have touched them. He seems to have gotten blood on his hands, and he seems to have smeared that blood on his pants. I mean, that's what I've gathered from this, but I mean, maybe we'll get something different. They haven't put up a competing narrative to this, though. They're trying to raise a specter of a lie, and the specter of the lie is not enough.
Yeah. And it needs to be a material lie. I mean, so I've told the story before, but when I was traveling, teaching my law self-defense classes, by the way, Saturday, April 15th, live class, law self-defense advanced class at lawselfdefense.com/advanced. But I used to bring a shooting simulator with me, a very costly $20,000 system and a giant Pelican case. And it would project an image of a prospective bad guy on a screen. And the students would use a infrared fake pistol to solve the problem. And then afterwards we would and these videos of a potential aggressor were 60 seconds long, maybe 90 seconds long. They were short. And of course, it's a completely controlled environment. It's a classroom. But they couldn't remember what they did, or they would remember things they didn't do, or thought they did things they intended to do, but never actually did, and remember it as if they'd done it. Under stress, it would be perfectly normal for this guy to think, I should check their pulse, see if their heads are missing, and think in his head that he actually checked their pulse.
Right. Plus, I'm not sure if he said specifically check their pulse, or if he said something more like I checked to see if they were alive, whatever that means. Or he could have meant that and said check their pulse. But what does that say about him being at the shooting event and pulling the trigger? That's the whole thing. That's a problem. If you got this, I got to step away for just a minute while this goes. I'll be right back.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please, court. Senior Special Agent Croft, a couple things I want to kind of go back to just as a housekeeping matter before we move on to new matter. And
so this is still direct. Yeah, direct of SLED Special Agent, Senior Special Agent Jeff Croft. He gathered up a bunch of guns from the home at the property where the shooting occurred, none of which
All right.
appear to be involved with
Show
the
you
actual
some
shooting.
images. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit. I'm going to do them first. 163, 173, 158, 175, 176, 177, 179, 180, 181, and 183. And just have you generally flip through those and see if you recognize those images.
SLED is South Carolina Law Enforcement Division. Those are the state level cops as opposed to the local cops. Lots of states has something similar. Florida has FLED, Florida Law Enforcement Division.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, and just generally, what are these images of, if you would?
Those are still images taken from my body-worn camera the day of the 8th.
So these are still images from the body-worn cameras that the jury saw prior to lunch?
That is correct.
All right, Your Honor, this time the state would move in states 163, 173, 15, 175, 176, 177, 179, 180, 181, and 183, I believe, without objection.
No objection.
Admit it.
All right, let's go through these real quick if we could, if I could get the input to the Elmo. Looks like it is on the Elmo. All right. We got this fancy hood up here. See if that'll do better for us. All right, can you tell me what this image is of, please? And this, for the record, my apologies, would be states 163.
That is a picture of the pool table in the gun room that with the 300 AR-15 300 blackout sitting on the pool table, which I collected out of the gun rack.
All right, and that person right there, who is that?
That is Mark Bull.
All right, I'm going to show the jury now 173. Tell me what this image is, please.
That is that AR-15 rifle 300 blackout sitting in the gun wall before it was pulled from the gun wall, placed on the table.
All right. Still image 158. Can you tell me what that is, please?
That is what I was describing as the side door, which enters to the gun room without going through the main part of the house, the stoop, and out in front of that is where items were collected.
And what items are you talking about?
The 5 300 spent shell casings were collected out in front of the stoop.
All right. Going to go now to exhibit 175. And what is that image?
That is the same side door, just a different angle. Same stoop.
All right. 176. Tell me what that is, please.
That is the brick landing at the bottom of the stoop. And just in the center, down low, close to the bottom, you can see a 300 spent 300 blackout casing.
What am I pointing out with my finger right now?
That is the spent 300 blackout casing.
All right. Go to exhibit number 177. Tell me what this still image from your body cam reflects.
That is my hand, and I have picked up a spent 300 blackout casing from the side of the stoop.
All right. 179.
Those are the 300 blackout casings which were collected at the in front of the stoop.
All right. And now 180.
That is the left-hand side of the entrance of the gun room, just in the flower bed.
All right. And do we see cases in that image? You can step down if you need to. I know your screen's pretty small. If you need to step down, that's fine.
Sometimes StreamYard mutes you all by itself, folks. Sorry about that. I was just saying I wasn't away on a lunch
I
break. I was
can't
working.
Pick it out on that picture.
All right. I'm gonna hand you State's Exhibit 180, see if you can make it out.
Yes, sir. It will be at the bottom of the picture about the
Presumably, we
All right,
can't
let
see
me-
any of the evidence because the judge has ordered that. There are gruesome
For
photos
the jury, please.
in evidence. He could have just
All right, sounds good.
ordered those
Let me take a
blocked, but I
stand,
guess he
please.
just gave a blanket block. He doesn't want anything displayed publicly or streamed live on the air.
All right, moving on to 181. Tell the jury what this still image reflects, please.
That is three of the 5 300 blackout spent casings that was collected at the base of this, at the front of the stoop.
All right. And then finally, jumping the gun, we have 183. Tell me what that reflects.
That would be to the, I believe, the right-hand side of the stoop, and just at the end of my hand, I'm fixing to pick up a spent 300 blackout casing.
What is my finger pointing to right there?
That is the 300 blackout casing, which I'm talking about.
All right, thank you. Right before lunch, there was admitted in the evidence states 152 and 151. And you got your readers with you?
I do, yes, sir.
Can you remind us where those items were collected, please?
Yeah, I believe Court TV and
ammo
others,
was
the court is
collected
releasing
from
at
the
least some
shelving in the
photos,
gun room,
evidentiary
300
photos
blackout
after,
ammo,
at the end of the day.
on 9/13.
And those are made available by
21.
various media.
And the 300 blackout the 243 magazine with 300 blackout ammo in it was collected from a black Ford F-150 that was located on the property.
And you got a knife on you?
I do, yes, sir.
You mind opening that exhibit for us? And let's take a look at those items, please.
The verdict options are not, oh, he's got a, okay. The verdict options are not guilty and innocent, folks. They're guilty and not proven guilty. Well, for purposes of the little numeric
You
poll,
want me to open a brown
not
bag
proven
and
guilty
also-
would be
I do,
1,
please.
guilty would be 2. I haven't picked up the Glock 43X. I'm not sure I will. It would end up being a safe queen. I've got enough of those. But maybe I'll get a moment of weakness. Yeah, see, when you need a package opened, you ask a dude who brought a knife.
Let's go ahead and do mess with that one first, if we could. Can you remove the item from its packaging, please? What you got there?
It's a magazine which fits the AR style rifle that is loaded with 300 blackout ammunition.
All right, and can you see what brand that is on there? On the rounds that you can see?
Appears to be S&B 300 blackout.
S&B 300 blackout.
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna take that item. I'm gonna put this up on the screen for the jury.
Staccatos are very nice pistols, but I don't think I'm in the market for one of those. I have enough 1911 platform type handguns.
All right, go ahead and open the other one for me, please. Before we move on, we're not pulling all the ammo out. Does this magazine appear to be relatively full?
It's pretty heavy, so it's pretty full.
All right.
Come on.
Let's keep it. Go ahead and just put that one back in, please. Go on to the next one.
Some people could tell if the magazine was pretty full by the weight, but I'd want some foundation on that this guy has that expertise.
All right. Sorry about that. Hey, what's up, Sean?
Oh, he's muted and blocked out.
Anything happened while I was gone?
They're opening packages more effectively today.
Oh, that's good.
This guy brought a knife with him, this witness, so makes it a lot easier than
Got his own knife.
wielding the open scissors.
How do you
They're
get
just
that
looking
knife
at
through
more
the court
ammo.
checkpoint?
They found blackout ammo by the scoop. 5 cases. They found a magazine with blackout ammo in it from the house. And lots of crinkling.
What you got in there?
No, it would have been
This
interesting
is
if you
another
found like
magazine that fits the AR style rifle.
a magazine in the garbage can with like 6 rounds
Can you
missing or
tell
whatever.
the particular brand of that 300 blackout?
It's head stamp S&B 300 blackout.
All right. Let me go put that up on the screen for the jury.
I carry a 365 XL, folks, with a Hollow Sun 507K on it, the green one. And it's wonderful. I've put thousands of rounds through it now, and it's just runs like a sewing machine. I'm a big fan.
All right. Just real quick before you put it back, is that, we're not taking all the bullets out or cartridges out, does that appear to be fairly well loaded?
It's got some weight to it. It feels like it's fairly loaded.
All right.
Got some
Turn
weight
that
to
piece
it.
back, please. And then put those back in the plastic right thing.
I used a Wilson grip module on it for a long time, but now I have a Boresight Solutions grip module on that 365 XL. It's better than the Wilson was great. The Wilson was much better than OEM. The Boresight Solutions is much better than the Wilson. It's also 2 or 3 times the price. Keeper's Concealment Holsters is my preferred holster for concealed carrying. Keeper's Concealment.
You got it back?
Yes, sir.
All right. Going back to June 8th, 2021, were you present when any efforts were made to collect the cell phone belonging to Maggie Murdaugh?
Yes, sir, I was.
All right. And who all were you present with when that when that happened? And just kind of describe the events as they took place, please.
It was myself, Special Agent McAllister, Captain Ryan Neal, Dylan Hightower. There was 1 or 2 more people there, but I don't recall.
Okay. And ultimately, was that phone located?
The phone was located a short distance from the crime scene.
All right. And where was it, just generally?
If you would come out of 41, out of the driveway of the residence, take a right on Moselle Road, quarter mile, half mile. I don't recall the exact distance on the left-hand side of the road, kind of in the grass area.
When y'all found it, what happened then? Who picked it up? Who collected it? What happened to it at that point?
Captain Neal picked it up. Special Agent McAllister held it in her hand while a picture was taken of it, gloved hand. We were given the passcode to the phone. Passcode was entered into the phone just to verify that it would work, it would unlock. And it did work, it did unlock. It was immediately shut, locked back. And then passcode was written on a sticky note. It was packaged and ultimately turned over to crime scene.
Okay, and you were there when all that happened, is that correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
Aside from the things y'all just described, was it otherwise manipulated or tampered with or changed in any way?
No, sir, it was not.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been previously marked for identification at this time as Exhibit 204, and have you just take a look at that and see if you recognize that item.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, tell me what that item is.
This is the phone that was recovered on the side of the road belonging to Miss Maggie Murdaugh.
The one you just described?
Yes, sir, it is.
The one that
Viking
was
Bob.
secured by Captain Neal
Yes, sir, it is.
and then turned over to crime scene?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right, put it back.
Viking Bob asks, what's the relevance argument of any shell casings besides those found at the body? They're trying to say that the shell casings from the house match the same gun used for the body, the ones that were found at the body itself, which is an insane proposition.
Without objection.
Insane in that they can't prove that. Sherry Law says the storage room appears to fit one person standing, according to pics. How are holes in window explained if shooter's bag is the window? Don't even know if my question makes sense to me.
Let me
no
ask you
idea.
this question. Do you know a guy by the name of John Bedingfield?
Yes, sir, I do.
And is that somebody you knew before this case?
Yes, sir, it is.
And how do you know him, just generally?
John grew up in Barnwell, just like myself. He actually has a son that's the same age as my son. They went to school together, played ball together. I've known John for a number of years.
And what does John do for a living? Do you know?
He is a DNR officer.
All right. And does he have a side business?
He does.
And just generally, what does that side business do?
He's got a gun business where he builds, works on firearms.
Okay. And prior to this case ever happening, did you ever have any conversation with John Bedingfield about whether or not he had assembled any guns for Alec Murdaugh?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. And is that something that you knew prior to this case ever taking place?
Yes, sir, it is.
After this case took place, well, let me ask you this. Did you know what ammunition was used by those guns that were assembled by John Bedingfield for Alec Murdaugh?
Yes, sir.
And what ammunition was used in those guns?
Hearsay.
Response.
Yes, not all for the truth of the matter asserted this time, but effect on the listener for his actions.
Anything further?
It's still hearsay, and I'm not sure what his actions are in response to the hearsay. I mean, he's asking questions about what he learned well before these crimes.
Objection's overruled.
It's not a good
So what was
defense
the
to that
ammunition
objection.
in the guns from what John Bedingfield told you?
The guns were built and chambered for 300 blackout.
As this case
That's
developed,
literally
did
for the
that,
proof of the matter.
that
Proof of the matter
fact that
asserted.
you knew that caused you to
Just
take any
said.
actions?
Yes, sir, it did.
It's
And
clearly
tell me
for the
what
truth of the
actions
matter
you took,
asserted.
Based on that prior knowledge you had.
I contacted John Bedingfield and asked him if he could provide me with paperwork for the weapons that was purchased by Mr. Alec Murdaugh.
All right. And was that after these particular crimes that took place?
That was after, yes, sir.
All right. You remember roughly when that was?
Within a day or so that I talked to him, yes, sir.
All right. And did he ultimately provide you some paperwork?
Yes, sir, he did.
Was that the only conversation you had with John Bedingfield about the 300 blackouts that he built for Alec Murdaugh?
No, sir, it was not.
Was there a subsequent conversation?
Yes, sir.
Did you call him back or did he call you back?
I called him back and then to require of potential additional 300 blackout that was purchased by and paid for by Miss Maggie Murdaugh.
Okay. So you called him with an inquiry, is that correct?
That is correct.
Tell me what your inquiry was to John Bedingfield after he initially provided you some paperwork.
I'm sorry, sir. I couldn't hear you.
Sorry, turned away.
That's okay.
Tell me what your specific inquiry was to John Bedingfield that second time when there was a subsequent conversation.
The second time that I talked to John was to inquire about whether or not he built a third 300 blackout to replace a gun that Paul had misplaced or had gotten stolen earlier in 2017.
All right, and we're in response to that inquiry, did John Bedingfield provide you some additional paperwork?
Yes, he did.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as stand by for me real quick.
That hearsay objection is just nagging at me because it was obviously to prove the truth of the matter asserted. Like the idea that, it was to show his actions, which isn't actually an exception to the hearsay rule. Present sense impression would be, but his present sense impression wasn't relevant. So they came up with this weird bullshit exception to the hearsay rule. But
what was the present sense impression? The truth of the words? I mean,
yeah.
No, the judge got rolled on that. He should be pissed.
Mm-hmm. Because remember, the simple answer is just to have that guy testify, to have him come in. Did you build a 300 blackout rifle? Did you build one for Maggie Murdaugh? Did you do this? Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Yes, I did.
What's been marked at this time for identification only states 247. Stand by for me, real quick. All right, and I'm going to ask you to look at what's been marked for identification only this time as Exhibit 247 and see if you recognize that paperwork.
When will my food coma set in? I got to get full first, and I'm just starving here.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, and just again, without describing the contents, tell the jury what this paperwork is, please.
It's a copy of canceled checks and copy of the sale of firearm.
All right, and this was documentation that was provided to you in response
How is
to your
this
inquiries to
relevant?
John Bedingfield?
The gun thing was
And who gave this documentation
relevant
to you?
so they could show a
John
thorough
Bedingfield.
investigation.
I'm going to, again, without
Is
going
this
into the
that
contents,
too?
look at the second page.
It's not
and tell
disputed
me,
he
is
bought
that
guns from
the
this guy.
document that was provided in response to your second inquiry when you called him back about a third blackout?
Yes, sir, it is.
By the way, he said marked for identification. It's just his accent that made it sound like marked for defecation.
Okay.
Barton Bella in the chat brings up a good point. If it was to replace a stolen gun, the stolen gun could have been used for the murder. The second gun that was stolen could have been used and would match the shell casings theoretically.
All right, I'm going to show you two exhibits. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 162.
By the way, that's
first.
potentially another
This,
alternative
and see if
theory
you
to the
recognize
case. They
that
had stuff
particular
stolen
exhibit.
from the house before, specifically the gun. A thief knows the house is full of guns and
Yes, sir, I
valuable
do.
property,
Tell me
comes
what
back
that
to
exhibit
steal
is.
again,
That is
confronts the son,
this
kills
is
the
from-
son,
excuse me,
confronts
a
the
video
mother, kills the
from a
mother.
body-worn camera. Of
Could just be
collection
an
of
interrupted
showcases.
burglary.
All right, and does it have a date on when that occurred on it?
6/16/2021.
All right, so this is different from what we've already talked about, is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, and then I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 248 and see if you recognize that particular exhibit.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, and is that additional body cam footage from that search on 6/16/21?
That is correct.
All right, Your Honor, at this time, I would move both Exhibits 248 and 162 into evidence and leave without objection.
Correct, Your Honor.
Admitted.
All right, so got a search on 6/16/21. Can you tell the jury a little bit about that search, how it came to pass, what was going on, and then we'll get to the footage as to what occurred.
Okay. During the investigation process, we learned that there was a shooting range and some bodies of water on the property. And when I say on the property, it's across the road from the incident location. Through discussion with the investigative team, it was decided that we needed to go over to that shooting range and
Bodies of water.
also search that body of water for any
Water,
potential
water.
evidence that may be found.
And this shooting range, that was still part of the Murdaugh property at Moselle, is that correct?
That is correct. It would be kind of diagonal to your left from where the kennels are at.
All right. And the information received was that the family used that as a shooting range.
That is correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Let me show you quickly. Go ahead and just quickly show you these. Show you what's been marked as exhibits 184, 185, and 186, and see if you recognize those.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right. And tell me what those are generally, please.
One is the picture of the shoot house. The other is the picture of the inside of the shoot house. And then the third picture is a picture of the area next to the waterway where we collected some items.
All right. Your Honor, this time I would move exhibits 184, 185, and 186, state's exhibits in evidence for legal without objection.
No objection.
All right, very quickly, let's put this up on the screen. 184, again, tell the jury what that is, please.
That is what I'm describing as a shoot house. It has a bench inside where you would set up to shoot targets out.
I wonder if they found
front.
casings out there.
All right, 185.
Their
What does
shooting
that
range.
represent, please?
That is on the inside of the shoot house, the chair, the stand where you would sit, and obviously the rail where you would rest your weapon.
All right, what are these little shiny things on the floor there?
That's brass from firearms that's already been fired.
All right, and is that how the scene looked when you found it?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right, and then finally, 186, what does that represent?
That is two 12-gauge spent shotgun shells that was collected over near the waterway behind where we had set our dive trailer up.
All right. If I could have the inputs changed to the video, please. All right, this time I'm going to play exhibit 162. For the record, I'm going to fast forward it to about 43 seconds into the video. Is that the shooting house as you observed it?
Yes, sir, it is.
I'm now at 1 minute and 19 seconds, and I have it paused. But tell me, what is this thing right here that's kind of up on the counter of that shooting house?
That would be a rest that you would put your rifle in when you're sighting it in or shooting downrange at targets to help stabilize it.
All right, when you're sighting it in, just real quick, explain with the jury what you're trying to do when you sight in a rifle that you would use that rest for.
When you're zeroing your rifle, whether it be 100 yards, 200 yards, you want to hold a rifle as still as possible, obviously. You would have a target downrange at whatever distance you're sighting it in at. You would fire 1, 2, 3 rounds, and then you would adjust your optics.
What is the relevance of this testimony of the shooting range?
And zero means it's shooting where you're aiming.
Yes, sir.
You're muted.
And I'm gonna fast forward through a fair amount of this, but ultimately, after seeing those cases on the floor, did you see any 300 blackout that you recognized just looking down were 300 blackout?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right. And did you send Special Agent David Owen to go get some envelopes so you could collect those?
Yes, sir, I did.
And ultimately, did you collect about 17 S&B cases at that location?
Yes, sir, I did.
There was 300 blackout found at the shooting range where they own 300 blackout guns. Okay.
Hold it.
We're presuming the court's ordered that none of the images or evidence that's projected on a screen or anything be shown. There are gruesome pictures and evidence, and the judge, rather than have to pick and
For the
choose, may
record,
just made a blanket prohibition.
11 minutes and 3 seconds in the video.
Yeah, that's to response to you, Dark Schwartz Rising. Most of the pictures are being released after the trial, but during the trial, they're
300.
not airing them.
300 blackout. Head stamp is S&B. Okay. 300. That AAC BLK.
What are you reading out right there?
I'm reading the numbers to identify, the identifiers off the head stamp of the shell casing.
Moving now to $12:07.
S&B 300.
That's quite the mysterious lighting there, Sean.
Yo, what's going on, brother?
I don't know. I just don't have my overhead lights. I don't turn them on. It gets too bright here. So
Now you need like a garbled voice so we don't know your identity.
yeah, I know. It's my Taliban cave.
I turned you down a bit because you came in hot, but I took care of it. No, it's not your fault. I had you turned up because you were really quiet the other day.
Okay.
You're right, Dave.
Okay. Yes, I pay my power bill, you guys. Jesus. I'll go turn the lights on just to show you. Actually, that's going to be my next locals. We're going to try to get the light bill funded for next month.
300 blackout AAC BLK.
So what are we talking about today?
Yes, sir, it is.
They've found 300 blackout shell casings at the rifle range on the property.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Also near the right leg of the shooting thing. Above the chin.
Can't really figure out why that's relevant myself. I mean,
S&K 300 blackout. S&K. I'm sorry. S&G.
See, I'm not a poor, guys.
Yeah, same head strap. S&D is what you were saying. Well, was it any different? Hang on. I'm sorry, it is S&D. Oh. AAC BLK.
Same thing?
Yes, sir, it is.
it'll be interesting to
19.
see what the defense does with this guy.
S&D 300 blackout. AAC BLK.
Same thing?
Yes, sir, it is.
Moving to 1721.
In front into the
Check that. 1717.
BLK 300 blackout.
A little too far. Let's back up to 1712.
S&D 300 AAC BLK 300 blackout.
Same thing?
Yes, sir, it is.
Moving now to 18:00, about 18 minutes even.
300 blackout will be the AAC Okay. S and B. We're gonna blackout. Will be the AAC,
Yes, sir, it is.
between the table leg and the wall of the shootout. Now we're in 1847. It's gonna be S and B. 300 blackouts will be 300 AAC. Okay. Same thing?
Yes, sir.
So, okay. Moving now to 2221. Same here. Excuse me, 2216. Stand S and B, 300 AAC BLK. Same thing?
Yes, sir, it is.
BLK. 2309 will be S and B, 300 blackout. Get that AAC BLK. Same thing?
Yes, sir, it is.
Oh my God.
Moving up to the right front. Now we're at 2356.
Why are we going through this? I collected 50 rounds of SMB 300 blackout from the shooting range. Okay.
S and B. So it's S ampersand B. I know they make it sound like SMB.
Yes, sir, it is.
Then the 2452. S and B, 300 blackout. AAC BLK. Same thing?
Yes, sir.
This is like a modern day politically correct college hookup session where you have to ask for consent every 5
More
seconds.
envelopes at this point.
I think that's what we just went to do.
You have
I'll move it
consent to
forward.
nibble your ear. What about the other ear?
All right, we're at now at 2802. S and B, 300 blackout, 300 AAC BLK. Same thing?
Same thing, sir.
What? We're now at 2908. This is S and B, 300 blackout, AAC BLK. Same thing?
Same thing, sir.
This is the worst date ever.
3027. S and B.
Someone asked,
AAC.
didn't this guy admit that he had talked to John the gun
Same
guy
thing, sir.
prior to the murder incident or whatever? Yeah, he did. Knew about the Murdaugh prior to the incident, but I mean, that doesn't really mean anything.
Now we're at 31.
He still knows about the guns. It's still relevant in some way. This shit isn't relevant to me, but
Okay. S and B. 300 blackout. AAC BLK. Same thing?
Yes, sir, it is.
S and B. All right. Here. Now we're at 3216.
thanks.
Oh, dear Lord.
S and B. All right. 300 blackout. 300 AAC. Same thing?
Yes, sir, it is.
Almost done.
Thank God. Just ask him if there's anything different during any of this.
Now we're at 3332.
In front of the chair. S&D. AACBLK.
Aaron Largue, you better be fucking wrong.
Same thing?
Yes, sir, it is.
He says next they'll put each shell casing into evidence.
They'll put each shell casing on the witness stand to testify.
Shoot the chair off.
We're now at 3428.
Next in the stand is Mr. Murdaugh. And then Mr. Boxer.
What a weird way to present. They're just trying to make it seem like there was the universe's whole supply of 300 blackout at the shooting range.
Really, there's
Yeah, it
one
sounds like they're going
magazine.
for a mass shooting.
Same thing.
Yes,
Remember,
sir, it
these
is.
are 30-round magazines. So, like, this whole thing is like
You
one
participated in
magazine,
multiple
300
searches
blackout.
at various locations on the Murdaugh property at Moselle Road. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you repeatedly find S&B 300 blackout ammunition, both fired and unfired, at various locations throughout that property?
Yes, sir, I did.
Could have just asked that question instead of showing us these videos.
Dun, dun, dun.
All right, we'll do one more very quick one, and this will be
Sean gave us a quick
248.
groin shot there. Thanks, Sean.
That was nice. It was enough for me. I finished.
and I'm going to fast forward
Can you fast forward to the defense's case?
to about 102, and I've got it paused, but tell us generally where we are and what we're seeing here again, please, if you would.
This location is going to be between where the shoot house was located and the body of water that was there.
Water.
It's where we had our
Murder.
dive trailer set up and table set up with a shade so that we could actually get out of the weather if we needed to.
And are you collecting any items here?
Yes, sir, I am.
And what are you collecting?
Spent 12 gauge shotgun shells.
All right, I'm going to let that play for a second. And we're at, for the
By
record,
the
we're
water?
at 24
Were there
seconds.
probably ducks?
Nobody bothers picking those up, much less at a private range.
Hold that.
All right, let's see.
Was there air at the gun range? Was it similar to the air at the scene of the murder?
200-watt studio says prosecution trying to fool the jury they have a case by sheer volume of evidence, even though they have nothing.
Feels
no
that way.
story, no timeline, no connection to defendant, and no theory of the crime.
Stop it at 1 minute. and
Jury might
14
acquit out of
seconds.
spite.
I'm going to show you again what's been marked as State's Exhibit 21. And are there in fact shotgun shells present in there?
There is.
All right, and where were those collected from, those red shotgun shells?
It's depicted on the video on the Murdaugh property right near the waterway
All right.
at the shooting range.
Talk about some of the things that you did in this case, and you've told this jury that a primary focus that you had here, because of your general knowledge of firearms, was to gather that type of evidence. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
But you also participated in interviews in this case as well, didn't you?
Yes, sir, I did.
You talked about interviewing Rogan Gibson. You talked about interviewing John Bedingfield, right?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
Did you interview the defendant or participate in an interview with the defendant?
Yes, sir, I did.
You remember what day that was that you participated in an interview with the defendant?
I don't remember the actual date.
Let me show you Exhibit 243 and see if you recognize this exhibit.
Okay. Yes, sir, I do.
All right. And what is that disc?
This is a recorded interview which was conducted with Alex Murdaugh on 6/10 of 2021.
Are your initials on this disc?
They are.
Jim. Your Honor, this time we would offer an evidence States Exhibits 243, I believe, without objection.
Oh,
All right, let's play the video.
what's this video gonna be?
While you're setting that up, might I move this gun case? The defendant can't see for sure.
Stand right quick while they're.
Judge. Sure.
Another stretch break by the judge. He's got to be conscious of jurors just being completely tuned out to this shit by now.
This is just, there's no way these jurors are still engaged.
The jurors are probably drawing pictures of handguns and holding them up to their head, hoping they work.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, thanks.
Just do a quick bit of housekeeping. You had talked earlier about your inquiries to John Bettenfield about the 300 blackouts. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
And I want to show you what's been marked for ID only 245 at this time and see if you recognize that document. You pull it out of the sleeve.
That's what she said.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right. And without going into the contents of that document, where did you get that particular document?
I received this document from John Benfield.
As part of the inquiries that you earlier described to the jury?
That is correct.
I'll take that back here. The interview of the defendant on June 10th, 2021, where did that take place?
It was in Senior Special Agent David Owens's patrol vehicle in the yard of Mr. John Marvin Murdaugh's hunting lodge.
Your Honor, this time we're going to play Exhibit 243, the second interview of Alec Murdaugh.
Well, lunch is finished.
Coma time.
I wish. Fall into one of those 18-month comas, wake up, this guy will still be on the stand.
Yeah.
Still counting brass.
It has to be put back under.
Can I take this call really
Yes,
quick?
sir, go
This
right
is
ahead.
my sister-in-law,
Yes, go ahead.
and she's trying to. Hey, Mary. Okay, man, I'm meeting with when I meet with law enforcement, so I'll call you in just a minute.
Don't have a card. That's fine.
Did Chelsea call you? Okay. Can you let Chelsea know and then make her run Lynn down? Okay, well, tell her to go get Christy to find Lynn. Get any one of the secretaries to find her. All right, thank you. Sorry to put that on you.
Bless your heart.
That's all right. One thing I want to do before we start is I'd like to get a cell phone exam so we can just corroborate everything. Let me get a consent, and I got a guy here that's going to do it.
Are you going to download it now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great.
So I'll get to keep my phone?
Yes, sir.
Good.
Who was the guy that was there to download Alex's phone? Do you remember?
Dylan Hightower with 14th Circuit Solicitor's Office.
He works with the 14th Circuit Solicitor's Office.
That is correct.
At that point in time, that was the prosecutor's office in charge of the case.
That is correct.
It was not until August that the case got sent to the Attorney General's office.
That is correct.
How much attorney-client privilege stuff is on there?
A lot.
Okay. We do have a taint attorney that's going to examine it before we ever do.
What is a tank attorney?
A taint attorney, they look at somebody who's not affiliated with the case that makes sure that there's, Jim, do you know? Can you explain it better?
Sure,
I'm a taint attorney.
It's a privileged attorney that doesn't
Litigate that ass.
Taint inspector.
Attorney-client privilege information.
That's a stinky job.
Or extracted by the taint attorney.
How do they know who's the client?
How do you
It doesn't
describe a
matter.
taint
Whatever
attorney?
it is.
Well, their
You
legal
know what?
practice is very
If y'all
narrow.
get some
But
attorney-client
whoever
stuff.
that is, would go through me and.
So
we'd work through it.
signature,
Just write your name here.
So Alec, I've had situations where.
it's not a big deal.
Give me a list of all his clients or something like that, but.
I'll fill out the rest.
I think the big thing, Joe, is, when you download that phone.
A list of clients is a violation of privilege.
Probably where all this attorney-client privilege.
And we can actually isolate the emails.
Yeah, that's probably. You don't text
My
clients.
No, I do. I text a lot of clients.
Okay.
I'm not a big emailer.
Is that at 11 or 12, or do you know?
I do not know.
I can tell you that case for you if you want me to. Look at the back, you should have a number.
The sniffing is back.
And what was your date of birth again, Mr. Murdaugh?
2768.
What was your mother's maiden name? What street did you grow up on? Where did you graduate high school? No, we don't have these questions for any particular reason.
Favorite flavor of ice cream?
7.
Color of the house you grew up in?
I'm sorry.
That's all right.
Doesn't say anything on it.
Most of the new ones don't.
Probably have to open it up.
Oh, well, this guy. Jim, you want to witness that for me, please?
Would it be legal recording his phone call with his sister, not knowing that he was being recorded?
And if you got
Depends on the
passcode
circumstance, I guess.
My passcode is
Write it on there.
start at the bottom 9, go up 96.
He's speaking to his sister in their presence. He doesn't have an expectation of privacy there.
Yeah.
All right, let me run this film. I'll be right back.
Where are you from, sir?
I'm actually from Barnwell.
Oh, yeah?
Yes, sir.
I got some cousins in Barnwell.
Got people in Barnwell too. Mixon.
Mixing oil?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that was my.
You kin to Dickie Mixon?
I don't know. That Mixon was my Uncle Ray Mixon and his son Teddy and Bobby and a bunch of them. Then Freddie Mixon.
Is this right after the event?
Yeah, and his wife Etta and Jill.
Freddie goes to Elko Church.
Yeah, not anymore. He did.
He went.
He did.
Yeah.
Well, I was at his funeral. He had a tiger paw casket.
So they may make a demeanor attack, the prosecution, saying, hey, this guy doesn't look like he lost his wife and kid. Look, he's having a casual conversation.
Okay.
Right there.
I love that.
Phil, the DNR officer, who is also the one that built the AR style rifles, 300 blackout for him.
In Sweet Caroline?
John's son and my son are the same age. They were in school together.
So, did you grow up in Barnwell?
Yes, sir.
So he's got it and he's taking care of that.
But I get it back.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right, sir. So when we spoke the other night,
Oh, no, this is a
I got
subsequent
kind of
day.
a basic overview.
Yes, sir.
And it was pretty traumatic.
That's okay.
Yeah,
I know
so,
you need to ask me. You ask me what you need to.
So I want you to, let's start.
Certainly
Monday morning
cooperative.
and take me through your day.
Monday morning, you know, did I do Monday morning? My wife and my older son had gone to the baseball games that weekend. You know, I really can't remember what I did Monday. I know I went to work, but you know, I think I was dragging a little bit from the weekend, but I went to work. I usually mess around on my farm, and then I go to work. I was at work. You know.
Were you at the office in Hampton, or?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. I was at my office in Hampton. You know, I mean, I was just at my office doing
Legal work.
Yes, sir. I'm sure I can go back and probably recreate some specifics if you need me to, but I can't like sit here and recall on the top of my head exactly what I was working on. I know one thing I was working on was we had some big motions coming up in a Dominion Energy case. I was getting ready for those. And I was getting ready for some motions. I'm a defendant in a civil case involving my son. I told you about the boat wreck.
Yes, sir.
And there were some motions coming up in that on Thursday, and I was mostly just getting ready for those things. And then
Question as to what he was doing the day of the murders.
That is correct. Yes, sir.
And he said he was working on some motions in the Dominion Energy case, and then also where he's personally a defendant in the boat case. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And that's
Yes,
what
sir.
he said he was doing the day of the murders. Is that right?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
other junk.
What time did you leave the house to go to the office?
I'm not sure.
Who all was at the house when you left?
To go to my office that morning?
Or when you got up, who was at the house?
I'm sure my wife was. And I can't remember if Blanca had made it out there yet or not.
And who was Blanca?
Blanca is our housekeeper.
Okay.
Bronca is our
And she
housekeeper.
comes different. She doesn't have set hours, but she comes most days. She'll be able to tell you if I was there when she left or not. I can't remember.
And so you went to the office, you did, some motions. What time did you leave the office?
What was the name of the housekeeper?
Blanca.
Yeah, when she left or not. I can't remember.
And so you went to the office, you did, some motions. What time did you leave the office?
I left a little bit earlier than normal because my son Paul was coming home.
Okay.
Because he had not been with us during the weekend, and he was coming home. We were going to replant some sunflowers the next day, and so he was calibrating, doing, and getting everything ready. So he got home a little early. I left a little early, so he and I could knock around, and we knocked around for, just doing things we like to do out there. We're riding around looking at
Murder, mayhem.
Food plots, looking for hogs.
Looking for hogs. Okay.
A little bit of target shooting. Just bullshit.
Yeah. You said Paul wasn't with you over the weekend. Where does he live with you at the house on Moselle?
Well, I mean, that's his home, but he has an apartment in Columbia.
Okay.
And he goes to Charleston a lot of weekends with his buddies.
Okay.
And he had been in Charleston for the weekend.
Okay.
And then Paul works for my brother John. That's out here. You met John.
Yes, sir.
So Paul works for him. So Paul decided to he went to spend the night with my brother, his Uncle John. They were very, very close.
Okay.
Sunday night.
Okay.
And then he worked for John Marvin, and he came home Monday afternoon.
Okay.
Just real quick, Alec Murdaugh told you that he left work a little earlier than normal. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. That's what he said.
And one of the things he told you is they were riding around looking for hogs. Is that right?
Looking for hogs. Yes, sir.
Do people often use 300 blackout to shoot hogs?
They do.
About roughly what time in the afternoon?
You know, I would think it'd be somewhere in the 5 o'clock range, a little bit. It was broad daylight when we were, it wasn't dusk, dark, or late.
Okay.
You know, and we rode, you know, we just rode around. We rode around our dove field looking at how the corn was doing. He and I had planted corn in the dove field, and he planted the corn in the duck pond, and he was, you know, showing me how much better his corn was doing than mine was. And we rode around the duck pond. I mean, we just, you know, we rode the property.
Yes, sir.
You know, we rode the property. Then, you know, I mean, we rode around so much. We just rode. Probably.
Ride to live to ride.
It was a good little while. It was more than 20 minutes or 30 minutes. And, you know, was it 2 hours? I don't know. I'd say it was more than an hour, probably.
Really wasn't keeping track of time.
And it wasn't, you know, it wasn't getting dark. Mama wasn't home yet. She had gone to a doctor's appointment. So, you know.
Yeah. Just out of curiosity, target practice, what y'all shooting?
Just a little bottle. You give me what gun?
Yeah.
A 22 Magnum.
Magnum.
No, it wasn't rat shot. I think he shot 2 times and I shot 1 time.
Okay.
He told you that they shot just a couple of times. The target shooting at a bottle, 22 Magnum. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And is 22 Magnum, is that a very small round, or is that a much larger rifle round like 300 Blackout?
That is a small round.
Okay.
22 is about as small as it comes.
They make them smaller, but that it is small.
So after y'all got finished riding around, try to take me through the rest of the evening.
All right. You know, at some point we were all back at the house together. Maggie had gotten home, and, you know, we sat down, we ate supper, which we usually eat supper together. The one thing I remember, I don't know how much detail y'all want. So if I start talking about something that you don't need, just tell me and I'll move to something else.
The more detail, the better. Sir.
So Paul has been having high blood pressure, and his mama was worried sick about it. So we were actually, you know, this was a direct thing, getting him, he doesn't like to go to doctors, making him go get his blood pressure checked. His feet had swollen up recently.
Wow.
So, you know, it was a big, huge deal.
Okay.
You know, we hung around the house for a little while. I know that Maggie went to the kennels. I don't know exactly where Paul went, but he left the house too.
Okay. How did Maggie get down to the kennels?
I don't know exactly, but on normal occasions, she would drive a buggy, drive a 4-wheeler, or very common for her to walk.
Okay. How about Paul?
Paul wasn't much of a walker, but he would use all of the others.
Okay.
But I mean, it could be anyway, you know? I don't know exactly. I wish I could help you with that.
So they left and went down to the kennels.
Well, Maggie went to go to the kennels.
Okay. Paul left.
And I'm assuming, you know, Paul left because of, you know, what happened. I mean, I'm assuming Paul went to the kennels.
Okay. And what did you do once Maggie and Paul left?
I stayed in the house.
What did he tell you he did after Maggie and Paul went to the kennels?
He stayed in the house.
Here's where they're going to try and catch him in a lie.
I mean, I'm assuming Paul went to the kennels.
Okay. And what did you do once Maggie and Paul left?
I stayed in the house.
Okay.
And I was watching TV, looking at my phone, and I actually fell asleep on the couch.
Okay. And what time did you?
You know, I
What
don't
time
know
did you wake up?
exactly what time I woke up, but when y'all get my phone, you know, I think one of the first things I did when I got up was call Maggie because I was going to my mom's. And I know I texted her because I checked my phone. And what time did we say the text was, Jim? Like 9:06.
I didn't see it. Yeah, I got it written down from the other
I
night.
showed you the other night, didn't I?
Yes, sir. I got this.
So, you know, I texted her. So I called her just before that. And I mean, she didn't answer at that point. And I left to go to my mom's.
Okay.
Y'all will just have to look. I'm not sure if I called Paul.
Well,
or not.
and that's why we're getting the phone so we can nail down the times and everything.
So I left, drove. Well, you know, I'm gonna tell y'all this, even though I think it's kind of crazy. You know, I was certain that I heard them pull up. I mean, I was positive that I heard, and people don't just come out there. You know, we don't get like passed through. I was certain that I heard them pull up, but they didn't.
Okay.
Told you that he thought he heard somebody pull up, but they didn't?
Yes, sir.
And that was before, according to him, he left the house. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Well, if you heard something pull up, what did it sound like?
You know, I can't tell you what it sounded like. I just know that I thought that my wife had pulled up, or that Paul had pulled up.
Would it have been the buggy that she normally drives, or would it be a car?
No, I had the impression that a car pulled up.
Okay.
You know, and
had you woken up by that time, but hadn't left for your mom's?
Yep.
Okay.
But it wasn't much time in between there because I left pretty damn close. It wasn't much time between me waking up and me leaving the house.
Okay.
And when I went outside, you know, there's a wild cat that lives around that house. Okay. I'm pretty sure it was the cat that ran from my car, but you know, I never had the impression it was a person, but there was something.
Okay.
You know.
At this point, the defendant tells you something about a wildcat running. He wasn't sure if it was a person.
Yes, sir. That's what he says.
But I really don't think, you know, I'm just throwing that out there because it was in my mind.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
All right.
That's totally fine.
I left. I drove to my mom's. I checked on my mom.
She lives right out here, correct?
She lives at Alameda. Checked on my mom. Talked with Shelly for a few minutes. You know.
Shelly is
the caregiver.
Okay.
And you know, I know that I called some people on the way there. I know I returned a call from my brother John. I know that I called Chris Wilson. I know that I talked to Buster. So I made a few calls.
Good old Buster and Tudor.
Where was Buster?
Buster was in Rock Hill.
Okay. Is that where he lives, or?
No, he lives in Columbia, but he just started a new job. He's going back to law school in January.
Okay.
So he's working a little part-time job with Wild Wings.
Okay.
Through January.
Gotcha.
You know, just
oh man, Wild Wings sounds good.
And he was in his girlfriend lives in Rock Hill. She's studying for the bar exam, so he had to be in Charlotte, so he was staying with her in Rock Hill, her and her mom.
Okay.
Can I open this door?
Yes,
sir.
Can I bust this cap? Blam, 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 coppers.
You know, Buster's starting his new job down to the left house,
making phone calls.
I left my mom's and I went back home. I got to the house. I went inside. Nobody was there. I got in the car. I went back to the kennels and, you know.
And when you went back to the kennels, besides Maggie and Paul, did you see anybody, any cars?
I didn't see anything right then, no, sir.
Take your time.
Even if he didn't kill his wife and
saw
son,
Paul
even if all this is being communicated
I didn't
in
know,
goodwill, genuine good faith, this is all raw data for
I
a
knew it was
prosecutor to
bad.
use
I went
against him,
over there
folks.
and,
Doing all this without
I
a lawyer
saw it.
present is absolutely insane.
And,
being a lawyer himself, he should know better.
I called 911.
He could share all this information with his lawyer sitting next to him. Or better yet, have his lawyer do it.
Yeah.
He was like a personal
What
injury
made you
lawyer,
decide
wasn't
to
he?
go back to the house? And
No,
get
he
a
was a
gun?
prosecutor for a while as well.
No, okay, yeah, he definitely should know better.
This thing, the whole scene had me freaked out.
Okay. Did you take?
Oh, I don't know.
your car
Is
back
his
up there?
lawyer
Did you
present?
run up there?
No, I drove.
Doesn't seem like it. I'm not hearing any interruptions.
How did Alec Murdaugh say he went back to the house
His lawyer was
after
present
finding
at the
Maggie
previous
and Paul
interview
to supposedly go get a
and
gun?
didn't interrupt.
He drove.
But I don't know about this one.
And of course, the shotgun that we have is the one you brought
I still
back.
wouldn't do it. I tell the cops, submit questions to me.
Y'all
I'll
were
submit them to my
asking me
client.
earlier.
We'll get
I'm not
answers
sure
back to
which
you.
one it was.
Jim, it was
Maybe.
a 12 gauge. And if, yeah, Ronnie had the question if it was 12 or 20. It was a 12 gauge.
And it was that camo, don't it?
Yes, sir. I think it was the 12 camo Benelli.
I think so. But that's about all you got, Benelli out there, right?
And we talked about this a little bit the other night too. I know Paul had been getting some threats and getting some being assaulted from, the boat. Who stands out in your mind besides the boat incident? Who stands out in your mind that would want to come after Paul and or Maggie?
Beside the boat incident? I don't know
I
the
mean,
boat
sir,
incident.
I can't think of anybody who would want to go to that extreme. I mean, he got a bunch of threats, mostly from,
He has no idea if somebody would be motivated to kill because he doesn't know that person.
idea.
Yeah. You would have to know everybody in the world. To know
I mean,
who
people
else
kill for much less weighty reasons.
What do you mean?
I mean, would
Take
people
example,
call
Brian
and hang
Kilmer.
up on them or
No,
send them
Sounds like
texts
he
or
created
social media?
Instagram.
That,
DM that
it was,
one
it was
chick.
mostly like in-person confrontations are the ones that I learned about. Now, I suspect his friends can probably tell you about more because I doubt Paul told me about all of them.
Okay.
But I knew about a lot of them. There were a lot of times where people would come up to him and he'd be like, they'd say something about, you gonna tell me who was driving that boat, or you little piece of shit, were you driving that boat? Stuff like that.
Okay. Who did he go to Charleston with on the boat that weekend?
I don't know exactly. I know that, I know who his buddies are, but specifically who was on the boat with him, I'm not sure.
Okay.
But I can give you a list of names of who it probably was.
So, Joe, I don't know if you want me to weigh in here. You may want to put your pins down, but a good buddy of mine's son went fishing with me yesterday out in the ocean, and he has a best friend, and his dad's name is Lee Chapman. But
yeah,
the kid said, Lee's son said that Paul slept on his couch in Charleston 2 nights before he was murdered. So it's Lee Chapman's son. I can give his name. You probably know Lee's son. I don't, but he goes to the Citadel. But that's where Paul was.
Okay.
And I learned that yesterday out on a fishing trip, which is I have to say.
Cool. I mean, yes, sir. If you could get me Lee Chapman's son's contact information.
There was a bunch of Chapman cousins that Paul was very close with. The closest one being Wills Chapman and Frank Chapman.
Wills Chapman's his name, but I'll get your number for him.
And Frank is John Chapman's son, and Wills is Lee Chapman's son.
Okay.
That's where you want.
And those boys are, they're just really good boys and friends of Paul's.
And one of them is Wills with an S, right?
That's right.
And Wills goes to the Citadel. That's you understand?
No, he's graduated from the Citadel.
Graduated from them.
And Frank was in the Citadel, but I think he had some kind of, academic troubles. But I'm telling you now, I can promise you that, those boys love Paul.
Well,
it's absolutely.
Well, I just want to talk to them about their weekend and
Sure.
Yeah.
I can tell you this, in riding around with Paul, he was his normal bright, just, he was a really great kid.
So, being a dad myself, what was the biggest issue you had with Paul when you had to call him down and scold him or correct him? What was the biggest issue you had with Paul?
See, don't answer these questions. Are you kidding?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're fishing for a motive.
PhD.
Yeah.
He was bad about jumping from, and he had so many wonderful qualities now, but he was bad about jumping from, he'd start this, maybe not quite finish it, do something else. And, you'll find out from his friends, he had clothes strung out all over the state. He did that with clothes. He did that with guns. He did that with my boats. So.
You lost what?
He would misplace stuff. Or
Okay.
Leave stuff behind, right?
Yes, everywhere. I mean, he would go off for the weekend. Sometimes he wouldn't pack clothes because he's got clothes in somebody's house.
Well, what's wrong with that?
I mean, Paul was one, he wouldn't understand how you go out, you and a girl go out on a date. He liked the crowd.
Who was his girlfriend?
He didn't have a girlfriend right now.
Okay.
He killed the last one.
She's gave him the cold shoulder.
Last time I talked to him was like 2 weeks ago.
Their ending was rather kinetic.
Weekend, he had friends up there, girlfriend up there.
No, we had a family thing in Greenville, and he came up, Paul didn't play golf. He came up on Friday and stayed Saturday, and then he left to go to Charleston, and we stayed another day to play golf. My niece on my wife's side is having a baby, and we went out for that.
And you said on Monday Maggie had a doctor's appointment in Charleston. And I know we talked about this on Monday. Do you recall the doctor that she went to, or for what the reason was?
Maggie had a couple little things going on, and I personally think she was going to see Dr. Gordine, but I'm not positive.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure that's who it was. I can find out specifically though. Her mom will know.
Okay. And you said she and Buster were at the ball games all weekend?
Yes.
Was that
with me?
With you? What ball games?
Carolina Regional.
They didn't make it past those, did they?
No.
Okay. Paul was in Charleston, so he didn't hang out with y'all that weekend.
No, sir.
I mean, sure, the defense will spin this as him being forthright and open and cooperative with the police. But that's nothing compared to how much damage you can do to yourself.
Yeah, he relatively got through that in one piece.
It was after Paul and I had gone. She was not there when Paul and I left to go mess around.
Okay.
So, it was sometime after that. So there was a point when, she got back, we got back.
When y'all got back from riding around and messing around on the farm, was she home or?
Yes.
Okay.
Told you that Maggie was home when they got back from riding around the property. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
So, and I don't believe she'd been home too long when.
And what's her car? That Mercedes that's out there?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And you said Bianca had prepared dinner that night.
Yeah, Blanca cooked dinner that night because Maggie cooks, when the boys are home, or she tries to really for me, but she wasn't going to be there that day. So she had Blanca cook a meal.
How is your relationship with Maggie?
Very good. As good as it could possibly be. I mean, we had our issues, but wonderful.
Well, then it wasn't as good as it could possibly be. Now, was it?
And I'm just trying to understand the family dynamic.
I understand you got to do what you got to do. I promise.
And he's not trying
What
to
was y'all's
understand the
biggest
family dynamic.
arguments?
He's looking for
What-
motive.
What your biggest the things that y'all would argue about the most? What would they be over?
I mean, we really didn't argue, but I'd say the only thing that caused.
You know, with any woman, you got to go hands-on from time to time.
She was always wanting us to go, and I love her in-laws. I mean,
Little
they're wonderful
attitude
people.
correction.
I love her to death.
You tell her
She
once,
was
she
always
doesn't
wanting
listen.
us to go there, stay
You
there
gotta
a
tell her
little longer
twice.
than me and the boys.
Let me just
wanted
say,
to
she
stay.
knew where to
That
find my
really-
belt.
And it really, she'd get
She can
ticked off.
stylishly wear some Irish sunglasses.
You mean her family? You said her in-laws. You mean her family?
I mean, her family. I mean, we really didn't argue about much. We didn't have much to argue about. I mean, I'm sure there was an occasional thing that came up that we argued about, but I can't tell you what it is. I can't think of it.
Yeah. Take your time. Good. Tissue.
I didn't know what that was.
I thought he was wiping a window.
I thought he was
Really?
remixing his testimony.
Hey, she was a wonderful girl.
Spit it
A wonderful
backwards.
wife. She was a great mom. She didn't work. And she always said it was her job since she was privileged enough not to work. She was going to make sure she took care of me and the boy. And I mean, she did everything. She did absolutely everything. I'm sorry.
No, you have every right to do that.
I'm good. You go ahead.
That afternoon or during the time you and Paul were right.
Yes, sir.
Did y'all go up to around the kennels or anything? Did y'all do anything up toward the kennels?
I'm sure we did. That's our main shop is, right there. But, I mean, we're normally in there for long times tinkering. And I will say that particular day, we did not tinker around there a bunch,
When y'all rode around the farm, what were y'all? Were y'all in the truck or?
Well, we were actually in two trucks. We rode in one truck and then we rode in another truck some. One was the black one and one was the white one that was out there.
Okay.
Black one was a little faster, though.
Mr. Alec,
Yes, sir.
the other day when we were there, we came in and we were talking with John a little bit.
Sure.
And you obviously got a lot of, I say a lot, you said 20 or 25 weapons.
Yes, sir.
And you know kind of what you got as far as any kind of, what kind of weapons you may have?
I'm pretty much, yes, sir.
And I know you might not remember them all, but can you kind of run down what you, for us, kind of what you had, what you got, right there?
That I own or that's in there now?
That you own.
All right. That I
That's
own.
in there, or wherever they're at.
And, I mean, Paul has guns scattered all over the place. So, some of our guns aren't there. But so you want to know all of them or you want to know what I think is in my house? Or what was in my house on Monday?
Yeah, what was in your house? Let's start with what was in your house on Monday.
Okay, whatever was in my house on Monday is exactly what was there minus one shotgun that y'all got.
Okay.
No guns have been moved there hadn't been any guns moved in and out of there other than when Paul was home. When Paul came home, he would ride around and shoot hogs a lot.
How about that?
Primarily he would shoot them with Buster's gun because Paul had a 300 blackout.
Okay.
And it got, he says it got stolen. And it's been gone for some time.
What did he say Paul liked to do?
To this repeating what the tape says. The jury can hear the tape and just stopping and repeating exactly what Mr. Murdaugh says on the tape.
This witness was actually present, and while there is a recording, he's also fair to relate to the jury what he heard being present
Wait,
for that
what?
very conversation.
It's just cumulative.
I overruled the objection.
Oh my God.
But anyway,
Let me ask the question again. What did Mr. Murdaugh tell you that Paul liked to do?
Ride around and shoot hogs.
And what did Mr.
This kind of passive judge only leads to more overreaching by the prosecution.
He used his brother's 300 blackout.
so he would use his brother's blackout a lot of times.
So Buster also had a 300.
I gave them both one.
Okay. When was that?
About years ago.
Okay. More than a year ago.
More than a year ago. Okay. All right. So, but he would do anything. Paul had this, like a little light that I used that night. Paul would take that thing up to, by 308, and I mean he was always rigging something. So sometimes shotguns when he would go try to kill the hogs, because the piglets would be grouped up, but normally he would have a rifle when he went to shoot the pigs.
Piglets would be grouped up, so you could just use a shotgun.
All right, so going back to the guns, y'all want me to tell y'all what was in there? Don't y'all, have an inventory?
I video that the thing. I didn't write down everything that you had. I just took a random, just like recording of what was on the gun rack or on the gun wall in the gun room that day.
And there are some more guns that aren't in that gun room, I don't know how many, but
okay.
Like I do know there's a shotgun in my bedroom.
And I think Miss Agent Katie, walked with John and saw that one.
Okay. And I imagine there's probably some in some other rooms. I know that, I think it was we have two gun cases, one small one and one big one. And I moved some guns from the little case to the big case just because, her mom and dad were in there, and I just took all the guns to the back room. But that's after the fact.
This time, could I request a brief break?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a break for about 10 minutes.
Okay.
It's a weird time for a break. 4:15 local time.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
The judge is not risking an appeal with this kind of behavior. This is all within his discretion.
It's just annoying.
Yeah. It's bad. It's not good.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like
this
that. That's cumulative testimony. It's pointless to have the cumulative testimony. The objection was correct. We're going to hear from the tape. The jury is there to discern the facts of the matter. What this guy heard is irrelevant. I mean,
it's Yeah, this is just ridiculous. But oh well.
The so here's the thing, folks. When a cop, investigator, prosecutor, whoever is asking you, what are your biggest problems with the dead person?
Yes.
You're being heavily investigated for murder at that point. Don't answer that question. Don't answer these questions at all.
Look, here's the deal. Especially if it's one of your loved ones, they die, they automatically think you did it.
Yeah.
And that's it.
Yeah.
For good reason. I mean, that's a good starting point.
Yeah. Normally,
the normal engage. It's the normal killing. Normally, it's someone you know. A lot of times, it's someone you're related to. Joshua Newton says this guy on the stand has strong sling blade vibes. Can you describe this bucket at the shooting range for the jury? It ain't got no brass in it. I don't know. This testimony's been largely worthless. Why are we? This guy's been on the stand for hours.
Yeah.
And there's nothing to his the testimony about the range, all of that stuff, and the video about the range is completely pointless.
Where's the material testimony? I mean, maybe it has some ancillary value on the point of how thorough the investigation was, but where's the testimony on the material points, the actual elements of the crime?
Yeah, I was promised relevant evidence. We have not gotten it.
Yeah, we haven't gotten much of anything so far. Again, still they're failing to tell the story. They're failing to provide a narrative. I mean, we get Alex saying his son was irresponsible. You know, he has ADD or whatever, ADHD. That's not a motive to kill him. And leaving stuff around like shirts and boats and a gun or whatever. Again, not a motive to kill him. But I could turn it into one, I guess.
I mean, I see this a lot in these politically energized cases where the prosecution doesn't really have a case. Every day goes by of the state's case in chief, and you keep waiting for something material to appear, and nothing ever does. It turns out it's a case of circumstantial rhetoric, and they're just hoping that they'll get that 10% lucky toss of the dice conviction.
Right. And it's really frustrating to sit through because they're going to build their whole case apparently on this idea that that there's just a bunch of weird stuff, therefore he's guilty. But it's frankly not all that
It's not weird. Right.
That's very common.
They've got common guns with common ammo on a large property where they use the guns and ammo. So there's lots of common brass all over the place.
Right. None of that is surprising.
It's not like this is some weird esoteric World War I Finnish military caliber that nobody would be expected to have. It's one of the most common calibers out there and one of the most common platforms out there.
Yeah. Anna G points out he said he wasn't at the kennel after dinner. Okay. They haven't shown him to be at the kennel after dinner. That remains to be seen. We're assuming they're going to. There's allegedly this Snapchat video. The alleged Snapchat video will place him at the scene or whatever. We'll see. That's got to come into evidence. It's got to actually show him there rather than be something that's like a video conferencing or something like that. I think one of the things he said that might have been inconsistent, and I'm having trouble remembering, but he said he thinks that when he woke up, he texted Maggie before he left for his mom's. And I don't remember the guy testifying to that text message existing, but maybe he did, maybe he didn't. I don't know. So I don't know if that's a lie, but even if he misremembered that doesn't mean anything. I texted her or I didn't text her before leaving. Who cares?
The missing rifle went missing years ago, folks. It's not it's not reasonable to presume someone made the gun. This guy made the gun disappear years ago, contemplating years later he would use it in some surreptitious murder of his wife and son.
Was someone pointing that theory out?
Oh, someone just mentioned it in the comments. The missing gun could be the key. I mean, the stolen gun.
I mean, a lot of things could be the key, but I don't think the state didn't bring up that rifle as the murder weapon. And this is a thing. It's the state has told us their theory of this case in the opening argument, and it doesn't involve a lot of these extra theories that are going on. It doesn't involve that second gun. That is not part of the state's theory. In fact, the state didn't mention any particular murder weapon in their theory of the case. But it seems like maybe that pump shotgun, the camouflage one that they took from him at the scene, that they may want to try and raise the specter because there may or may not be blood on that shotgun. We don't really know until we get the forensic analyst who actually looked at that gun and did the swabs on it and stuff like that.
But what would that mean? I mean, there was blood on his pants. He said he touched the bodies. If he touched the bodies, got blood in his hands. He touches the shotgun, there's blood on the shotgun. I mean, there's there's innocent explanations for these facts that are not consistent with guilt.
Well, they're innocent and 100% reasonable.
Right.
However, if there's blood on that shotgun that can be traced to Maggie and or Paul, at least they could make a claim that it's the murder weapon. Like, at least there's some evidence linking it to the scene of the crime. Whereas with the other guns, the ones that they showed earlier, the Benelli, the Browning, those things, they're like just from the house, from the gun rack.
Yeah.
So like there's nothing to
guns.
them. Right. And the other 300 blackout, that there's no presumption that that thing is involved in this murder at all. So.
Yeah, no 50 cal. I'm surprised the guy doesn't have a 50 cal. It's got a lot of other cool stuff.
Yeah.
Who
and
knows?
he didn't mind spending money.
Right. I don't know. I don't know what these people do. They're weirdos. Now, I've been seeing someone in my locals chat say that the wife and he didn't live in the same house. But I haven't heard any testimony about that.
Well, I think we have to be careful there. They had multiple homes. One of them was on a beach. She liked to stay at the beach house. Maybe he had to work out of his office. So that wouldn't be that uncommon. That doesn't mean they have a bad marriage.
Right.
No.
Right. Yeah, we haven't had any testimony about that. You'd think if they had a bad marriage, there'd be some testimony from an in-law, a relative. Oh, they were always fighting. She left him, blah, 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 blah. Some text messages or some emails or something saying, you bastard, I hate you. Any of that stuff. They haven't presented any of that. I mean, it could
And
always
they would
come
have
in.
all of that. The
Right.
first thing they do, folks, is they get a warrant for all your social media, all the electronics. None of that stuff's ever deleted, really. And they get it all.
Yeah.
And that's how we live our lives today, is through that medium.
And they all, I mean, he willingly gave them his phone. They downloaded a clone of his phone, all the data on there. So they're going to have all of his text messages, all of his emails if he uses his phone for email, which he clearly does
By the way,
use
don't
his
ever
phone
do
for
that.
communication.
Tell them to go get a fucking warrant. Don't ever give it up.
Yeah. But I mean, they'd get it.
But still, you make them get a warrant.
I agree.
It's like prom night. You don't give it up right away.
Whoa,
Maybe
whoa,
you
whoa.
don't.
I don't. You got to work for
Calm
it.
down.
Well, Sean, we'll go to prom and let's
Shut
see.
your dirty little mouth.
Yeah, I'm not a fun prom date.
We're going to change that. Let's see. From Karamachet over on Local says, Nick, why is pegging so fulfilling? I have no idea. Never tried it. Don't recommend it. Let's see. Fungi Funhouse says, did Bronca call that beating a use of force event, the Tyre Nichols? I mean, yeah. I mean, it was a use of force
What would you
event.
call it? Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. He also says
It
Memphis
still is
was.
technically.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I mean technically, it was a use of force. I mean,
Right.
whether or not force was legal is the issue.
And then he follows up with Memphis was more of an instance of black on black crime than police brutality.
Whatever.
J.C. Bassinger says, at least she is being honest and not dodging constantly. That is rare. Oh, that's at the forensic criminalist. Il Sarto, does Bronca have a breakdown of the Ty Nichols video somewhere? I'd be interested to hear his take.
I did 2 hours on it yesterday.
just the 2 hours.
You might have trouble finding it on YouTube, folks, because YouTube, man, they hit me with everything except an outright strike. So it's age restricted, it's ad restricted, it's everything restricted. I think people you can't even search for it using the YouTube search function. But I did leave it not locked down. It's open access on the Law of Self-Defense website. So if you just go to lawofselfdefense.com/blog and look for yesterday's content, you'll find it there. You don't need to be a member to access that.
Mike Park 38. Unpopular opinion: the attorney's office set up the murders to get rid of Mr. Murdaugh. I mean, maybe. That's the thing with this guy is there's lots of people who have reason to go after him. I mean, he's a personal injury lawyer. He probably has won an award against someone for hundreds of thousands to millions of dollars. He may have wrecked their entire life and financial future in a case. Or he may have lost a case where the person thinks that they should have won.
Well, he's alleged to have stolen a lot of money from a lot of people. Of course, I don't know if anything that's true. It's an allegation. But that, you steal millions of dollars from a lot of different people. Some of those people, that's a life-changing event. They're likely to be pretty pissed.
Yeah.
And you spent it on what? 300 blackout rifles for your kids, boats, beach houses. Your kids are going to college. You're living large. Are they left destitute?
Yeah, I was just going with the basic ones, but of course there's the allegations of all the wrongdoing,
And apparently some of that was like he'd win settlements for clients who presumably needed the money because personal injury, and he'd steal the money. It's alleged. That's not cool.
Like
That'll piss people off.
Yeah.
Matches Burn says, look at all these firearms which weren't actually used in the crime. And he also says CSI chicken shit investigation. Just Gen T says, I actually enjoy the Rumble chat. While I'm a local supporter, I'm surprised to discover the locals chat is a bit much even for a jaded old gal like me. Well, sometimes. What's up, Steve?
Hey, what's happening?
Welcome back.
Yes, just got done with my doctor's appointment. Wonderful.
Lots of fun. We're back.
Oh man, are we still on direct?
We're still on direct.
Bring the jury, please.
Saint Zazaz says, wanted to ask for any advice for a mid-20s adult looking at the world and becoming overwhelmed, especially in the UK. Luckily, where I'm based, it's still pretty normal, but it feels that the future is bleak.
I'm working on a book to address that.
I mean, the long and short, man, is the future's always it always kind of looks bleak. I don't know. I don't know. You work on yourself. You focus on what you can do for your family and just don't try to fix the world.
Turn off your social media.
Yeah.
Don't look at the media. Go to the gym. Develop a grift. Stay unmarried.
Well, I don't know about the last
That
one,
too,
but
yes.
I'd say that I agree with Andrew. Last one, be careful with who you marry because that decision can have to do with 85% of your happiness or unhappiness in your life that you're given. So
I can tell by his question he doesn't have the judgment to make a good decision in marriage.
oh no, come on.
Also, go do a hobby, learn something new, enjoy your life.
Yeah, that's
That'll help
the
a
whole
lot.
focus on yourself thing. Go to the gym, go to the beach, whatever makes you happy, man. Do that thing in the face of all the other shit you have to do.
Thank you. You may
Make sure
proceed.
you're focusing
Your
a
Honor.
little bit on personal fulfillment.
For the record, we're resuming
All of your ancestors worked hard so you didn't have to farm every day of your life.
243, and we're picking up at 36 minutes and 15 seconds in the video. I'm actually going to back it up 10 seconds.
I was over 40 before I was capable of making a good marriage
Mom and
decision.
Dad
I'm
were
very happily
there.
married now, but it wasn't
I
my first
just
marriage.
Took all the guns to the back room, but that's after the fact.
Would those guns have been in the room, in the gun room when we came up there with John?
I can't remember exactly when y'all came, but probably. I think y'all came a little bit because it was a good while before y'all came.
You had earlier shown some body cam footage of your search of the gun room. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Ultimately, that day on June 8th, 2021, did agents also go to other areas of the residence to look for any other firearms that fit the description or fit the caliber of the two weapons from the murder scene?
Yes, sir, they did.
And by two weapons, I should say two calibers from the murder scene.
Yes, sir.
And that would be 300 blackout and 12 gauge.
That is correct.
So ultimately, these weapons that were seized, those are the only ones recovered matching those two calibers.
That is correct.
Calibers. All right.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Now, catch me up. Did they find any 300 blackout in the farm?
Stop it.
Now, did y'all keep any guns out at the kennels?
He didn't keep guns out there, but there were always guns out there.
Okay.
You know? I mean, and I'm gonna be honest with you, we were all a little bit bad about it, but Paul was the worst. You know, he was the worst.
He would leave a gun out there?
He would leave anything anywhere. And, you know, it was not unusual for there to be guns
Ultimately, he left his brains there.
out there.
Damn.
Did y'all take the
But like, I can tell you that, I mean, they told me that a 300 blackout was used in this. That 300 blackout, you know, it was not out there.
so y'all didn't use that for target practice, or he didn't have it out there with him on Monday?
No.
Okay. No, that's right, because it was in the house.
What did the defendant tell you about whether or not there was a 300 blackout present at the kennels on the night of the murders?
He said it was not out there.
So Paul said that one
He wasn't there.
were lost, and it was some time ago. Was that reported anywhere?
It wasn't officially reported because I wasn't totally convinced it was stolen,
Okay.
you know, as opposed to lost. But I mean, you know, there were people told about it.
Yeah.
I know that I told John Bedingfield about it. I know that I told some other local officers about it, you know, just in case it turned up in a drug thing.
Okay.
But I didn't do an official report.
Okay.
Yes, my wife does watch my live streams, folks. That's why she's the good wife.
The two that you bought for the boys, that each one of them had one, and the one Paul lost, is that the only ones that you have?
Well, I'm gonna tell you this. I thought that Paul got another one replaced, but Buster said we didn't, but I was certain that we did. But, I mean, my memory is it's been gone for a substantial while too.
Long pause. What did Alec Murdaugh, the defendant over there, tell you about the third blackout?
To his memory, it had been gone for a substantial amount of time too.
Do you remember anything about them as far as were they the same colors?
They were identical except for colors.
Okay. Which one was Buster's?
Buster's the one we still have. Paul's the one that lost his.
Okay. What were the two colors?
Black and tan. Buster's is black, Paul's was tan.
Okay. And you say you thought you replaced it after he lost it with another one, but Buster says you didn't.
I believe that we did.
Okay.
I mean, there'll be a record of that, won't it?
Should be, yes, sir.
I know we replaced it.
You don't speculate in front of a cop about firearms.
You just shouldn't be talking at all to this cop.
That's right.
But, you know, I wouldn't, I know we replaced it because I wouldn't replace it again. Maybe I just think that now. I don't know.
See, you don't know.
But I'm certain we replaced it.
Memory's imperfect.
Yeah, anything that he says that's wrong is going to be seen as sinister.
Have you talked to CB Row since Monday or Tuesday?
Yes, sir.
Because I know we talked about what he had done on the farm. Is he still employed?
He's still employed because I got to have somebody keeping it clean, but I mean, I can't keep him. I mean, he's an idiot.
Yeah.
Who's this? The dog handler?
And, you know, I told you, I don't know why that story seemed important to me the other night.
Yeah.
I really can't see CB Rowe doing, I just can't.
Yeah.
I really do not believe that.
So this is the dude that
an odd story.
allegedly got
messed up
hired by the
story.
FBI to kill Black Panthers.
And I'm just.
Oh,
being
that
in law
guy.
enforcement for so long.
Yeah, he's an
and-
idiot.
And working these type cases, and I don't know the Arlington area, but talking to Colleton County and seeing the property and how isolated it is, finding somebody that's just going to randomly come up there that late at night that doesn't know the property, you know, that's, so of course I have to look within and then start working my way out.
So you feel like it's not random. You feel like it's intentional. I mean,
He still doesn't get it that he's a suspect.
Yeah.
I don't know what to feel right now.
The cop just basically told him you were a suspect.
And
Yeah.
I hate to say that. I don't know what to feel right now.
So do y'all have any good clues?
He's totally.
All the evidence that we collected.
We're looking at you, sir.
Tuesday morning, and
We like you
collected
for it.
additional evidence on Tuesday afternoon. They've collected evidence at autopsy today. So
Yeah.
we're.
You guys
we're
ever
trying to
watch
put a rush on
Discovery
that,
Channel
get
and
an
the older
answer
beast
quick.
starts walking into the water and
and
appears
Yeah.
not to notice the
Zach's gonna
crocodile?
tell us something.
This is pretty
Not
much it
evidence,
right
I mean,
there.
is it things you think are going to be helpful?
Well, I mean, the shot shells out there, the casings, the DNA swabs that we took from the door handle to see if anybody touched the door handles, any other places that we think somebody may have touched while they were out there. You know, we're trying to collect DNA from that and analyze that.
Gee, I wonder if
Which
his
at the
DNA is
conclusion
going to
of
be
this,
all over his
what
own
I'm gonna
house.
also ask is that we get a buccal swab, a DNA swab from you.
No problem.
Your DNA is going to be there, but we need to eliminate it once it's developed. So, you know,
We don't
Or
do
not.
that. It actually is.
Warrant.
I remember.
Make them ask for a
I
warrant.
mean, we have talked to close to 100 people trying to track people down, and we're still tracking people down. And that's why, you know, who Paul was with.
I want to tell you one thing while I'm thinking about it.
Yeah.
Paul was really an incredibly intuitive little dude.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, he was like a little detective. And I mean, Paul would, you know, you know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah. Which leads me to, let's go back to Paul right quick while we're on him. So we have his phone. Do you know his passcode?
I don't. And I'm going to tell you this right now. There's a few people I can point you to,
Yeah.
but I can tell you that he was super, super, super secretive with that. I mean, cell phone. I asked his brother if he knew it. Did the ones that they got the other day didn't work?
Did y'all get any the other day?
Not for Paul's phone. No.
Okay. I know they got Maggie's code.
I know
network.
Maggie.
Yeah.
And it works, or it worked.
Yeah.
I've not gotten it, but there's a lot of people out moving parts that, you know, may have gotten that information. So we'll follow up on it. If you believe somebody gave us a code for Paul's, or a possible code for Paul's.
You know, maybe it was Maggie's. I don't know.
Okay.
But I'll find out.
Why would you share your phone code with somebody that's not your spouse?
I don't know.
But it will surprise me greatly if somebody knows it.
Well, they still got his fingers at
I mean,
this point.
certainly, you know, talking about the investigation, certainly.
Only if you had that
we're
biometric
looking at
unlock.
every angle, trying to figure out what fits. And we're talking to, you know, people that were involved in the boat case. we're trying to track down people that Paul knew and were friends with. That's why I asked who he was in Charleston with, so we can go try and see if they might know something or try to figure something out. We're trying to get into his phone to see if there's any information, see if he got like a direct threat from somebody there. I mean, the people that are here are not the only ones working on this. We've got people out doing things right now.
Thank you.
Change Mind says, "Would a guilty person or lawyer actually cooperate so much? No fucking way. No, absolutely they would.
Just
maybe, yeah.
Arlington, unfortunately,
Actually,
there's
that is
exact
a lot of people
reason.
moving around.
Have you never seen Columbo?
Looking at videos right now at the office, combing through hours of videos that we've gone out and collected.
Well, thank y'all.
Yeah,
very much.
Actually, his naivete towards his being a suspect strikes me as a indica of innocence to me.
Thank you for that,
Alice. When you and Paul got back to the house, Miss Maggie's there, and y'all eat supper, which has been prepared. And you said you laid down and took a little nap, and when you got up, Maggie and Paul was gone, or did they leave when you laid down?
I believe that I'm not sure.
But they weren't there when you woke up around the 9 o'clock mark or so when you made the call to Maggie to let her know you was going to your
No, nobody was in that house when I left.
So, and just trying to narrow that, the last time that you saw Paul and Maggie's when y'all were eating supper.
Yes, sir.
Asked the defendant, when was the last time he saw Maggie and Paul? What did he tell you?
When it was eating supper.
Until you came back from your mom's and found what you found.
you got Alex probably told you all this. He did check for a pulse. Yes.
Right, and that's why we want to do the DNA. To inspect it. Right.
I don't know.
Yes.
When you tried to turn Paul over, do you know if you tried to turn him like towards the kennels or away from the kennels and his phone fell out?
Away. I think I turned him away.
Yeah.
So again, he's ambiguous.
Right-handed.
He was right-handed.
Where did he normally keep his phone?
I mean, usually in his hand. But
The defendant was asked during this interview where Paul normally kept his phone. What did he say?
Usually in his hand.
I mean, it was always on him. Pocket, hand, truck.
Where did Maggie carry her phone? Anywhere she could?
Yes, sir. Did y'all get fingerprints on her phone?
I haven't gotten that back yet.
When Paul's phone came out, did you just pick it up and put it on, place it back down on him, or?
Yeah, I did not try to open it or anything. I don't know how I had in my mind that I needed to not mess anything up. I had that.
The questions from the prosecutor are just a way to highlight the parts of the recording the prosecution wants the jury to remember. That's all.
Somehow I had that presence of mind that I needed to
Notice
not
how they
mess
ignore
anything
asking
up.
him everything
And
else.
So I tried not to.
And you definitely saw a traumatic picture, and I know it's not hard, or not easy. I know it's hard. And sitting here talking today is tough.
It's just so bad. I did it so bad.
You asked the defendant about traumatic picture that he saw of Paul and Maggie. What did he say?
It's just so bad. I did him so bad.
I did.
No, he didn't. He didn't say that, did he? They did him so bad. Not I did him so bad.
He's such a good boy, too.
We should object to that mischaracterization of the
I'm sorry,
statement.
go
And but you know the little things that we've got.
I understand.
Is necessary so that we can.
Yeah, I hope the defense timestamped that
we can
remark.
get a better picture as to to what may have happened.
Because that's not what I heard.
Well, I just thank y'all for everything. You know, my in-laws, my parents, my in-laws, I would like somebody to update me or my brother or somebody so that I can tell them as y'all discover things. Unless there's some reason y'all don't do that.
Well,
I mean, they just have so many questions.
I understand. And
I mean, they may even, well, no, they don't.
well, I mean, I know Maggie's mother just had a knee replacement. How was their health overall other than that?
You know, they're ailing a little bit. They're getting on up there. Daddy has some neuropathy, but I mean, they're in good physical health. They're in good, you know, their fortitude is good. They're just, you know, they're just getting age on them, you know?
Yes, sir.
Just getting age on them.
Are they in Somerville or are they at the house on Moselle?
No, they live in Somerville.
Okay.
But they're here now.
Oh, they're here in this house?
No, they're in Moselle.
Okay. Because I mean, I'll go by and speak with them and meet with them. If you think that would help.
I think that would help a tremendous amount if you would just be willing just to sit down and let them. I mean, you know, hearing from me and John Marvin and Danny and whoever, what little tidbits y'all get, I just, you know what, I think it would give them peace of mind to know that y'all got a team of people out there on it.
Yes, sir.
And you know, just to really have something, you know, a tangible person instead of being told.
You got a contact number for them?
Yeah, I'm getting ready to get that.
Okay.
No, you didn't do it yet. Yeah, I'm getting ready to do that.
I have a feeling we're not going to finish. We're not going to do cross exam today.
No, 10 to 5.
Unbelievable. I can't believe how slow this is going.
Been brutal.
I know you're on the phone, yo.
Yeah, I was shocked when Nick said this was originally scheduled to go 3 weeks. I'm thinking that's an underestimate at this point.
Doing all that, some of the other guys.
It's like a full day of witness.
So much, and
Everybody that they do.
it really would make them feel good.
What are their names?
A lot of technical.
My father-in-law's name is Terry. My mother-in-law's name is Kennedy, and they're Brandstetters. And my sister-in-law, who in her
Spell Brandstetter for me.
Branstetter, and then my sister-in-law, who was closest to Maggie in the whole world, is Marion Proctor. Yeah. And her husband is Bart Proctor. and they live in Charleston.
Do you have a contact number for any?
I know their numbers.
Okay.
843.
Your Honor, at this time, I'm going to mute the video with consent of the defense, just so that that number is not broadcast.
Yes, Your Honor, we agree.
Okay, well, they already broadcast numbers in this trial.
Oh my gosh. A lot of people in the chat saying he did say I did him wrong or whatever.
Well, that was at 7 hours, 24 minutes into your show, Nick.
So but someone else says, I just went back to listen to the part. He said they, clearly said they, not I. So who knows?
My life depended on it. I couldn't tell anybody, my mother-in-law or father-in-law.
I'm telling
That's the
you,
problem
man,
with burying
I've
us
been
with
the
all this
luckiest person in the
irrelevancy.
world with in-laws. I mean,
Yeah.
they are wonderful.
Yeah, I tell people all the time, it's my in-laws that I like, it's my wife's in-laws I don't.
There you go.
Let me grab a piece of paper. I'll be right back.
One thing is the defendant will definitely not testify because he's already given he's already given his theory of the case and he's already testified in the state's case.
Yeah, what would he say in his own direct testimony that's not already in the record?
You heard my client testify. He testified in the state's case in chief.
Angie says I played it back and forth 5 to 6 times. He said they did him wrong. So there you go. I mean,
Mute it because another contact number is given, I believe, with consent of the defense.
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm not gonna poll it. I don't care. It doesn't matter.
It is very much My Cousin Vinny, though, right? When they misrepresent the sarcastic remark, I killed him.
Yeah.
And then what did the defendant say? He said, I killed him.
You want me to dig them up?
And David, I'm gonna forward you this contract. Maybe you don't want me to do it like that, but
Okay.
someone sent me Will's Chapman's
Hold on that, please.
Yeah, I think it's just.
I shot the clerk. That's what it was.
Yeah, all I got was a phone.
What a great movie.
I like that movie. I
All right,
kind of hate
so
this
we
one.
have,
I wish we could do a live stream of the movie. Comment through the live stream of a movie, but I guess you'd get a copyright strike.
cell number.
Real bad.
People do that kind of thing, though. What do? They just don't show the video. Everyone
you can
watches
do
it
it that-
independently.
Victims Advocate
Yeah, you can do it
Program,
that way.
I mean, they help with different things. I think more specifically, what would be more beneficial, especially for you and Buster, is some counseling down the road, grief counseling.
You know, I do some assistant solicitor's work.
Yeah.
So, you know,
Yeah, you're familiar with it.
familiar
but-
with the thing, but thank you so
Yes, sir.
much.
Discussion about Victims Advocate. What did Mr. Murdaugh tell you about his career?
That he did some assistant solicitors work, and he was familiar with the program.
And again, what is an assistant solicitor?
He's a prosecutor which prosecutes criminal offenses.
Criminal prosecutor?
Yes, sir.
And there's one of those in this courtroom.
I know y'all planned out the funeral today. When is the funeral?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You'll have
Well,
visit.
we're doing a service tomorrow. Maggie and Paul aren't going to be ready until next week. So we're doing a service tomorrow, and then we're going to have a private family thing one day next week.
Okay.
Oh my God, they're working on it for a week.
Are y'all doing anything tonight? Because I can run by and talk to Terry and Kennedy tonight.
I think the
instead of-
sooner you can come and talk to them, the peace of mind that would really help them.
Okay.
That's convenient for you. So we're out at the house tonight, but and if for some reason they go back early because of the service tomorrow, that they may be staying tonight, they may not be, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
All of their cousins and family on the Branstetter side and the Hubbard side is coming in from Kentucky. And so they may be going back to stay with them.
Okay.
I'll find out and call
I guess you could do an open casket, but you'd have to rotate the body 180 degrees.
Oof.
Date of this interview on June 10th, 2021, to your knowledge, had there been another death in the family?
At this point, it had not.
Okay. Was there one not long after this?
Yes, it was.
And who died?
Mr. Alex's father,
And what was his name?
Randolph.
Jim's got my number.
Okay.
I gave him my phone.
I'll find out and call you in just a minute.
Okay. You good? All right. Do you have any other questions that I might be able to answer right now that we hadn't gone over?
No, sir.
As soon as I get something, and if it's okay with you, John Marvin asked me to go through him.
That's fine.
So I'm not bothering you in case you're doing something. What time is the service tomorrow?
12 o'clock.
Okay. Where is that going to be?
Hampton.
What, at the church or?
It's Graveside.
Okay. So if I get something around that time, I won't bother you. I'll wait 1:30 and.
If you get anything important, you can call me anytime.
Okay.
Anytime.
Okay.
So uncooperative.
Yeah.
Are y'all going to publicize the service, or is it just going to be for family and friends?
No, sir. It's going to be, it's going to be open, but I got TC and those making sure I don't want any press anywhere near.
Yeah.
So,
they don't deserve to be near.
they're going to make sure, in the town of Hampton that, there's no press.
Okay. All right. Well, y'all got my numbers.
I think you said with that phone, it's gonna take a while.
I'm gonna go check on it. Y'all go back in the house. When it's done, I'll bring it to
Let me
you.
do the.
Oh, the buckle. Yes. Let's do the buckle swab right quick.
You can sit where you at, Alex, and I'm gonna step out, but I got.
What?
Oh, what?
The buckle.
There was a question asked about, do you think he's through with that phone? What were they talking about?
Mr. Alex's phone, which he had given to us to do a download on.
And who was doing that download again?
Dylan Hightower.
And that was occurring while this interview was going on?
Yes, sir.
Now you're discussing the buccal swab, is that correct?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
The buckle swab. Yeah.
Do I need to spit out my tobacco?
Oh, dear Lord. So gross.
I'll get everything together.
I'm doing the consent now.
That's fine. I'm gonna go ahead and where's your gloves at?
You didn't grab gloves?
I did not, but I know one of these vehicles got gloves. I'm not in my.
For the record, at this point in the video, we're at 1 hour and 2 minutes. What happens next? What if anything, are you about to do?
I'm fixing the glove up. I'm going to secure the cotton swabs, the sterile cotton swabs, and getting ready to do the buccal swab.
I guess they'll test positive for tobacco.
On Alex Murdaugh.
And the person you've been describing as Alec, the person you interviewed, you see him in the courtroom here today?
Yes, sir, I do.
Can you identify him for the jury,
He's
please?
sitting at the defense table with the, looks like navy blue.
He's accused.
It sounds like I didn't miss a whole lot while I was gone.
Nothing material.
No. Still, guys, they want your DNA. Warrant. Anything they want from you, warrant.
Thank you. I'm going to show you real quick what's been marked as State's Exhibit 157 and see if you recognize that.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, and can you tell the jury what that is?
That is the buccal swab which I collected from Mr. Alex Murdaugh.
Your Honor, this time I would offer states at 157 into evidence, I believe, without objection.
Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Submitted without objection.
This is the buccal swab you took that day, that's on the video?
Yes, sir, it is.
After that, where did that buccal swab go?
It was turned over to crime scene and went to the lab for testing.
And is it general practice with any sort of evidence like this to secure it from any tampering while it's turned over to crime scene?
Yes, sir, it is.
And the writing on the back of this evidence slip, whose writing is that?
That would be David Owen, and he collected by Jeff Croft.
All right, thank you. I'm going to show you what's been marked as states 218.
How do you have more for this
states
witness?
220. And just
What is
generally
left?
see if you recognize those particular documents.
Yes, sir, I do.
And generally, what are those?
Property receipts for items that were seized during the searches at the residence.
That you previously described to this jury?
Yes, sir.
Firearms evidence and the like?
That's correct.
Your Honor, this time, say we move 218, 219, and 220 into evidence, I believe without objection.
Guns.
Submitted there.
Oh, finish, please.
Cross.
Please.
It's 5 o'clock. There's not going to start cross.
This is unbelievable. This
I
guy
want to
has
finish
been
this trial today.
This has been an all-day witness, right?
They started with the woman from Friday, but she wasn't on very long.
I'm going to give a big insult to the prosecutors of South Carolina and say that California lawyers would be quicker than this. How do you like that, Southern boys?
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 156.
Where's
I'm gonna
New
get you
York
like your,
City?
in fact, though, if the clerk, y'all have a pair of scissors I can borrow real quick?
This guy's got a knife.
Yeah.
He used a knife to open a bag earlier.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 156. And I'm going to ask you, if you could, to open the sealed pouch at the top so we can see what's inside. Okay, please.
You think they took his knife away?
I'm surprised he got it in there.
Well, he's a cop.
He's a cop. Yeah, he's going to carry a
Yeah, I
gun.
guess that's true.
Hey, I just realized I'm at home. We can drink.
All right, now I'm gonna ask you to hold on to that one.
Oh my gosh.
I ask you to return these back into that pouch if you could, please.
Time to welcome to the party, pal.
Yeah, Borkowski would have had this done in a week. He would have been like, nope, we're not doing that. Nope.
Counsel, why don't you have questions? Chambers, now guilty.
All right, I'm gonna put 156 on
he
this
was great.
particular exhibit, and can you tell the jury if you recognize what that is, please?
That is the buccal swab that was collected from Rogan Gibson. I did.
Did Rogan consent to that buccal swab?
He did.
And did you secure it from any tampering and turn it over to the crime scene?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, this time I would move states 156 into evidence, I believe without objection.
No objections.
You're admitted, or it's admitted without objection.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as states 155. For identification at this time, see if you recognize this particular item.
Yes, sir, I do.
And tell me generally what that is, please.
It's a property receipt for the buccal swab that we took, or I took from Mr. Alexander Murdaugh.
And that's the one from the video that has been played for the jury?
Yes, sir, it is.
This time, Your Honor, I can move states 155 into evidence, I believe, without objection.
Admitted.
Steve's going to come back with a big ass sidecar.
A Moscow Mule you can ride down to the Grand Canyon.
Or a Moscow Mule, yeah. A big barrel mug.
Yeah.
Big copper barrel.
Real Dragon Lady, I don't judge Southerners at all. I'm from Texas.
Straight direct examination of Senior Special Agent Crawl.
Uh-oh.
I think we will call it a day. And start
Thank you,
at
Your Honor.
9:30
Thank you.
Tomorrow morning.
Oh
Please do not
my
discuss the case.
goodness. Squizgar says, okay, new theory. Son had 12 gauge and 300 blackout to shoot hogs. Steve comes up and grabs the 12 gauge and offs the son, but only had 2 shells in it, takes 300 blackout, kills mom, runs off with it, leaving the shotgun. Dad picks up shotgun in a haze. I mean, maybe, but then why does the dad lie about going back to the house to get a shotgun? I mean, it just doesn't make sense.
Are there any matters we need to address before the recess?
No.
Being recessed till 9:30.
This slow ass trial is recessed until 9:30 tomorrow.
Oh my gosh, this is just torture. We want to introduce the video of the paint drying on the barn.
Okay. Well, I guess we're done then for the day. Thank goodness for the trial. I've got super chats to read still, of course.
Cheers,
I'll keep
my
this
friend.
open. Oh, cheers to you. What is that?
It's my sidecar with a
I told you. Did I call it or did I call it? Hey, before we start the super chats, can I do my last grift of the day?
Sure.
Just make sure I don't forget, because you know I tend to forget to grift. Saturday, April 15th, folks, full day Law of Self-Defense live online class. We only teach this class. Well, this is the only one scheduled for this year. A full day of learning how to make yourself hard to convict if you're ever compelled to use force to defend yourself, your family, your property. Sign up for that April 15th class this month, and there's only one more day after today this month. Get 50% off your registration. Save yourself $100. You can learn more about this class and register at lawofselfdefense.com/advanced. Thanks, brother.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Oh,
I killed Sean. I didn't mean to.
Sean. Hey, look, Sean's in an office and a tie. Look
Yeah,
at you
I
like a
know.
real lawyer, man.
I know, I'm doing honest work today.
Hey, good to see you, Andrew.
Hey, Steve.
Okay, so any thoughts before I jump all the way into super chats? Any just final thoughts on the day? It was a long day. I don't know if it was as long as Friday, though. Friday was really bad. But any thoughts
This was
before we go?
ridiculous. We didn't even get the cross out.
Same thing with Friday.
Was there anything of substance done today?
Nothing material, nothing that changes anything in my perspective. The guy owned a bunch of guns. He used them a lot at his farm. That's really all we learned.
Yeah. It's
I mean, Friday was worse because we had that woman up there counting, did you find this piece of brass?
Yeah, that was
Is
terrible.
this the chain of custody? Do you recognize, is this a fair and accurate representation of the piece of brass number 36? We did that 500 times on Friday. That was torturous. This is just
horrid.
boring.
Yeah. There was a little bit of there was a bit on cross that was kind of interesting when we were on cross, but then that got drowned out by yet another hours-long testimony from a state witness that is just a recitation of a recording or cataloging where they found each 300 blackout round at a firing range. Like, dude, yes, there's 300 blackout shells at the firing range. There weren't even that many. And it's like, okay, why are we going through this? Why does this matter?
There's a certain disrespect to the judge, to the courtroom, to the juries, to everybody by this type of monotony by the state. Now I used to train prosecutors when I was a prosecutor. And not that I did it quite to the extent, and it's been a while. I mean, I wouldn't say I was the same guy back then. But one of the things is, as a prosecutor, you want to keep your eye on the ball, lay out a very clear and direct narrative, do not bore the jury, and get to the point and sit down. When you want the jury is bored on the defense time. When the jury's bored, that means they're tuning you out. As a prosecutor, I do not want to bore the jury. I want everything that I say the jury to be hanging on, right? So, for example, here let's see how quick could we do everything that was done today. So, did you locate 300 blackout rounds in the house? Yes. Well, by stipulation, we'll move into evidence. States Exhibits 100 to 178, which are the blackout rounds found in it. Any objection? No objection. Boom. That's it. You don't need to go, this is the thing. And to me, this is very disrespectful to the citizens that are serving on that jury.
But your position is the appropriate one, Steve, but it presumes they have something of substance to move on to. And I suspect they don't.
Well, that is, the more they do this, the more I suspect that. But in that case, then I think that this is, I don't know. I'm reserving judgment because the state is not done with their case yet. And there may be reasons that are as yet unclear. But I do not understand at all why they are monotonously. So they're saying they're trying to defend themselves against defense accusations of sloppiness. Well, it exists. And I would just counter that by saying, cops aren't perfect, like nobody's perfect. They did, they messed up some things. They did miss something. That has nothing to do with the guilt or innocence or not guilt of the defendant. That just means the cops screwed up. That doesn't exonerate him. The evidence that you have before you is this 1, 2, 3, right?
Plus, this full day of testimony doesn't disprove that the cops screwed up. I mean, it was still a sloppy investigation. They were still walking on footprints. All that stuff is still true.
Yep.
It's just, it's the most painful presentation of prosecution evidence. And the more they do, I mean, I'm just very suspicious that they have absolutely nothing. And that is an abomination of justice and a betrayal of what a prosecutor should do. As is said in my book, Ideas and Answers in Law. I got to grist something, right? Here, I'll go over here. No, this is the first edition. I don't have a second. You know, oh, there, he's got it. See there, Andrew's holding it up. Yeah, so there's a whole article on here in the second edition, which is the only one that's available right now. That has a article on or a whole chapter on prosecutor, and the first third of that is how a prosecutor should lay out their evidence, how it should be done ethically and honestly. And to me, if they're wasting money, that is on the borderline of unethical, because it's dishonest. They're trying to trick the jury into thinking there's evidence when there's not. If you've got evidence, let's see it. If you don't, shut up and sit down and don't bring the charge. So, the first, if you all, I know we have a lot of people in the chat that have my book. So if you have my book, go look at the first third of the chapter on prosecutorial closing arguments and read that and see that's the way it should be done, because that first third of that chapter was done. That was part of the training document that I did for the prosecutor's office when I trained prosecutors. Here's how you present a case, and they're not doing it that way.
I agree. It's a colossal waste of time. It's a colossal waste of resources. It shows disrespect to the court, disrespect to the jury, disrespect to us, which really that's the most important part. The judge, the court, the jury, I don't really care about them, but I care about me, and I'm trying to watch this trial. And these assholes are taking way too long to just make the case.
There's no, if people think, well, lawyers, see, the thing is if you're not a lawyer, you may think, well, they have to do this because there's procedures and there's rules and they have to get it in, right? A non-lawyer may think, oh, they're just doing it, being careful and dotting all the I's and crossing our T's. BS, garbage, absolutely not. They do not need to do this. They can do it. And if you notice, the defense isn't objecting to anything. So that means they could put this all in. They could pre-exhibit everything.
Also, there's no point. The judge overrules every defense objection.
Yeah, that's true. Well, we want to talk about some appeal issues too, but I don't want to. You've got super chats in there.
Yeah, let's hold on. Let me close this out. Oh, thank God. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna really just start hitting these. Gotta get my other window up. Okay, here we go. Kingslayer Damocles, I'm not sure if you've seen, but the Crouch taser cop from Arizona pleaded guilty to disorderly conduct and was given a $115 fine with no probation for that incident. Massive disservice of justice. Oh, the crotch taser? It says Crouch, but the crotch taser cop? Oh, man, $115. They tased this guy in the testicles.
Well, was that an accident or was it targeted?
Oh,
I didn't see this. I don't know about the case. What's the...
It was a traffic stop. The guy was
tased him in the Baldo.
they were pulling him out of the car, but he was resisting. He was stuck in the seatbelt. So they said he was resisting and started just tasing the shit out of him. And then they stepped down on his pants and his pants pulled down and they tased. And I'm pretty sure it was the prong tasers right into the scrotum. It was bad.
No.
It was not good. Not good at all.
It's funny. I had a case when I was prosecuting. It was funny. My buddy was the public defender on the other side, and we used to go out to lunch every day, except war days, which were trial days. And he had this funny sense of humor. But we had this cop, this kind of small town cop, and he had
what?
Someone get the door? Oops, it was Sean. So this cop was in the car, and his defendant was in the car acting up, and he opens the car door, pulls his taser out. The guy's handcuffed in the backseat of the car, and he starts tasing him in the backseat of the car. And the thing is, it's well, how did we know that? Because the cop put it in his police report. He was non-resistant, so I opened the door and deployed the my department-issued taser multiple times on the handcuffed. It's like, really? You're putting that in your report?
Cycle Boy in the chat says, on Arizona asphalt in the heat of the day, 120 degrees Fahrenheit plus, guy had burns on his body from it too. It was bad. It was not the best video. And I think they got pulled over, or they got approached for being in a parking lot. It was like a weird approach entirely, or they like backed into something or
Just
whatever.
another good reason to stay out of Arizona.
It was a mess. Nicholas Cruiser says, seriously though, why grains and not milligrams? I answered that one earlier. Fuck the metric system. Jeremy Miller, 300 blackout is optimized to be used as a suppressor, as it is subsonic round and won't produce a supersonic crack when fired, not to deliver more feet per pound upon impact. Okay. Hutch High Perf says, in respects to the 12 gauge, I have a Ram B3 semi-auto. The action takes a lot of the recoil and it fires quite smooth and doesn't give that pump action kick. There you go.
Good point. Well, I've never gone for semi-auto shotguns, but we ought to check them out.
There's good ones today. We've had good ones for a long time. I've got a Remington Model 11, which is a licensed copy of the Browning A5 from, I think, 1926 is when they made that shotgun, and it still runs like a dream. Very nice shooting gun.
Jamie Moodley, any chance that you release some of the streams that were put on Recato Law Live, like the Gale stream? Also tell Danny to stay away from dogs. Oh yeah, I was releasing those slowly over time. They're still up on Recato Law. I just kind of forgot. So yeah, I'll get back to releasing those. Andrew Hansen says they extensively investigated irrelevant things while ignoring relevant things. I'd have made a comment about that as the defense. Well, I'm sure they will.
Yeah, we got Cross coming probably tomorrow, I would think. Maybe we got another day on this guy on the stand introducing capsules. We found this capsule on the floor.
It'll be like OJ.
There's a dust lint.
8 days of testimony from the witnesses and stuff, like in the OJ trial. Chris Cianti, prosecutor, we will show we've extensively tested that all his weapons were not involved in the murder. Liberty or death, prosecutor closing argument. See, he owned guns. He must be found guilty.
Yeah, that sounds like what they're doing, right?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, this guy had all of the tools to make the murders happen. It's kind of what I'm getting. Like, again, they haven't put him at the scene. Big Rig says, today on South Carolina Criminal Court and Gun Show, Andrew Hansen says, for appeal purposes, can you have a standing objection against all unlinked guns, or do they have to object each time? Well, I mean, they did that. They did a standing objection to all of the guns that are not, that were, especially ones that were ruled out. The judge just overruled all the objections, though, and they're not going to win on that appeal point, probably.
Well, Elaine doesn't want me to comment, but I will anyway. It depends on the jurisdiction, all right? So some things require a contemporaneous objection, and continuing objections are not allowed. Florida is going away from continuing objections, and so they don't accept them. On appeal, that fails. So on the safe side, defense attorney must object contemporaneously to everything. And it sucks, and we as defense attorneys don't want it. But the fact is that the appellate courts make you do it because they say, oh, well, he didn't object this time, so he didn't waive, and we don't accept continuing objections in this jurisdiction. It's continuing, a standing objection, which is garbage, but the appellate courts force defense attorneys to do this stupid stuff. So when it's like, oh, that defense attorney, he's interrupting everything, and they get mad at the defense attorney, well, damn it, then give us a standing objection and allow the law to do that. There should be almost statutory law on that because it really is frustrating. Judges get mad at us defense attorneys for objecting all the time. But yet then we have to have a contemporaneous specific objection every time something's wrongfully admitted. And so, we're really caught in the crosshairs here. So the safe thing is object to everything every time. Now, I don't know what, some states, I think Texas, we looked at Texas, I forget which case we were covering. And it seemed to me that they had a broader rule on standing objections. And I like that. That's the way it should be. But Florida has gotten tighter and tighter. not only does it have to be contemporaneous, but it also has to be specific. So you have to know exactly what you're saying. Well, that wasn't argued below. So you argued grounds 1, 2, and 3, but 4 would have won, and you waived it because you didn't do it. Waiver is a legal fiction and it's garbage. But it's like, oh, you thought of it and consciously decided not to object on those grounds, right?
Well, of course, and also, of course, it's not you. If you're appellate counsel, you weren't trial counsel, so it wasn't you who did anything.
Let's see. Brandon says, was it discussed whether it was a supersonic or subsonic 300 blackout? Someone mentioned that the grain on there meant that it was not subsonic. I don't know. They haven't said specifically.
Oh, who cares? It doesn't matter.
Yeah, I mean, people are just curious if it was suppressed or not. So it does, like you said, it really doesn't matter if it was suppressed or not. I think people are just trying to solve why didn't he hear the bullets. I mean, the easy answer is he wasn't home when the murder took place.
And that's a long way off. And you're inside, and I'm sure he's got quality windows. It's hard to hear through quality windows. It's a long way away. Could be other things. I mean, it's just, and there's in the countryside, in the South, gunshots go off all the time out in the rural areas, right?
Benjamin Lewis says Gosney's Rumble channel has great appeals added. Very cool.
Oh, yes. Well, I'll tell you, if people want to see me actually arguing real cases in front of an appellate court, I added 3 of my best hits, I should say, where I'm arguing in front of the appellate court in Florida, because I know that there's some other appellate oral arguments floating around there. Danny actually busted me on that. And it's like, those were not good oral arguments as far as I'm concerned. It was not that it's that the court, the dynamics of the court wasn't good. It wasn't really, I didn't think it was that good an example. So if people want to see me arguing real cases and real issues, you can go to my Rumble channel, which is Crime Law with Stephen N. Gosney, and you can check out some oral arguments I've done.
Sherry Berry says, surely they've investigated other suspects, right? They don't have to. Maybe they did. We don't really know. Joe Davis, if you're the defense attorney, what's your line of questioning for this witness? Oh God. I don't know. It's a long time. He was up there forever. So
I do think, though, that the defense attorney is going to take this witness, just like they've done with all of them, and make them their own. He's going to use this witness to prove defense points.
I hope they took good notes, because what they should do is pick out 5 or 10 or 15 points this guy made that are subject to attack and knock them all out in about 30 minutes. Right. And it would gut this guy's hours of testimony. You said this, isn't that not true? You said that, isn't that not true? You said this other thing, isn't that not true? Do that for 30 minutes and this guy's cooked.
Yeah, I think so.
The standing objection, somebody says, why am I upset about the standing objection thing? Because we argue somebody was wrongfully convicted, and the appellate court comes back and rules against us and says, you lose, not because you were wrong, but because some lawyer at the trial level didn't make a specific objection at the time, exactly the way you wanted to, right there on the spur of the moment, which is an inhuman thing to expect of. This is a large, see, this is how I write, because things bother me, and then I want to write on it. This is one of those topics. I want to write how the legal fiction of waiver by trial attorney by failure to object is a legal fiction that has been taken way too far. So that's why.
And of course, it's a convenience for the courts, right? They prefer the finality and not having to review these decisions on the merits. But it undercuts the justice for the defendant. I mean, he's not making decisions about what to object or what the specific grounds of objection should be.
And I'm a trial lawyer, really. I mean, I do appeals, but my board certification is in criminal trial law. And I know when I'm in trial mode, I have a war hat I put on, and you get your mind set. And your mindset is, I'm going to win. You are not thinking, I'm going to lose, and therefore I need to preserve for appeal. So it's an inhuman thing to ask a human being to, on the one hand, go balls to the wall, win, and on this other hand, oh, and if I lose, I've got to preserve all these things. It's just impossible for your brain to make that kind of duality when you're in this kind of high-pressure situation.
Right. Mike Lombardo says, hey, on the bright side, if Alec Baldwin goes to prison, he'd be living out his dream being Trump in prison, or of Trump being in prison. Brooke Louie, after watching all the docs, the Murdaugh are the law in those parts. Maybe the solicitor DA is botching it for him. Otherwise, yikes. No, I really don't think so. The chances of that are so low that they would do that. That they're just, you're just going to throw the case. Matthew Spriggs says, hi, Nick. Tuning in during lunch at my new job. 1 month down. Average tenure at this company is over 10 years. Good pay, good climate. And to Mr. Branca, only Trump's Twitter is more entertaining. There you go. John Coyle says, also, I loved Hunt for Red October and thought Baldwin was great in it. Recently rewatched it, though, and noticed that he had a terrible trigger finger discipline. Ghost of Recon says, Legal Eagle is the next Murdaugh. Jameson Jones, Friday night stream was great. Good seeing you and eating Von Scribbler together again. Need a full stream, just you and him going over both lawsuits. That'd be pretty fun. Magician Sapphire, first Jack Murphy, now Eliza Blue. Seems like every guest on Timcast IRL is a con man waiting to get exposed.
Hey, I've been on Timcast, so is Nick.
Yeah.
Well, you haven't been exposed yet.
Where does Tim Pool find these people? Andrew Hansen, Nick should learn to do imprecatory prayers. Okay. Tamara Holloway, got my staples out. The surgeon who did it, along with every doctor, nurse, and therapist, say I need to go after Kaiser for malpractice. Know any California lawyers? There's a billion.
Yeah.
There's a
California
billion.
has no shortage of personal injury lawyers.
Right.
Medical
That'd be a
malpractice
med mal
lawyers.
promo.
Right.
Esme07 says, I'm from Arizona, and I can assure you Sedona is normal. Not much to do. TC Barnett, what is your favorite tea from Dragon's Treasure? It's Elixir of the Gods. That's my favorite one. Always has been. Nicholas Starro, Union Rep Labor Law, says, what's the similarities between me and Nick besides our first name? We have the same size nose, but my giant head makes mine look normal. Sean Brem, everyone has cell phones these days. They can pull the tower tracking info for more than a reasonable doubt if the dad was miles away at the time of the crime. Cell phone tracking is imperfect from the tower data. I mean, that's the long and short of that. It can be useful. It can't be great. Sorry, there can be lots of holes in it is what I mean. Kingslayer Damocles also says there's proof in the Arizona taser case that the police couldn't have seen a blinker violation, which they stopped the vehicle for, as they were behind a building when the turn happened. You should also show Gosney the video. Maybe, but not today, because I have to get done and do an interview. Wendy Blank says they got on record that AM was a prosecutor, so perhaps they argue that he knows the benefit of evidence, therefore could hide his guilt. Yes, that was the reason they wanted that they focused on him being a solicitor. They asked him about that line in the text, which again, that was their highlight. Tell me what he said just then. Anna Trimble, lots of criticism of Dick, but damn, he's tilted the scale for me towards not guilty. We haven't even gotten to the defense case.
Yeah, the prosecutor's making the defense case.
Voldemort
Says, "You
says,
shall not be named."
I think YouTube is the one who pulled the trigger. I think so too. 200 Watt Studio, do you think Baldwin would have checked the gun if he was supposed to point it at himself? Probably.
That's a good point.
Pinochet's helicopter tours. I can't help Peru, but offered to return to Chile. Deborah Breeden, FDLE, not FLDE, just saying, Florida woman. Mac McCormick, late in catching up. Isn't this the same sled that's being sued for civil rights violations and corruption? Check out Queen City News, Jody Barr's videos. I mean, I think all state law enforcement divisions are being sued for civil rights violations basically at all times. That doesn't necessarily mean much. Brian Schultz, also, if other people knew this family had multiple 300 blackout, that's how they might know to use one in that caliber to confuse a murder investigation. Jackson Kai, welcome to Paralegal Status. Dark Schwartz Rising. Are they intentionally not showing videos on the court stream? Or do they have that kind of deal, that kind of voodoo magic in this town? No, the judge just seems to have ordered that no media would be displayed on the live stream. The approved pieces get released later via Court TV. Whose cameras are in the courtroom. That's why they get the opportunity to do that.
And that way the release can be done in a disciplined way, making sure they're holding back the grotesque photos they don't want to make public.
Exactly. Let's see. We've got Rick Nikita, the 300 black, around so black and so out that even Reinhard Heydrich wouldn't use them. Dark Schwartz Rising, welcome to Paralegal. Joe Davis, new drinking game. Every time they say 300 blackout, take a drink. Oh, we would have died. Terrestrial G Music says, is this an attempt to mislead the jury to make them believe the identifying numbers somehow prove they're the same batch? I mean, kind of. They want to say, well, they had 300 blackout rounds, therefore they used them.
Well,
in
and
this
you
way.
we have the Bronca theory, which has yet to be disproven, and it does not matter if the gun, the 300 blackout gun, and the rounds that you used in the killing were from the house, because under the Bronca theory, the son was carrying the gun when he was murdered, and then the killer picked up that gun. So that doesn't matter. Now, the shotgun shells are a little bit different. That might be interesting, because under that theory, you would have the killer would bring the shotgun. It seems to me that based on the analysis of what the way that the crime scene looks on the chart, the son was killed first and the mother was killed second, right? So I would be more interested in shotgun shell matchings, but still federal and Winchester shotgun 12 gun. I think I've got a pile of them over there. So I mean, that's the most common 12 gauge, the most common shotgun shell, and federal 12 gauge is the most common round. So that says nothing also. So
Jeremy N says, glad the prosecutor said all this was to prove the thoroughness of the investigation. Don't worry about the blood or the impressions. Raka Fraka, could the prosecution be setting a foundation for more incriminating evidence that places him at the scene?
Yes.
Yes, they could, but I don't know what any of this would have done with that foundation. I mean, they just do that with the witness, with the information that would place him at the scene. They don't need to build up the suspense with the guns and the bullets. I would have led with that evidence, I think. Lead with the evidence that puts him at the scene of the crime. Cybermat Strike says, at this point, it sounds like a stranger had a better than even chance of finding a gun and ammo to shoot something with laying around. Isn't this adding more doubt in favor of the defendant? I don't know that the stranger theory is very effective. When you live way out in the country on a huge property like that, the odds of like someone randomly going up there is really low. And that's what the cop was saying during the investigation, why they're looking at him. But that doesn't mean that, I mean, there's Google Maps, there's the Microsoft Maps. You can get a layout of the property really easily. Someone motivated to kill Paul Murdaugh would easily be able to kind of make a plan of attack on this thing, especially if they took some time trying to, observe a movement or whatever around the house.
Well, apparently they go there a lot. Just follow them there from work.
Exactly. 200 Watt Studio, sir, what is it? What is that on the counter? That would appear to be a can of blackout coffee. Thank you, State Rest. 200 Watt Studio, did you observe the defendant using his phone in a movie theater while a movie was playing? Yes, thank you, State Rest. Glenn Everett, I may be wrong, but I believe the scope has GPS. Jenny Cakes, welcome to Paralegal Status. Keldrick, day 300, we collected a bag of hair from the defendant's home. Please identify if each hair belongs to someone in the house. This is vital to the case, I promise. Grimwolf, he's innocent. He don't clean up after himself. Palmyra Productions, welcome to Paralegal. Max regrets, did Maggie tell Paul that she bought the third 300? No idea. Andrew George, to Andrew Bronca, which CWP insurance lawyer service do you recommend?
If we're talking about self-defense insurance, quote unquote, organizations, the only one I recommend is CCW Safe at lawselfdefense.com/CCW Safe. That's the one I'm personally a member of.
Okay. Jeremiah S. Dick Fitzwell. Look into the most recent information about the Biden family and Dominion Energy and the connection to the Murdaugh case. Levi the Welder, I'm behind. My super chat was about that 6-year-old who shot the teacher in Virginia. I can send you the link on Locals or Twitter for the press release. JD Young, if he had said, I did, wouldn't the detective have asked about that in the moment? That's so bizarre. Maybe it was his job. It wasn't his job. Yeah, I mean, maybe, but he'd also just recognize that that's probably not what he meant, right? Like, even if he did say, oh, I did him so dirty, like, I don't think, bye, Steve.
There goes Steve. One sidecar and he's done.
I don't think we're supposed to be under the impression that this guy would, otherwise denying everything in this one moment, says, I did him so dirty, and no one like caught that. Yeah.
No, his whole demeanor is, hey, how can I help you guys? Would that help you catch the real killer? He's not suddenly going to say, I did him bad. I did him dirty. And if the detective thought he actually meant that, the first thing you do is follow up and say, oh, what do you mean by that?
Yeah. Or arrest him. One of those two things. Chris, why? I would rather get a colonoscopy from Joe Biden than listen to this super slow and boring trial. Captain Spire, was there ever a case where the one accused was reasonably innocent, openly communicated with police, and the police twisted evidence against them?
I sent you a private chat on that for to answer that chat, because the answer is you should look up exonerations, because there's a whole lot of exonerations out there, and about a third of those people who are wrongfully convicted and later exonerated have actually confessed. So so that those are people that talked to the police and said they did it, and they actually did not. So
there's this one. There's a great Frontline. There's a great Frontline documentary on these. It's like 4 or 5 guys. I think it was 4 guys who were all convicted after confessing to a rape that none of them committed.
Yeah.
And one of them, one of them was in the Navy on a boat and logged onto the boat, which was at sea. He literally could not have been there, and he still confessed to it. He was badgered by a detective for 18 straight hours in interrogation and all this crazy stuff. That detective would end up going to jail for his interrogation techniques later. But I mean, yeah, it happens. It happens with an insane level of regularity.
And some people are just agreeable, or they believe that if they confess, then not much will happen, that they can make a deal, that the punishment won't be so severe. They just want the whole process to stop. So finally they say, okay, I did it. That's it.
Yep. Nancy Jennings, as much as I respect the law, I was wishing one of you would have played the Benny Hill theme song, and magically this day would have zipped on by. Yeah, me too. 200-watt studio. Bronco was the first to make the point of Baldwin pointing the gun at himself. And if he would have
I doubt I was the first, but yeah, it's a good point.
Saints Azaz says, thank you all for the advice. Nearly made the mistake with marriage too early twice, so Bronco was correct about my judgment so far. Matches.
None of us are qualified to be married. None of us are qualified to be parents, but it does happen. And so I think that we just need to focus on finding a good woman, good man, and do that.
Just wait until you're 40 to do that, and don't have her be over 25.
Broncos, you're too hard.
Matches.
No, I don't agree. How old were you, Nick, when you got married?
22.
Okay, see there. So take that, Andrew.
Matches Burn says, you can tell Bronco's just one step away from tearing off his tie and drinking straight from the handle of whiskey.
Oh, my tie is crooked. What happened?
Let's see. I've got some here on.
No, I don't drink whiskey, folks. I don't drink the dark liquors.
The dark liquors.
The dark. That ginger chick says, Recato Law, the narrative is that there was a white cop. He hasn't been ID'd or charged. He had the taser, though. Someone with inside info told me. I don't know if that's that must be the Memphis cops, maybe. C. Goody says, don't forget to buy your tickets for the Las Vegas event on February 26th, 8 p.m. to 12 a.m. And he's got the link for that.
And I will definitely be there. Miss Emily and I are both going to Vegas, and
Awesome.
I don't know if she'll attend that the live thing. It may be too crazy for her, but I'll definitely be there.
Sure. Check out dragonstreasure.com for some of the best all natural and naturally flavored teas. It's all primo stuff. I personally vouch for it. That's from C. Goody also. The T-Man says, pour one out for the T-Man. I got Eliza Blue on Twitter. I only called her a liar and a whore. I did not even post a picture or video link. Banned for pure words. Yep, that'll do it. That one guy, 42, says, hello, Nick. Could you please give a close friend of mine, Teddy, a toast? He had a stroke Saturday night. He's doing well considering the circumstances, but something like this is always scary. Yours and chat's thoughts and prayers are much appreciated. To Teddy, a man who had a stroke, a very serious and very scary event. May he make a full recovery. May his healing be swift and the damage be minimal. Cheers to him. Squizgar says, alternative theory, intruder steals shotgun from house, throws whatever ammo he can find in it, one 12-gauge buckshot, one 12-gauge birdshot, one 12-gauge buckshot, one 16-gauge shell. Kills son who's carrying AR, says, oh, upgrade, grabs AR and offs mom, puts shotgun back where dad finds it, runs off with AR. But the dad, again, he stated that he, on the 911 call, that he was going to go back to the house and grab a shotgun, that he was going to grab a gun, that he, and then I think he told him that he, when he called back or something, or later when they arrived, that he got the gun from the house. So there's testimony about the gun, and it doesn't make sense for the dad to lie about that. Drunken Sailor says, can you guys explain what circumstantial evidence is? So far, all the questions and evidence the state has used just raises more questions. It seems pretty irrelevant. Okay, circumstantial evidence just means it's evidence of a circumstance, not of a fact, not of a direct thing. So,
well, an example of that in this case would be the fact that we know that the defendant has owned 300 blackout ARs. There are only 2 300 blackout ARs in his residence. One is missing. The victim was killed with a 300 blackout. So that is circumstantial evidence that the missing gun was used. All right. It's not direct evidence. And it's just, it is some evidence. It's possible, but it doesn't mean that if it is believed that that is somehow consistent with guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. But you add up enough circumstances to surround that with, and then you're making a larger case, right?
I always like the example of 2 guys go into a room that's got 1 door, no windows. They close the door behind them. There's a gunshot. One guy comes out, the other guy's shot dead. No one saw him shoot him, but the circumstances are such that a reasonable inference would be that the guy who walked out shot the only other person in the room.
Let's see. Next, we've got. Where was I? Here we go. See Goody, reminder, top chat is for cucks, live chat is for chads, and the 24/7 chats at recadalaw.locals.com or unbreaded AF. Switch from top chat to live chat at the top of your YouTube window. Filmar Salino says the combat turkey. Oh, he's got a picture of a combat turkey with the vest on and everything. See Goody says, put guests in the description, you boomer. Yeah, I'll do that in a little bit. Candace Marie, Judge Mommy Milkers is opening an indoor gun range to host weddings, Easter egg hunts, and have a liquor license based. That's right. The judge from Judge Darrow from Wisconsin is trying to do that. The Uncovered Lamp says, at least there's a chance at completion. Then this just gets you law junkie blue balls. Uncovered Lamp also says, not will the judge actually do it, but should the judge even let this go to jury based on what we've seen so far, or should he dismiss the case? Well, we haven't seen the rest of it.
Yeah. Right now it would be a JOA, but we aren't there yet. I mean, the state has still to finish their case, and we are prejudging it, but I've been around enough cases, and I know you guys have, to know that when they lead with such weakness, it's not a good sign.
For so long. And I think one of the reasons they do this, they drag out the testimony and they introduce so many irrelevant facts. So when a JOA is asked for, they can point to the judge and say, but look at all the facts that have been introduced for the jury to consider.
Yeah.
And judges hate granting JOAs. It's one of the most overturned motions by when it's the state appeals. It should not have been granted JOA. So they hate doing that. They like it to go to the jury because they think that, well, if it goes to the jury, they convict. I've always got the chance at the end for them to file a motion for JNOV, and then I'll just undo it. But then at that point, the judges don't have the balls to overturn the jury verdict. So it's just a way for judges to dodge responsibility. I always use the example of Pontius Pilate washing his hands at when Jesus is being condemned, right? Well, not my fault. I didn't kill him. It's the mob.
Right. Lagging says, is this a case of the prosecution making the process the punishment? Like they know they have a shit case, so they're dragging it out as much as possible to pour him. Make him poor, maybe. I mean, no. I think this is just how they have to make their case with a bunch of BS because they don't have a solid direct evidence case. And that's not necessarily a criticism of the state in every case where they do that. Just this one, it's really annoying. But sometimes you have to build like a really complex case of circumstances to lay it out because there isn't just a fingerprint, a DNA, a footprint or whatever you need to place someone somewhere for this particular thing. But no, I this is just them making the case. It's just a tough case to make. Bad Weather Biker, hey Nick, I tried to get Legal Vices to do a smash or pass poll on Nancy Grace, and he threatened to ban me and said I was gross. I'd smash personally. I don't even know who Nancy Grace is, so pass. Johnny K says, Recato Law, what is weird and sucks for truly innocent people is the way they behave and explain things often is the same as guilty people, continuing to talk to prove innocence and giving unnecessary specific details. Yeah, that's why you don't do it at all.
Right.
Dan the Welder, teacher's name is Abby Zwerner, and 13 News or WTVR have the press release from her lawyer in case you don't trust links. 200 Watt Studio, Stephen is the cause of the deforestation of the Amazon with all the papers he's written. He probably wrote a paper on that too. And Coney Upstate says, as a layperson, I don't think Alex Murdaugh should be convicted on circumstantial evidence.
Well, circumstantial evidence is evidence. There's just a when you have the old common law rule is that if you have a strictly circumstantial case, that there has to be no alternative theory that is available, or I forget I don't have the terminology. One sidecar, and I'm a girl, but the thing is that, and that's why I keep going back to the Bronca theory, because the Bronca theory to me is much more direct, much more reasonable than this complexity of circumstances that they've weaved to make him guilty. So unless I see evidence that somehow disproves the Bronca theory under the common law circumstantial evidence rule, I would say it's a JOA case. Now, the modern courts have whittled away the common law rules such to the extent that circumstantial evidence can convict even if there's a reasonable hypothesis of innocence. Sadly, because that rule exists to protect the innocent. But as far as my ears, I'm thinking about his fact scenario, and I'm waiting to hear the evidence that contradicts that theory. Because that's
the negative hypothesis, the null hypothesis in this case, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, there isn't a positive hypothesis in this case so far.
We don't have, and this is the thing. We've already come up with a defense hypothesis, right? What's the state's hypothesis? I do not know. What do they say happened here? What gun was used? Where was this guy? How did he dispose of the gun? Where did he go? Where was he? I mean, there's a lot of questions about the defendant that I just have no idea on.
Yep. And then 200 Watt Studio says, Steven, put the dress on, sweetie. Let's go. All right, guys. That's all the chats today. So thank you to the audience. Thank you to you guys. And let's wrap this thing up. I have an interview to do with a local Fox News station about this case. So that'll be fun. And then I've got D&D at 7:00 p.m. So I'll be posting that link as soon as I have it.
All right. Have a good night, Steve. Great seeing you again. Nick, thanks for having me on. I guess I'll see you in the morning.
Sounds great. I'll see you then.
Good night, folks. Stay safe.
Good night.
Peace. All right, chat. Catch you
Me
later.
and you again. This is like a regular thing. Me and you at the end.
Yeah, no kidding. And then there were two. All right, chat. Have a good night. Steve, you too. Peace. Peace.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some lost-plaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes meta, raging at idiots from Twitterland. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, This lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an art bag about more of that brug. The spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear Lost Planning tonight. From the white shores of Nam to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the dawn better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we are now. Oh, the guests are all plentiful, from Doug T to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. Get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear Lost Planning tonight. From the white shores of Nam to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the dawn better than Nick. So pour out a